morning. Good morning, sanibonani. Ninjani? Sekafikile uminister. The minister is here. Ke kopa re find our seating so that when he enters with our special guest, our guest of honor, we observe protocol by standing up. Hello, I'm Kosi. Good job. Oh my goodness. Siyabong. Thank you. Before I start, the driver of the vehicle with the registration number JJ55, this looks like an 88GP. JJ5588GP, your lights are on. It's going to be a long day. You don't want to get there and you can't get home. JJ5588GP. It could be an SS, but you know your car, right? Might know JJ, no 55. Sorry? No, they didn't say the model. I will find out for you. And then, just to set up, I'm accompanied here by my colleague, Nomsa. She will be our sign language interpreter. You have in front of you headphones and a transmitter, and it should indicate to you various channels. Channel 1 is for English, Channel 2, Afrikaans, Channel 3, Setswana, Channel 4, Sesotho, Channel 5, Sepedi, Channel 6, isiZulu, Channel 7, isiNdebele, Channel 8, Chivenda, 9, Shitonga, and 10 is Xhosa. Ngizoqala phansi futhi 10 is Xhosa, 9 Xitsonga, 8 Shivenda, 7 isiNdebele, Channel 6 isiZulu, Channel 5 Sepedi, Channel 4 Sesotho, Channel 3 Setswana, Channel 2 Afrikaans, and Channel 1 isiNgisi, English. Okay, you may choose the mics in front of you to choose the channel where you'll be listening to the interpretation, the language interpretation of your choice. This is a language gathering, after all. See, the minister is here with our guest of honor. Thank you very much. Is everybody settled? Our colleagues there at the back, are there no more seats? Please, if you identify a seat next to you, a vacant seat, raise your hand so somebody may use it. So we avoid the moving around while once the program is started. I imagine everybody has found their correct channels. Channel 1, English. You may use the device in front of you and the headphones to find your relevant channel, the language of your choice, the language that you prefer, the language that you love, and the language that you prefer to consume your content in. Channel 1, Isingisi, English. Channel 2, Afrikaans. Channel 3, Kisetswana. Channel 4, Ribua Sesotho. 5, Sepedi. Channel 6, isiZulu. 7, isiNdebele. 8, Shivenda. 9, Sichonga. And 10, isiXhosa. Singaqala.
Please tell the delegates not to switch on the mics because when the mic is on, the interpreters is causing an interference.
Yes, yes.
Just to select the language.
Okay. Uthi uma ucela ninga switch on ama mics enu, just switch it on when it's time for you to communicate because sinama interpreters ethu laphayan, they pick up interference. So you just use okwamanje your headphones. Usebenzisa fela your headphones. Usebenzisa fela headphones uska switch on the mic. Do not switch on the mic as yet. Mangithi isiZulu is channel 6. Channel 6. Siyabonga. Bengicela before singaqala siphakameni sonke sisho umthandazo wesizwe i-national anthem yethu. Siyaqalela? I hope I'm not expected to start. We're just waiting for a backup pad. Izosixhasa. Oh baba ngiyacela ngenkulu inhlonipho. Umthandazo wesizwe kufanele ukhumule isiqoko. Inhlonipho le. It is a prayer. Owaziyo ukucula angaqala. I hope. Where is Pam? Do we have a backup track? Are they going to play it? Yes, I hope so. Sikeleli Africa, maluphakanyisu pondolwayo, izwa imithandazo yethu, Nkosi, sikelela thina lusapho lwayo, murena buluka sitshaba sa Yesu, ufedise dintwa matswenye oh sibuluke sichabasa Jesus sichabasa South Africa South Africa eight blow finance yeah eight deep finance yeah all the darkness on this one side and vote clear songs that call to come together and united we shall stand. Let us stand and strive for freedom in South Africa, our land. Siyabonga, you may be seated. Sanbona, I see and greet you all, the Honorable Minister, the Deputy Minister, the DG, all the chiefs here. My name is Makhosazana Zwane Siguqa. I'm one of your facilitators alongside the esteemed Mr. Victor Khomuswana. It is an honor to spend the day with you today. Before we start, I found it appropriate that I set the scene as to why we are gathered here. Just 2 minutes to contextualize the importance of today. In summary, or ngokufishane nje, in 2019, UNESCO declared 2019 as the International Year of Indigenous Languages, and subsequently the period 2022 to 2032 as the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. Now, there is a growing awareness that Indigenous languages do not simply serve as a cultural artifacts, rather that they should equip their users with invaluable skills, expertise in different fields, from environment to education, the economy, social, political life, and family relations. Now, despite UNESCO's efforts throughout the International Year of Indigenous Languages to highlight the disappearance of mother tongues across the world, there are challenges. We know them. At home, we speak to our children in English. At work, we only communicate in English. Everywhere we speak in a language that is not true to ourselves and that is not true to our hearts, a language that was taught to us in order for us to survive. Now, with the death of languages, indigenous people do not only use their traditions, but also their identity. The former UN Secretary General, Ban Ki-moon, observed this shocking stat, that 1 indigenous language dies every 2 weeks. So what does this mean for us in modern times? Well, in post-colonial modern politics, economies, and societal theory, in particular Black consciousness and awakening, Biko tells us that you may be intelligent, but you are not English because you may only speak in English. He also expressed his frustrations when he said, one of the most difficult things to do these days is to talk with authority on anything to do with African culture. Somehow, Africans are not expected to have any deep understanding of their own culture or even themselves. Other people have become authorities of all aspects of African life. There's so much confusion sown, not only amongst casual non-African readers, but amongst us Africans ourselves. This perhaps a sincere attempt should be made at emphasizing the authentic cultural aspects of the African people by Africans themselves. Now, this obviously is a global call, but this is in the context of us as Africans. Closer to home, in 2011, the South Africa's Minister of Higher Education, Honorable Minister Dr. Blade, when he declared that knowledge of an African language should be a condition for graduation in any university degree. Speaking in his mother tongue, isiZulu, he said, akukwazi ukuba yithi kuphela ukuthi wasifunde isingisi nesibhunu bakwethu, kodwa ezethu ilimi nabanye bangazifundi. Translated, we cannot be expected to learn English and Afrikaans, yet they do not learn other languages. With that, I welcome you. I am now going to call our first speaker on stage, the Chief Executive Officer of the Dzong Museum of South Africa, Laekaya, Usisi Opete, Nomuma Opete, Miss A. Libete. Ubaba, ngiyaxolisa. Ichila, ngosa kakhulu. Ngicela ubaba A. Libete. Akekho. Is it a lady? Anab. Mhlawumbe usebhizi ngoba uye ohostile kanti ke futhi iye yashintsha iprogram. Program ile yashintsha ke kubatshwarelo uzofika utlafihla when it is time. I imagine she's still busy arranging some final logistical issues. I would then say we move on to the next item and call upon stage the Deputy Director General of Arts, Culture, Promotion and Development, Dr. C.N. Khumalo. Oh, yebo.
Thank you. Program directors, Honorable Minister Babu Nyambose, Secretary General of the South African Commission for UNESCO, the CEO of the Dzong, and the chairperson of PENSALP, together with the CEO of PENSALP. I would like to also recognize a few of the chairs and CEOs of entities that I've seen amongst us. You are recognized. Umama, Uma Katrina, that we will hear more about in this gathering. Office bearers of organizations and associations, senior professors and academics. I see quite a number of those amongst us, senior officials from the different departments, national and provincial departments, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Sanbonan, Dumelang. I did a bit of practicing here, so don't disappoint me. Molweni, Lochani, Avuxeni, I hope Avsheni, Tobela, Machiloni, Goeiemorgen, good morning. I'll say mine again, Sanbonan. South Africa is one of the countries that are blessed with cultural and linguistic diversity and many opportunities for people from various linguistic and cultural backgrounds to interact and ensure the continued coexistence and use of South African languages. Since the advent of democracy in 1994, South Africa is known as one of the countries that has the most progressive constitutional language provisions in the African continent. Therefore, as South Africa, we welcome the UN Decade of Indigenous Languages, which recognizes the right to preserve, revitalize, and promote languages, and also acknowledge the role of linguistic diversity in sustainable development. UNESCO is responsible for the Global Action Plan, which will be implemented during the Decade of Indigenous Languages. And as a country, we take a leaf out of UNESCO and collectively draw our Decade Action Plan and align with that of UNESCO. It is important, Honorable Minister, to note that the Decade of Indigenous Languages was preceded by the International Year of Indigenous Languages of 2019, which sought to raise awareness of these languages, not only to benefit the people who speak these languages, but also for those to appreciate the significant impact that they make to our rich cultural diversity. We saw this as a unique opportunity to raise awareness about the status of indigenous languages and assist in mobilizing ourselves to take aid and measures to safeguard and put more resources into developing our languages. We heeded the call and gathered in a conference to discuss how best to develop our indigenous languages. Out of these deliberations came 4 recommendations for the development of indigenous languages. Minister, I'm just going to take you through a quick report card in terms of those 4 recommendations and what has since happened now that we are here launching this decade of indigenous languages. The first recommendation was as regards the development of the South African book policy. An advisory committee has already been appointed by the minister to work on the drafting of the South African book policy, and work has started there already. They've had several meetings as this advisory committee. They've been seized with work and also consultation of the sector. The second recommendation was on the development of indigenous languages through technologies. As a country, we have made strides in preserving, developing, and promoting indigenous languages of South Africa. Amongst others, the following technologies have been developed: a language learning app for endangered indigenous languages, such as the Khoi, the San languages, and the South African Sign language. Currently, the department is also developing a learning app for the South African Sign Language. This app is meant to teach hearing persons the South African Sign Language so that they can communicate with the hearing challenged persons. The Department of Sport, Arts and Culture is aware that technology has a profound impact on social and economic development and is considered a key driver of human progress in the 21st century towards a knowledge-based economy. The third recommendation, Honorable Minister, was on the officialization of the South African Sign Language. There is enormous work that has been done by the Pan-South African Language Board, by the organizations of the deaf community, by the National Government Department, mainly the Department of Justice, working with the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, and other relevant stakeholders. The bill that will give recognition to South African Sign Language was published in the Government Gazette on the 19th of July, 2022. The fourth and last recommendation was on training teachers for bilingual teaching. We are pleased to report that a project called 6 Years of Mother Tongue Bilingual Education is being rolled out in the Eastern Cape as a pilot. It focuses on teaching in African languages up to grade 6. The intention is to have this project rolled out across all provinces in the country and to extend African languages, mother tongue education beyond the foundation phase, particularly to cover the first 6 years of basic education. The Department of Basic Education has started working towards introducing NAMA in education and is also seized with the translation of their curriculum assessment policy statements into NAMA. Program directors This groundwork emphasizes that it is also vital not to leave any language behind. The revitalization of indigenous languages is essential to ensure the continuation of the development of our languages and addresses the challenges around them. Minister, we are here to flesh out these proposals and to develop the milestones so that all stakeholders participate in the processes and work together to ensure that this decade of 2022 to 2032 is one in which we accelerate the development of our indigenous languages and their usage in all aspects of our national economic, social, and cultural life. Hence, what you see in the programs, different number of stakeholders that are going to be sharing with us the programs and the plans that we have so that we move towards alignment and integration. As the lead department, the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, we would like to see the establishment of the South African Language Practitioners Council as contributing to strengthening language practice in South Africa. The establishment of the council is long overdue, but Minister, as you have led and you are aware, we are working around the clock to have the council established. This will be a significant achievement, not only for government, but for the country at large, in the appreciation of the language profession and safeguarding the work done by the language practitioners. The implementation process is now very much advanced. We would like at this point to really thank the task team made up of expert language practitioners that have devised recommendations that have already been tabled at the executive management team of the department, and an implementation plan has been developed. We look forward to the 2 days engagement to map the way forward to a shared plan of action that can be traced out and reported on in future forums. This work will also assist us as a continent to see that our languages, our heritage, and our culture do not get swallowed by others. Let us therefore use this opportunity over these 2 days of deliberations, ladies and gentlemen, to hone our milestones and polish the roadmap so that we have tangible deliverables and set timelines to ensure that multilingualism is a living reality, and that to speak in your home language or access services in the language of your choice instills pride and confidence on our people. Asisebenzise lesi sikhathi sihlangene lapha ndawonye ukuwakha lo mhlahlandlela nokuphuma nesenzakalo esiyinqophamlando nesizokwakha isisekelo esothi emva kwale minyaka eyishumi uma sibheke emuva sizigqaje ngemphumela. We need to live here confident that we have laid a great foundation, and those who come after us will be proud of the work done to fast-track the development of our languages, irrespective of the number of people that speak that language. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Siyabonga, Dokotela. Siyabonga kakhulu. Now, I'm in media and I make my living through writing and publishing. Kuyangikhuthaza kakhulu ukuzwa ukuthi uDokotela noMinister neDepartment yonke are encouraging writing and publishing in indigenous languages to guarantee the sustenance of our future. I'm also a future studies student, and I'm particularly encouraged by hearing that you are developing technologies to make various indigenous languages accessible. Siyabonga kakhulu. At this point, angazi ukuthi uyatholakala na uMiss Libete, the Ageko. Okay. Is it okay then, Doctor, if I call for a cultural performance? Or must we move on to the next phase? Must we move on? Okay, sizoqhubeka. Masiqhubeka kanjalo, my friends and colleagues. This is a joyous occasion for me personally because I have not had the pleasure of seeing Africans gathered to celebrate our languages. So feel at ease to clap and rejoice because we're here to retain Ubuntu bethu. Next on the program is the Secretary General of the South African National Commission, UNESCO, Mr. C. Mthethwa, and he will be addressing us on the role of UNESCO and the promotion of languages. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Program Director. Honorable Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, Baba Mthethwa, the DDG responsible for what we are here, gathered here about, Dr. Khumalo, has already made it very much easy for me. She has duly recognized everyone in a way that protocol dictates, and hence now I say, Honorable Minister, distinguished guests, good morning. We are from the South African National Commission for UNESCO. We haven't brought a speech. There are experts here amongst us on the topic, and we are going to sit and listen. Honorable Minister, we are here bringing support through our presence. We bring greetings from the President of the South African National Commission for UNESCO, Minister Mthethwa, who is aware of this event, an event that promotes a UNESCO objective. Honorable Minister, we are proud of the work that your department is doing. This is about reviving our worth as Africans, because languages are part of us. We are our languages. It is so painful that many millions of our people are cut out of many important things that happen in the country because those things are done in English. And we are judged our intelligence through how we speak English and many other things. We are so grateful as the National Commission for what the department is doing to try and revive our worth. And coming to think about it, these languages of ours, if I can't speak an English word well, it's likely that I'll be taken as stupid. And if someone who is English speaking cannot speak a Venda word, that doesn't apply. It's not that they are stupid, it's difficult. And I'm saying it's not. I'll speak about my own mother tongue, Chivenda. We are going, as a teacher, Honorable Minister, as a former teacher, it's still within me. When people are in front of you, you want to teach them something. I want to demonstrate over and over again until it sets in that, for example, Chivenda is not difficult. We can learn it now in 3 minutes and get done. Yes, I'm going to teach you now. When we greet, as the Venda people will say, Huto itahani, don't bother yourself. The only thing that you need to do to reply as to how are you is just to use do. You do 3 do's. I'm saying I'm fine. Let's try it. Huto itahani. Do. You are saying I'm fine. That's a higher grade Chivenda. It doesn't end there. It doesn't end there. When they ask you in Chivenda whether it's President Cyril Ramaphosa, when he says Utoitan, you just say do. He knows what you mean. It means I'm fine. Moving on, there is another word. Only three, you repeat a word 3 times, it sends a message. Sooner or later, we will be done with this. Maybe before we get there, here we are, we have met. It's a gathering. We have met, we are here. In Chivenda, we say rotangana. You can still use gwa. Gwa. It means we've met. Let's try it. Gwa. That's it. And not too long, we'll be done. Tomorrow we'll be done with this function. And then we'll go to our different places. In Chivenda, we'll be saying, people have left. They are gone. Vutu. Then we use sa. Yes, sa. Do, gwa, and sa. Thank you.
Do. Gwa. Swa. I've learned a few things today. A personal anecdote. I am umakhosazana wakazwani ngumangethi nganwe kwaSiguqa. When it was time for us to name our firstborn child, in my head, because I thought I was exposed, Minister, I imagined I would adopt a Tsonga name, Urulwani. I failed. Bang mangalele kai. Secretly, I still call her Rulani. So do. With those words, it is a great honor and a privilege of mine to call onto the stage our Honorable Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, Mr. Nathi Mthethwa, to give us the keynote address of the day. Babu Nyambos.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Let me acknowledge you as the Program Director and your co-Program Director, Ms. Zwane Skuka, Okamangete, the lady here and the gentleman, Pravicta Homoyaswan, who's also our co-program director, Sanbonan Nonke. Sanbon. Now, 2 weeks ago, we met as ministers of culture across the length and breadth of our world, and discussing matters culture. And I greeted people, and they looked at me. So I explained to them, I come from Africa. When I greet a person, I want to hear a response, that I'm not talking to an object, but to a human being. Because I'm greeting, I'm asking how the person is. I need to know how you are. Sanbonan. Kamaku. Ngiyakamakusha. Abshe. Injani. Ndawo yandu. Thobela. Dumelang. Thank you very much. Thank you. Our chairpersons who are here and chief executive officers of different entities with us, our host and partner in the promotion of indigenous languages, and who was called by the program director is not here with us. The CEO of this place, Ditong, Miss Libete, Dr. Lang Fafa Dampa, the Executive Secretary of the African Academy of Languages, an institution of the African Union devoted to the promotion and development of African languages. So you can see at that level, AU is very conscious of our languages. We acknowledge him here. Professor El Makubu Badenost, the chairperson of Pansal Pierre with us, and the CEO with him, Mr. Lance Schutz, CEO of Pansal. Our best we have in this country, Oma Katrina Esau, here with us, Oma Remore, and Petrus Falboy, and a delegation from Noord Cap. Ms. Don Shabanguri Khotso of the African Publishers Association, Ms. Tempuka Ridinku, Executive Director of the Publishers Association of South Africa, Mr. Abdul Mokhale, President of the National Writers Association of South Africa, Professor Haugele Ngubane, President of Academic and Non-Fiction Authors Association of South Africa, Mr. Ayanda Arthur, representing CIFSA, Mr. C. Mkwebo, who was here with us, who taught us a few basics in Shivenda, the Secretary General of South African National Commission for UNESCO, senior government officials led by Deputy Director General of the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, Dr. Kumalo, language expert practitioners and activists, members of book clubs, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Today, we meet here to launch our national roadmap for the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, and also to launch the historic dictionary of the Nuu language, a language which is at the brink of extinction. And that will not happen thanks to Oma Katrina Esau. I expected more applause than that for our hero. That African patriot, Nnamdi Azikiwe, who served as the president of Nigeria, points out that, and I quote, "The present is a prophecy of the future," close quote. He explains, "When tomorrow comes, may Africans, in concert with the rest of humanity, march towards the end of the rainbow, singing, 'Lord, it is Africa,' marching with the rest of humanity, realizing its heritage. And may it also happen that the reverberations re-echo, Africa, arise and walk, and realize your destiny, the mission of an African civilization that is to be," close quote. In expressing himself in this manner, Azikiwe was evoking the spirit of Pan-African vision that first brought Africans together. If you remember that first Pan-African Congress or conference in 1900 in London, led by none other than W.E.B. Du Bois and Henry Sylvester Williams. Azikiwe was recalling the wise poetic and prophetic words of Pixliga Isaka Seme in 1906, who foresaw the regeneration of Africa. He had understood the calling planted, he had understood the calling of Marcus Garvey and his contribution and those who planted the seeds of Ethiopianism. He was looking forward to the thinking of Frantz Fanon. And I must say that whenever we talk about Marcus Garvey, the world forgets that Marcus Garvey had the first and the second wife. The first wife, Amy Jacques Garvey, who was a Pan-Africanist herself in her own right, but also Amy Ashwood Garvey, one of the giants, Pan-Africanist, Pan-African feminist this world has ever seen. So when we talk Pan-Africanism, we should be very deliberate and make people understand the contributions of women, that it wasn't only the Dubois of this world or the Williams of this world. There were many. In fact, if you look at the contribution of Amy Ashwood Garvey in the 5th Pan-African Conference, remember that the first one was the one we referred to in 1900, the one in 1945. Amy Ashwood put very firmly on the agenda the issue of women emancipation, African women emancipation first and foremost, and women of the world. I was just by way of just refocusing us that it wasn't the Frantz Fanons, even though Azikiwe was looking also forward to the thinking of Frantz Fanon and others like him, whose political philosophy and analysis sought to bring a new African into being, one who embraced a different journey and movement forward. Frantz Fanon tells us, and I quote him, that if we want humanity to advance a step further, if we want to bring it up to a different level than that which Europe has shown it, then we must invent and we must make discoveries for Europe, for ourselves, and for humanity, comrades. We must turn over a new leaf. We must work out new concepts and try to set afoot a new man. In this instance, close quote, he meant a new person. Program Director, it is in this context that we meet here today to advance the cause of our indigenous languages. Because no journey, traveled by Africans can reach its proper and desired destination if it is conceptualized, theorized, and realized in the master's voice and in the master's tongue and in the confines of borrowed cultural expressions. And this is why we are responsible, or we are responsive to the UNESCO campaign that the decade 2022 to 2032 should be the decade of indigenous languages. And whilst we are grappling with the decade, the DDG did say that this was preceded by the UNESCO declaring the year 2019 as the year of the indigenous languages. It is not coincidental that the AU declared 2021 as the year of arts, culture, and heritage. And all of these things come together this year in South Africa, during the month of heritage, which is September, we declared it as the year of the legacy of Linda, Solomon Linda, and the indigenous music, particularly isicathamiya. What this means is that we are on the right track to emphasize the issues of indigenous languages, because people will only respect you if you respect yourselves, if you respect your own culture. That is why today we are talking in the world that isicathamiya, especially the song Mbube, which is ibhubesi or lion in isiZulu, is known worldwide today. And thanks to that pioneer, Solomon Linda, who put family on the agenda, not only our song, but our own culture as African people. And to that extent, this is very important for us, that we're dealing with the decade of indigenous language. Extremely important. A man who put us on the map, everybody knows and benefit out of the song Lion Sleeps Tonight. But that is Solomon Linda's song, Imbube. Which they couldn't pronounce as Imbube. Maloe, but Imbube. Imbube is the lion. That is why we saw it fit as this department and government to say that the man who put South Africa on the map, his genre of music, isicathamiya, gave birth to a group called Ladysmith Black Mambazo, which today has won 5 Grammy Awards. Tells you that if you are proud of who you are, people recognize that. That is why this year we have recognized the town he was born in and grew up, which was wrongly named, that it was Pomeroy, that soldier Pomeroy. But there is no Pomeroy today in South Africa. That town is now known as Solomon Linda Town, no longer Pomeroy. So we are mindful and conscious that our country and continent need their own roadmaps towards the development of our languages. We also recognize the importance of cross-border languages and the championing of Pan-African language agenda by the African Academy of Languages. According to UNESCO, the essence of this decade is aimed at ensuring indigenous peoples' rights to preserve, revitalize, and promote their own languages. It offers an opportunity to collaborate in the areas of policy development and to stimulate dialogues and to make essential action for the promotion of indigenous languages. The renowned author and public intellectual Ngugi wa Thiong'o, whom we had pleasure to invite 5 years ago as my guest of honor during the Africa Month in May 2017, observed the following. Language is more than just a means of communication, but also a carrier of culture. Therefore, the importance of the indigenous languages in the decolonization of our society, of our societies, mean recognizing indigenous languages as a carrier of culture, not only as a means of communication, close quote. When we had him around here in the country, going through to different provinces with him, Ngugi said something very important which resonates with what we are dealing with today. Says to me that he met a South African. Firstly, he prefaced his engagement as we were discussing that you South Africans are a funny bunch of people. You always look for answers elsewhere when you have answers here in South Africa. On a number of issues, including intellectual stimulation. So I listened attentively, and he says to me, some years ago he met a South African in London. And this South African then says to him that you are such a good writer and you can articulate your own works, referring to Ngugi. But your works is mainly foreign language, which is English. And this South African asked him, but who are you writing for? Who do you want to get messages out of your works? And Ngugi says that he responded to say, no, I'm writing for my people first and foremost, the Kikuyu people in Kenya. And this South African says to him, well, you must start writing in Kikuyu for your people. Or any other African language. And Ngugi says to me that since then, the issue of indigenous language for him is a must in whatever he does. The African cultures is a must for him. So I asked him, who is this South African? He says, it's that one which you South Africans do not acknowledge and salute. His name, Mazisi Kunene. And this is the first South African poet laureate, but we don't acknowledge them with their works. I know the second laureate was Khositsile. The current one now is Serote. But these people who are in our midst, their work is with us. When are we going to promote them? And we said, well, in everything we do, we have to ensure that we indigenize our own works, as it were. So that's how rich South Africa is, but rich as it is, it doesn't know itself that is rich. It is rich. On our African continent, there can be no doubt that our indigenous languages were systematically devalued and marginalized, whilst European languages were valorized. Consequently, language oppression played a sinister role in the colonial project. The continued favoring of European languages at the expense of indigenous African languages has disrupted the cultures and ways of life of African people. We are told that no, it can't reach that level. It's complicated when it comes to fields of science and so on and so forth. But we see a giant growing in our midst, China. China is a giant today to be reckoned with. And they do not compromise on their culture. Perhaps there is a lot we can learn from China. Why? Because they are not part of the crowd which have been, directed by Europe. For our languages are not only methods of communication, as Ngugi would have said, but also extensive and complex systems of knowledge that have developed over years. South Africa, having won our battle against colonialism and apartheid, we have put in place a constitution that entrenches non-racialism, non-sexism, democracy, and equality. Our constitution recognizes freedom of expression and of creativity and embraces linguistic diversity. From these foundations, we have developed progressive legislation that serves to protect and promote multilingualism, that enables the full use of 11 official languages, with a 12th language, South African Sign Language, soon to be added to this. In addition, the plight of endangered languages also takes center stage with projects in support to support their survival and development. Among these have been the Nuu language, Nama, Kung, and Kwe. Today, we highlight 5 milestones which will assist us in tracking our progress, measuring our success, and recognizing potential bottlenecks within the project. And may I say that this issue of languages, we are not taking it up ourselves because UNESCO has spoken about it. Over years, the department is supporting financially through bursaries those who study language in this country across the major universities of this country. Not less than 300 students we support, give bursaries to study languages, especially indigenous languages. So what UNESCO is doing is actually spurring us more to do more in this area of language. You know, one of our entities used to be National English Literary Museum. And this museum was mainly about the development and improvement of English language. And it's situated in a place in the Eastern Cape called or named after Makhanda, Unxele. And we say, but we are here improving an improved language called English. It improved long time ago. It developed long time ago, not only here in South Africa, but across the world. And we said, but the department is funding this English museum. Part of the reason why Afrikaans and English developed to the level where they are was because of being backed up by institutions, like research institutions and so on, foundations and all of that. That's why they are where they are. And we say, but Makhanda is located in a place where 80% of people speak isiXhosa language, and we're improving English. It didn't make sense. No, but we need to change this narrative, because it's not helping, and it's not talking to what we're talking about today, the indigenous languages. That is why today we have what we call Amazwi, National Literature of Museum, because it has taken on board isiXhosa as well, because we want it to be developed, isiXhosa as well. Now, I'm raising this to say that the issue of the indigenous languages is what we have been seized with as the department. That people, when they've been supported and graduated, don't talk about it, doesn't mean it doesn't happen. It happens. That we are no megaphones to go around and say we do A, B, C, D. We are not doing it, we are. But we're focusing on the job more than publicity of what we do. And these milestones we're highlighting today, 5 of them. The first one is the development of a functional terminology register and a national term bank. The department will launch the online functional national terminology register for hosting terminology projects developed in the country in various fields and domains to assist with the pooling and utilization of resources in the terminology development. The register will be used as a coordination tool which will fast track the development of the National Terminology Bank. The second one is a strengthening partnership with language research networks. The department is intending to partner with institutions of higher learning in terms of funding research projects that can strengthen multilingualism. Thirdly, prioritizing development of sign language towards officialization. This involves initiating and supporting projects to document sign language data to standardize South African Sign Language. I hope some of you did notice when we started the meeting today and sang the national anthem, the sign language national anthem. We will have to learn it, all of us. Because as parents, you don't choose what child you are going to give birth to. You give birth to a child who cannot talk, who cannot hear, and you have a lot of people in that category. But I always say that if you are in the Eastern Cape, for instance, your mother tongue is isiXhosa, and you have quite a number when you are in Limpopo, Shivenda, Shitsonga, Sipedi, and so on. If you are in KwaZulu Natal, isiZulu, that's your mother tongue, or mother language. What is the mother tongue of a deaf child? Or a deaf person? What is it? Because they can't hear, even though you speak isiZulu, give birth to a child, but you can't say that that child's mother tongue is isiZulu. The child can't hear you. That's the emphasis we're putting in ensuring that we get the sign language as the 12th official language in this country. And it's going to happen. And it is going to happen. The fourth of this milestone is archiving of South African languages. The department will provide, remember that the department is responsible for the National Archives. It's one of our entities. So we will provide financial support to projects that will record and document languages via durable physical media, as well as to develop multi-language learning applications. The fifth of this milestone is to streamline our roles through partnerships as government departments, so as not to duplicate efforts, but to ensure a coordinated approach. With this in mind, we are embarking upon partnerships with the Department of Basic Education and its stakeholders on curriculum development in all official languages and beyond. We are aware that for our efforts to succeed, partnerships with multiple stakeholders are important. We recognize the importance of PANSALP and its efforts to bring organizations and individuals beyond the governmental sector together to assert multilingualism. Together with them, we shall provide further recognition to those we consider to be language ambassadors in various sectors and subsectors. We further recognize that the milestones we have already identified on the roadmap are a start that will expand along the way. Today, we are proudly launching a Nuu language dictionary, which is a multilingual dictionary, as the Nuu terms are also represented in the dialect of Africans from Northern Cape, as well as South African English and Kwekwe. This dictionary, therefore, showcases 4 languages of the Northern Cape. It is not only available in hard copy, which we are going to see right now, but has also been developed into a free app version and online dictionary portal accessible to both local and international users. The department, with specialized technical development by African Tongue and SADILA, are demonstrating our full support that children should be educated in their mother tongue and the rights of our citizens to have access to their ancestral linguistic heritage. One of the music icons who passed away just a few years ago, Hugh Masekela, liked to say that it is important that our people, especially our youth and children, know their languages. And he says, having gone throughout the world, he has a situation where some nations, when they are asked of their indigenous languages, people respond by saying, they used to call us Amaxhosa or Amazulu, or we used to speak a language called isiZulu. It's no longer there. So we should protect what we have. We are proud to honor the efforts of Kutegi, our leader here, Oma Katrina Esau, without whose efforts this dictionary would not have been possible. Today, we are proudly honored by her presence with us here. Thank you very much. She has single-handedly promoted her language to others and selflessly given her time and energy to language preservation and promotion. Without her efforts, the work of the academics, the researchers involved, and the creation of this dictionary would not have been possible. It is with great pride that I shall present a copy of this dictionary to her as a means of ensuring the protection of the cultural identity and dignity of her people, who are our people as well. We say indeed that what we do in the presence, as President Azakiwe would have said, is a prophecy of the future. And the steps we take now to preserve and grow our languages will shape the new road on which new generations will travel, armed with linguistic inheritance, their birthright, and their source of strength. Let me take this opportunity to thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Baba. Thank you, Mr. Minister Ubabanyambose. Now, to follow on the Minister's important message of acknowledging those in our midst, the next item, as the Minister has mentioned, is a very important one on today's program. We honor an Indigenous language warrior, custodian, and most importantly, teacher. Chief Omar Esau. Omar Esau is the only remaining fluent speaker of the Nuu I apologize. Nuu. I will get myself the app and the dictionary. Of the Nuu, Nuu is the sole survivor of the two cluster of languages spoken in what is now South Africa. Oma Katrina, supported by her daughter Claudia du Plessis, have fought an often lonely, decades-long struggle to save an ancient language and promote its uptake by young people. For her excellent contribution to the preservation of a language that is facing a threat of extinction, her determination to make the project successful has inspired a young generation to learn. Oma Katrina was awarded the National Order of the Baobab in silver in 2014 by the presidency. She is also the recipient of several more honors, and her community has named her the Western, I hope I say this right, Ngue tribe. And her community has named her the Queen of the Western Ngue tribe in 2015. Mr. Minister, please, and Oma, come receive your prize.
Jabulani, for you to find a man, Jabulani.
Ngoatjie, uhuniki. Goeiemiddag almal. Minister. CEO van Pansap en die ander Pansap mense wat nog hier is. Julle is gegroet. En die dokters wat hier is. Julle is almal gegroet. As die dokter hier staan en praat, dan noem sy die en die en die en minister en, maar ek kan nie. Men nu nog Nuu in jou inada, kan jy ook die Nuu-taal, dan kan jy ook die name verstaan. Om te onthou wie is wie nie. Ek sê net al die manier, kom ek ook by minister, is net meneer, dokter, net meneer, die vrou. Nou maar, ek is baie bly vir hierdie dag van vandag. As 'n vrou hierdie, wat nooit 'n dier van die skool gesien het nie. As 'n vrou hierdie, wat met 'n stikkende hart hier staan. 'n stikkende hart, hierdie boek gemaak. Mense, ek het 5 boeke gemaak. Ek en die kind, sy is die skrywer, die sekretaris van die taal, van die Nuu-taal. En ek dink, iemand wat nie skool gehad het nie. Vandag is my 5de boek. August het dit geskryf. Ek het die moeite geag om te sit, om met die Nuu-taal te praat. De een meneer gesê, taal is nie swaar nie. Mense tale is nie swaar nie. En dis waar. Maar tog vir die ander mense is hy swaar. Ek moes. Nou ek het altyd die skoolkinders, wanneer die skole uit is, dan sit ek met hulle. Daai 2 ure. En die wat ek nou by die huis het, ek praat, dat is swaar om die Nuu taal te leer verander. Maar die begeerte van my hart, doen ek dit. Omdat ek dan nou al die nag 'n spreker is, die Nuu taal. En nou, met my grootjies, toe ek groot word, toe lewe my grootjies. Toe ek boer ek in Nuu taal is my huistaal. Ek het nie ander tale verstaan nie. Ek het nie Afrikaans verstaan nie. Ek het net Nuu taal gepraat. Dat is vir my baie seer. Dat is vir my baie hartseer. Toen my ma sterwe, het was nie hoeveel jaar toe sterwe my pa. My ouma, my oupas, toe hulle gesterwe. En elkeen wat sterwe, sterwe met sy Nuu taal. Elkeen wat sterwe, sterwe met sy Nuu taal. My oom, my auntie, my nevens, my familie, en self die mense wat Nuu taal gepraat het, almal, dit is seer. Dit is seer. Mense sê, daar is mense wat sê, ek lieg. Ek ken nie die taal nie. Maar die Here ken. My 2 grootsusters is nou 2 jaar oorlede. Dit was baie groot, die oudste een was 100 jaar, toe sy sterwe. Maar sy het nog die Nuu taal baie mooi gepraat. Nou mense, ek wil net vandag sê, dat is net ek. My broer, wat nog saam met my gepraat het, is nou 'n jaar oorlede. As net ek. Die mense van die Kalahari het opgesterwe. Almal daar in die Kalahari is die mense wat is net nama daar. Van die mense wat nou, boesmans wat nama geleer het, sal se mense ook weg, toe moet hulle name nou leer. Mense, ek dank die Here, dat ek die moed gehad het, en die krag vir my gegee het, om mense te leer. Hierdie kind te leer, laat hy aangaan, om te skryf. Nou, as ek by die plek kom, toe ek 'n kind is, toe ek opgroot, toe moet ek skap oppas. Ek is nie hoe te lang toe moet ek kom buiswerk doen, waar ek ook buiswaar gekry het. Maar ek is bly, vir ander mense wat die Nuu taal ken nie, wat hulle so uitsit, vir my te help met die Nuu taal. My mense wil julle vanmiddag sê, bly so. Mag die Here julle almal seën. Met my lelies hier agter my. As die minister so mooi praat, altyd so mooi praat, dan dank ek die Here. Mag die Here hom wonderlik sien, en mag die Here vir hom krag gee. Selfs sy lewe ook swaar, sy lewe vir hom swaar. Nou my mense, ek het boek ingegaan, net met my pensioen. Ek koop vir die kinders koekies, ek koop vir hulle koeldrank. So kom die kinders baie na die skool toe. En so het ek hulle gehou. En het later het het 'n pensap vir my. Die lighawe vir my gehelp. Maar die lighawe, die skooltjie, hy het die dinge, die skooltjie gegee. Sasie het later vir my paar sente gehelp. Later toe is het die myn. Maar ek weet nie, Sasie het bankroet gespeel in die tyd. En die myn weet ek nie, daar weet ek nie waar hoe die probleem daar gekom het. Toe moes ek maar weer net aangaan. Soos ouds. Sandra was ook daar geweest. Nou, mense, ek is so bly. Ek wil nooit mense na my huis toe bring nie. Dit is nog my een ding wat vir my seer is. Ek word so pragtig genoem as 'n leier. Maar as mense by my huis kom, mense lieg so baie. Hulle het so baie gelieg, hulle sal vir my 'n huis bou. Dat was net lieg. My huis lyk soos 'n wondse leefplek, 'n blyplek. Ek soek 'n minister daar. Ek weet nie as die president met daar kom nie. Ek dank die Here oor die bakkie. As die mense daar kom en sien dat net hier, kyk die ouma. Jou moes maar nou met 'n pragtige bakkie. Maar kyk die huis. Maar ek kan nie die stad skuld gee nie. Want daar lê nie 'n papier by die stad nie, wat sê, hier staan Katrina se naam. Katrina moet pay nie. Daar lê nie 'n papier, ek glo nie daar lê so papier, van die mense wat vir my werk, as te liegrig. Mense, ek hou nie van liegie. Ek hou van die waarheid. Jy mense moet die waarheid praat. Nou maar mense, ek wil vir julle vandag so, leiers, dankie. Baie dankie. Baie dankie vir mense wat belangstel om te kom sit by 'n Nuu boek se oorhandiging. Baie dankie. En die toe. Ek is so bly oor die boek. Van die boek. Hy gaan laat mense leer. Ek sê dankie vir die jong mannetjie. Hoe sê nou? Die jong man met so groot. Pule. Ek is so dankbaar vir hom. Daar's baie van hulle, daar's in die Kap ook. Hulle het net uit die boek uitgeleer. Nou, die leiers, ek is spyt oor Bonnie. Mense wat nagte nie geslaap het oor hierdie boekie. Kerry, hulle se vlugte, weet nie wat daar gebeur nie, dat hulle nie hier is nie. Maar ek is so dankbaar oor die boek, want ek weet, vir die app, ek weet, daar gaan mense, kinders, nou gaan hulle leer, nie sê om Katrina nie, maar die boek, as hulle die boek kry, dan gaan hulle leer. En die boek hy leer nou baie mooi nou, mense. Baie dankie, mense wat ingesit het daar. Minister, dokters, baie dankie. Baie dankie my mense. Ek kry swaar. As party daar wat ek die ministers kogel. Ek maak hulle kwaad, want waar kan 'n mens geld vra by minister Doel vanaf? Baie kere. Hulle weet dit so. Ek vra by hulle geld. As ek sien dit gaan hoop, daar vra ek. Maar mense, ek sê vir julle gaan nie my huis toe nie. Ding is, hier is nog paar mense wat my huis toe gegaan het. Ek wil nie so hê nie. Daar is 'n wonderse leefplek. 'n blyplek daar. Ons bly plek daai. Ek hou nie, ek hou nie. Ek hou nie van dit nie, van ek werk te zwaar om in zo'n plek te bly. Dat is my sak. Maar baie dankie my mense. Baie dankie minister. Baie dankie CEO. Jy het eintlik my huis van het sien. Die CEO het die huis gesien. Pensap ek ken my huis. Moremi sien ek ook hier so nie. Toe ek gekom het. Die mense ken my huis. Baie kere dan vraag ek sommer van die stad af geld. Nou ek kan nie anders nie. Ek werk net so, hoekom? Omdat ek wil die werk laat voortgaan. Ek wil die werk, ek wil hê die werk, ek wil hê die taal moet lewe. As ek doodgaan, dan wil ek hê, ek moet al meer mense, as hulle by my kom, met hulle vir my sê, Noenkia, dat jy kaba. En ek kan vir hulle terug sê, na kaba. Goeiemiddag, hoe gaan dit met jou? Hoe gaan dit met jou? Nee, dit gaan goed met my. Na kaba. Ja, my mense. Ek is bly dat ek vandag, dat ek hier gekom staan het in Pretoria. Hier waar die grootkoppe is. Die grootkoppe, hulle ken nie my storie nie, hulle hoor net. Nee, omdat ek het in die lewe lekker. Daar, hoe my die lewe lekker daar. Daar, hy het nou lekker, hulle my sien op die TV. Ja, die oma, want hulle sê so daar in Appington. Hulle sê so daar. Hierdie oma, hy lewe lekker. Hy sit op die geld, hy loop op die geld, hy slaap op die geld. So sê die mense. My mense, baie dankie. Weet jy, ek lag net vir julle, want julle is baie lieflik, maar my hart is stikkend. Maar ek is net bly oor die boek. Ek is net bly oor hierdie boek. Baie dankie, ministers. Baie dankie, dokters. Baie dankie, vriende.
Please, may we have another round of applause for Oma Katrina. That was history in the making. How lucky we are to have been here today. Oma, ons is baie dankbaar that die Here has kept you. I did my best. Ons is baie dankbaar. And Claudia, how blessed and what a responsibility you have. It will now one day rest onto your shoulders. Minister Siyabonga. I think on that note, it is now time for an intermission. I hope we are ready for one. Are we ready? I think we deserve a break so that my colleague Victor can take over. A cultural item, yes. Are we ready, Doctor? I do believe we, yeah. No, not this doctor. Sorry, Minister, I mean, doctor. I think, I imagine they're still in preparation. I was hoping that we could take a bit of a breather after that very poignant moment, just to process it all. I know I do. But in that case, we should move forward with the next item, which I have left on my chair. Yes, it isn't. Siyabonga. I think also in the interest of time, perhaps we should move ahead. Then perhaps we'll have a longer lunch and we move forward, Minister, with your permission and the doctor's permission. We move to the next item. The cultural performance is seemingly not ready. It will be. Are they ready? Not ready. That is also fine. So we will then move on to the role of Pan-South African Language Board in advancing Indigenous language. And this paper or this presentation will be presented to us by the chairperson of the Pan-South African Language Board, Professor L. Makubu Badenhorst. Thank you very much.
Mqondisi wohlelo umphathisa umhlonishwa ngiyazi ukuthi uzothutha ukuthi iqhu kodwa ngikubingelele ngaphambi kokuthi ke uthi iqhu kule yandlu ngiyazi uDDG uKhumalo, the UNESCO Secretary General Bomokwebo ngimbonile kodwa ngisazi ukuthi ushone phi. Ditsong CEO Oma Katrina ngiyazi ukuthi ke uyaphuma olukhunjana umhlobo wenene wami, chairpersons of various entities, professors from various universities. Ngiyobe angenzi ubulungiswa ukuthi ke ngingasho ngingabingeleli ngokukhethekileyo umuntu oyimento yami. Ngisuka kude naye uSolwazi usihawukele ngubani. Ngiyazi ukuthi ngila ngikhona uSolwazi uthisha wami uyimento yami. Ngiyazi ukuthi ke you know when you are in front of your lecturer you become nervous, you're not too sure whether you're doing the right thing or not. But as my mentor, I wish to acknowledge him in the house. I wish to also acknowledge various academics and professors from various universities, the deans of faculties, academics, students, and also I wish to acknowledge the interpreters. I am an interpreter by profession because as interpreters, we are the one who ensure that our indigenous languages are used. If it wasn't for those people in the booths, I was there once. I miss you guys and I salute you. I know the wonderful job that you are doing in the booths, in the interpreting booths, and including the South African Sign Language interpreter. I also salute you, because you are conveying this in an indigenous language, which is South African Sign Language. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just say all protocols observed. Ngaphambi kokuba ngiqale ngiloku engizokukhuluma, kuye kwangihlaba umqhele ukuthi ke uMinister uye wakhuluma ngale uDDG nge-South African video, i-South African Sign Language Video Dictionary. Sasephalamende mfundisi nangilapha phambi kwami uyavuma naye sasinaye lapha ya silokhunjana silonja ngokuhlanganyela ne-National Institute for the Deaf. ngibingelele futhi nangokukhethekileyo ngiyoba ngenza ubulungiswa ngoba so pencil uCEO nangumuntu osiholayo uMr Lance Shields. So ke ulapha ngimbingelele ngokukhethekileyo. Ngaphambi futhi kokuba ngiqhubeke ulokhu uminister ukhulume ngelokhu ngabantu baseChina, that in China or the Chinese people when they communicate, even if they do understand the language or English, they make use of interpreters. You can look at the person and the person will not utter a single word in a foreign language. They will use their indigenous language. But when it comes to us as Africans, we do not. We want ukuthi sibhidilishe isingisi. English is my 9th language. So excuse me if nami isingisi ngisibhidilisha. Ngibua Sotho, ngiyabulela, ngiyakhuluma, ngiyazikhuluma zonke ezinye kodwa ke yobe la ngizonyathela khona makhona abantu abakhuluma isingisi. Okunye futhi engizokusho la ukuthi ke uma uya kwamanye amazwe, let me probably say this in a language, in a foreign language, that we once visited lokhunjana sasi kwelinye ilizwe sesiphethwe indlala. We were in Cologne in Germany, noGugu Mkhize, professor. Masilaphaya bonke abantu abakuleya ndlu, they were using is German. And we were hungry. We wanted to get some food. And uGugu says, hey, so wenze njani manje la ngoba labantu abasizwa ukuthi sithini. Sabathe siyabuza ukuthi yini le abasizwa, yini le abasizwa in English. Ngathi mina hayi asishaya umageba. Sadla umageba. Hey basukuma bonke abantu endlini beza kuthina ukuthi hey, what language are you speak? Where do you come from? You don't use English. We thought we are from America. Ngoba ngaleso sikhathi umuntu wayenza ama dreads, ingane zamanje bathi ama box braids. So because of that they thought that we are Americans. Ngathi hayibo kahleni bakwethu. Siqhamuka phansi kwaZulu Natal eGagasini. Sikhuluma isiZulu. Kwaba imabe kwazi ukuthi baselekelele. Basibuza ke basebenzisa ke hayi le sign language le. Enye sign language yabo. Sathola ukudla. Ngani? Because we used our indigenous language. Should we have proceeded, thank you, using a foreign language, probably we would have been hungry even today. No, I'm joking. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to talk about the role of PenSALP, and this is the support message that we are offering as PenSALP. And as PenSALP, the Pan South African Language Board. But maybe let me correct this. Please, ladies and gentlemen, professors, academics, and everybody else who's in the house, we are not PenSLAP. Don't slap us, please. We are PenSALP. No matter how many times we say this, they say PenSLAP, PenSLAP. No, asiyena uPenSLAP, uPan South African Language Board, PenSALP, not PenSLAP. Ngiyazicelela bakwethu ngoba nje angiyena mina usihlalo webhodi la kaPenSLAP cha. Mina ngusihlalo webhodi lePenSLAP. So bengicabanga ukuthi ke angilungiseke kuloko. So coming back to what, I won't be long because I'm just giving few minutes. The role of PenSALP in advancing previously marginalized indigenous languages. And the constitutional imperatives for all. And section 6.2, it's recognizing the historically diminished use and status of indigenous languages of our people. The state must take practical and positive measures, njengoba sila, to elevate the status and advance the use of these languages. Ngiyashesha interpret. As a fellow interpreter, ngiyazwela kimi. Maybe I need to slow down. When I read, I tend to read fast, but I'll try and accommodate you. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, manene na manenekazi, PenSALP's constitutional mandate is as follows: to promote and create conditions for the development and use of all official languages, the Khoi, and San languages, njengoba sila u-Oma Katrina siyaluthuthukisa ulimi lwakhe, including i-South African Sign Language, mhlonishwa i-sign language ikhona. However, I need to indicate that there is nowhere in the constitutional mandate that PENSALB must focus solely on the indigenous languages. However, the preamble below makes a provision for that, and that PENSALB's legislative mandate in relation to indigenous language, and I'm reading, I quote, and since provision is to be made for measures designed to achieve respect, adequate protection, and furtherance of official South African languages, and for the advancement of those official languages which in the past did not enjoy full recognition, in order to promote full equal enjoyment of the official South African languages, respect for other South African languages used for communication and religious purpose. And when you go to section 8.1G, it indicates that it shall actively promote the development of previously marginalized languages by, number one, developing, administering, and monitoring access, information, and implementation programs, and undertaking such studies for report or in relating to language development as it considers advisable in the exercise of its powers and performance of its functions. And most importantly, the advisory role that PENSALB play. Section 8.2A, initiatives include the research aimed at the development of the previously marginalized South African languages. That includes the indigenous languages, ladies and gentlemen. And PENSALB language development programs and achievements with regards to previously marginalized languages. I will just list a few because of the time. And I'm sure you can access this on the PENSALB website, some of them, but not necessarily all of them. We have the program and then the achievements. The first one is the language development that includes the lexicography or dictionary compilation. I'm sure when you entered, you have seen all the dictionaries in the 11 official language, South African official languages that are there, that are displayed there. An achievement is that all previously marginalized languages have published monolingual dictionaries, with some already publishing, and at least 2 languages, that is Xitsonga and Siswati, they are about to be published. And second editions monitoring or monolingual dictionaries. And the second thing, it's the language standards. So it is important, ladies and gentlemen, to indicate that when we develop these languages or when we develop glossaries and terminologies, they must be standardized. We mustn't use just dialects rather, so that people from various parts of the country do understand our languages. All previously marginalized languages have spelling orthography rules published, also revised. As PENSALB, we need to do more distribution of these standards, especially in schools, and in the meantime, they can be accessed through PENSALB website, njengoba sengishilo. And PENSALB is in the process of publishing the NAMA orthographic rules. So watch this space, ladies and gentlemen. We will be launching. I hope you will join us when we do that. And the terminology development, PENSALB has verified and authenticated terminology lists in various fields, and we work together, Simzwile UDDG ekhuluma la about the terminology development. So as PENSALB, we then do authentication and verification, working together with the departments and institutions of higher learning and other language structures. We've done the COVID-19, ubhubhane lolo lusikhungethe njengamanje ezweni nasemhlabeni wonke jikelele. Biomedical, engineering, tax, road and safety, agriculture, gender, njalo njalo, in all previously marginalized languages. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that deserves a round of applause from you. I thank you. And the mother tongue-based bilingual education conducted research in the Western Cape on the incremental introduction of African languages in former model C schools. That project was headed by the provincial manager, Dr. Mali. And supporting the implementation of the Eastern Cape mother tongue-based bilingual education, monitoring schools in their compliance with provision of translated exam papers in isiXhosa and Sesotho. And we certainly do hope that other languages and other provinces will do follow suit, so that our students, our learners, especially those that are in grade 12, they can do better, they can excel, and stop using a foreign language. Kube sengathi ingane zethu ziyidomo, kanti akuzona iyidomo ingane zethu, zihlakaniphile, yingoba sizifundisa ngolimi okungelona olwazi. And lastly, the promotion and creating awareness. We create awareness through Nation Day, which we normally celebrate on the 30th of September. We did that celebration in various parts of the country as declared by UNESCO. Bomukwebo is around, so we do know that. And we have a theme each and every year. And I've seen the chairperson of SATI, South African Translators Institute, is in the midst, Mr. Peter Milwe. So working with him, that is what we do in celebrating the day, the 30th of September. Also celebrating the International Mother Language Day on the 21st of February each year as declared by UNESCO. And then lastly, the International Dictionary Day that is we celebrate on the 16th of October each and every year. And ladies and gentlemen, ngalawo mazwi sithi so pencil siyakuthakasela ukuthi ke kube nalo mcimbi wanamuhla, siyabahalalisela sebesihambele phambili. Sithi futhi nathi so pencil kukhona nathi sizobe sikusingatha ngenyanga elandelayo, sizokwazi ukuthi ke ngoba yi-decade, iminyaka elishumi, sikwazi ukuthi ke sikwenze lokho. Sengiphetha ngiyazi ukuthi ke akukho la. Abanye abantu baye bacabanga ukuthi uma ngabe ke silosenza yonke le migubho senza lokhu bele bathi awu into eyodwa kunini ulimi kule nyanga ulimi kule nyanga. Ngicela ukuthi abantu bazi ukuthi ke isibhunu sasenze njalo. Izilimi eseyidlondlobele zenze njalo. Abazange bathi amabhunu hayibo sikuzwile lokhu izolo, sikuzwile ekuthanga, sikuzwile ngalela langa. Basihlohla isibhunu nsuku zonke kithina. Sasifunda ezikoleni. Alikho nelilodwa ibhunu lithi sikuzwile lokhu izolo, sikuzwile lokhu kuthanga. So ke nathi manje uma ngabe kufanele sithuthukise izilimi zethu zomdabu njengoba sihlangene la, masingathi sizwile izolo. Noma ngabe ukuzwile izolo kulungile. Uzokuzwa nakusasa. Uzokuzwa ngelanga elizayo, uzokuzwa ngesonto elizayo. Ngalokho ke manenekazi, ngiyabonga ukuthi ke ningibekezelele. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. For a very powerful message. I have to greet, all right, before I say anything, ladies and gentlemen, if you are next to a microphone, be careful not to press. In fact, check that the green light is off. Just keep checking, because sometimes we put our books on the mic and involuntarily switch it on. So what that does, it makes our interpreters to hear voices. Now imagine if you have somebody to guide you and they are hearing voices. Now they'll take us on the wrong path. So please just keep on checking that you haven't, by mistake, pushed your microphone. Let me greet everybody. I'm not going to be able to follow the protocol. Minister, everybody in the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture is becoming a friend of our University of Limpopo. Of late, we do a lot of work with them. I just can't shake the department off. And its agencies, all structures that are in the ecosystem of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. Academics, professors, writers here, activists, because I know this room is full of activists. People who are campaigning to protect and to grow, to preserve and conserve our languages, and in that way make us rich. My name is Victor Homueswana. Now, I have a much longer first name than my surname. So if you are stranded with my surname right now, my African name is even longer. But because we are at the launch of the Indigenous, the decade of Indigenous languages, I will have to comply. Just in case somebody thinks I only speak English. I used to teach, Prof. And the kids I taught in sprints said, do you speak any other language? My jealousy was they were struggling with writing the exams and I was having to mark them wrong because they said things that don't make sense. So I had to prove to them that I did speak another language. Lina laka ke nna Morwa Mahlako. Mokoni ya Budisha. Monna ga sene tshusa tabeng. Ba re go ga lebidi wa leke. Ba ile wa fase Morwa Mahlako ka gana ka re ke wa fase ke tsoga jwang se wa fase. Se sena mano. Bale tele jammo lena ba go hlakela e mampele ka megolo kwana. Let's go le baga keng. Prof, let me explain why I say don't ululate while somebody is telling you who they are. Because what I just said now, it's my history. So the ululating is very appreciated. But unfortunately, as Africans, our history is oral. It's not written in most cases. Therefore, if you drown the introduction, you cancel it further. And I hope you understand where I'm coming from. Often when somebody tells you who they are going to tell you 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 generations backward. I get it. Vele ke Morwa Mahlako, ke Morwa Pula sena ka mo le hla. Ke se tlogolo sa Morwa Mule le ngana. Ke se tlogolwana sa Phira Mankala Bokone. What I just did, Prof, I told you who my father's name was, who my grandfather's name was, and who my great-grandfather's name was. But Morwa Mahlako is my mother's father's name, which means on the other side, ke Morwa Mahlako, ke Mokoni, ke bina tlou kamo ke Mokoni. Very confusing, but if you are an African, you'll understand. Nothing confusing about that. We acknowledge both the father's side of the family and the mother's side of the family. So Mazwane, you see, she responded. Because she knows she actually doesn't need the double barrel surname. No, again, I'm not criticizing. I'm saying if you are African, you'll know that a woman's surname does not disappear because she's married. Because you will continue to call her by her maiden name. My mother is 1 year younger than this activist that was here. She's 88. She was married at 18. She's still called Ngwana Mthethwa. Minister, this is a very emotional moment before I call the next item. And I'm honored to have been called here to co-program direct. I want to give you a few numbers that I want you to remember. It might be a lot of numbers, Prof, but I relate better to numbers. I'm not a mathematician and I'm not even a mathematics whiz. Mathematics wasn't my best subject. But unfortunately, numbers don't lie very easily. We can lie, the numbers don't lie. There is a country that is the size of Mpumalanga province, slightly larger than Mpumalanga province in size. The country is the 14th richest country in the world if we go by per capita GDP. The 14th richest country in the world. If we go by nominal GDP, is the 17th richest country in the world. If we look at HDI, the Human Development Index, in other words, the quality of life, it is at number 25 in the world. Number 25 in the world. Because this HDI is 91%, which means the quality of life of these people is very high. The Gini coefficient, which is the measure of inequality, is also very low at 26, which means the measure of equality in income in this country is very good and healthy to keep it stable politically. Now, why am I drowning you with this number? This country, Minister and Prof, does not have a mine, does not even have many factories to speak of. It doesn't manufacture much. I think they only manufacture Red Bull. And I'm talking about a company that is known worldwide. Red Bull. You know the drink? I don't know if you know which country I'm talking about. You don't have to know it and you won't know it. But it's among the richest countries of the world. And the only reason, Prof, is that they have protected their culture and preserved it so well. The minister said the language is not just a way to communicate, it's a carrier of culture. If we protect our languages like Austria managed to do. This is Austria. The country I was talking about is Austria. I don't think many of us know where it is. But unfortunately, it's got 11 UNESCO heritage sites. Where is the man from UNESCO? It's embarrassing that a country that's smaller, just slightly larger than Mpumalanga, can be so rich, much richer than all of Africa combined. Because all they have is tourism. And when people say we are going to Austria, they are not going to see much. They are going to see the birthplace of Mozart. Mozart, the composer, who died in 1791. Now, what are we doing still preserving the heritage of Mozart? We are doing so, Minister, because the people of Austria, his own people, preserved his heritage. They are students of universities, they are professors of universities, there are Mozart studies all over the world. There's even a theory called the Mozart effect, that if you play Mozart, the music of Mozart for a child, their intelligence will improve. Come on now. Music does improve intelligence, not the music of Mozart, because art does have that effect. But unfortunately, because the people of Austria went ahead of us and preserved what is theirs, they protected it, they are even able to get away with fiction. So are we going to blame the Austrians, or are we going to kick ourselves for not learning what they have learned, for not protecting our heritage? Lastly, every time a movie comes to South Africa, and I'm going to talk about movies later, not now, we ask, is it Oscar nominated? If it is Oscar nominated, or it has a star who won an Oscar or has been nominated, suddenly we run to watch it. But do you know, Minister and Prof, how many people decide on awarding Oscars? In other words, when they say Denzel Washington got an Oscar for Best Actor, or Will Smith got a Best Actor's Award, how many people qualify to decide? 9,000. 9,000 members of the academy. That's it. What's my point? If you are organized, you can dominate the world. Hollywood is not even a city. It's a part of a city. But because they organize themselves into the movie industry that they are able to dictate to the rest of the world. They are able to dictate to the rest of the world how movies, even about their own heroes, should be made. There's a movie called The Woman King on the circuit right now. It's about an African story, but the main actor is Viola Davis. Because Hollywood is not going to have a movie that doesn't have a Hollywood actor. The only way they can trust that you know what you're doing is if you have a Hollywood actor or a director or a producer or something to do with Hollywood. That's why Long Walk to Freedom needed Idris Elba, an African stolen by the Brits, transferred to the US to be able to act as Madiba. That's why Sarafina needed Whoopi Goldberg. A painful story of June 76 needed an American actor to carry weight. Unfortunately, unless we do what we have to do with our indigenous languages, unless we teach ourselves that our languages are worthy, unless we start making the stories about Nelson Mandela in isiXhosa and in African languages, unless and until we have confidence that people who speak our languages have as much dignity as those who speak English, we will remain subjects of other people's cultures. The problem, though, Minister, is a language cannot command commercial value unless it is made to be so. It is not accidental that English dominates the business world. It was calculated to be that way. And it wasn't calculated intellectually, it was calculated and enforced militarily. It is not by accident that we are all speaking English. So unless we make the languages commercial, our parents, Prof, will continue to say, what is my child going to do if you teach them in Chivenda? Where is he or she going to get a job? The minute you can't answer that question, you are not going to win. The same with academia. If I cannot do a BSc in nuclear physics in Xitsonga, I can only do science in Xitsonga up to matric. Then I have to learn another language. So there are two things we need to do even as we launch this decade, that our languages must have commercial value and made to be commercially viable, and they must be made to be academically viable. Those two things are the two main ingredients that will make this decade a watershed moment. If we don't address those two ingredients, we will remain conference people, we will remain speakers at conferences, we will write theses, we will write dissertations and mini dissertations, we will write newspaper articles, we can even have marches and protests. But we will remain just that. Commercial value, academic value. The language of learning, the language of trade. Those two things make any language attractive. Thank you very much for allowing me to be part of this program. I just had to make those opening remarks, and thank you, my co-program director. Now let's move on with the program, hoping that I did not rattle the boat, rock the boat too much. We are going to move on to the next item, where we bring in the National Library of South Africa and to talk about the importance of preserving indigenous languages through literature promotion. Let's welcome the chairperson of the board, Ms. Refilwe Mabaso. And now she's the only one whose microphone is on, please. Make sure that yours is off. Thank you.
Dumelang. Sanbonani. Goeiemorgen. Are we still in the morning or are we now? Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Ke a leboga. And wow, what a morning. Let me firstly observe everyone who's here, our Honorable Minister, Nathi Mthethwa, our Deputy Director, Dr. Kumalo, the academics who are here, I'm sure the list is long. I wouldn't go through that list. My colleagues from the National Library of South Africa, my CEO from the National Heritage of Council. I'm also a council member of the National Heritage. All the CEOs who are here and their chairpersons, our living legend, Oma, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I want to believe that it is just an honor, not only to me, but to all of us who are here, to be counted amongst the special ones who are invited to be here. Thank you to those who are behind, and we are here because we want to support this special day and also the initiatives behind. As we are commemorating this day and also launching, I want to believe that we also have to not only do it as an event, as some of the speakers have already said, but it should be part of us going forward. We should be able to live and also practice our languages. South Africa is one of those countries where we have several languages, including the sign language. But it is still alarming to note that our nation's official indigenous languages continue to face mounting challenges. However, as a national librarian, also as a librarian in terms of my profession, I take pride in our constitution that it recognizes language rights in a multilingual country like ours. Research, and I'm happy we've got lots of researchers around here, academics, suggests that there is minimal interest in writing and publishing in indigenous languages. And this, I believe, could be attributed to the lack of demand for books written in the indigenous languages. Our program director made a very good example of saying, if we don't have it in writing and we don't use it as a command of business, we're not going to go any further. There's a challenge. Let's put it in writing. Let's use it as the business language. And I'm referring to our indigenous languages. It is against this background that the National Library of South Africa has taken a keen interest in advancing and evaluating and elevating indigenous languages. We have already started. We've got few programs, and we would like to continue to partner and mostly to be involved in this journey. Program director, please allow me to share some of those programs that the National Library of South Africa has collaborated on, and also which has identified key stakeholders to ensure that we support the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture in the agenda of developing, promoting, and preserving our indigenous languages. Our journey started with the reprint of South African Classics Project. To date, a total of 93 titles have been reprinted and made available in libraries to increase a culture of reading and to promote multilingualism in the country. This project was made possible through the funding of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. I so wish that we should be counting more than 93. In that 93, I want to believe in the near future it will have some few zeros. One of the National Libraries of South Africa projects that has a growing demand and interest is the Community Publishing Grant Project. Through the awarded grants, aspiring writers are assisted to self-publish their work. Of noteworthy is that writers are encouraged to write about their current issues which are relevant to their communities, and those publications should be in their home languages or mother tongue. As the saying goes or says, until lions learn to tell their stories, the hunter will tell the story. And we know when the hunter tells the story, it loses meaning. So it's about time that we write our own stories. As a National Library, we support literacy practices that are embedded in strengthening Indigenous languages and literacy skills. Just last week, I'm sure some of you who follows us have seen, it was on the news, we were covered on SABC. We hosted a very successful 12th Funda Mzansi Championship in George. Funda Mzansi is a book club reading competition done in partnership with the Department of Correctional Services, George Municipality, and provincial libraries. During the competition, we witnessed the pride of participants reviewing books written in their mother language or mother tongue. Book clubs from across the country competed in 4 categories, namely the impromptu reading, book review, spelling bee, and debate in their mother tongue. Indeed, we have cemented our language in the hearts of the youth. However, we need to spread it throughout the country. One of the biggest challenges for anyone looking for a children's book, it's not even having the catalog. The National Library took the initiative, partnered with a number of institutions, including Puku Children's Literature Foundation, University of the Western Cape, the Biblionef, IBBY, to produce a early childhood catalog in isiXhosa. We are hoping to continue with other languages so that the books in our languages can be accessible and they can be read. In conclusion, Program Director, allow us to introduce and also to take advantage. If I have to pay for the advert, please let me know that we have to pay for this one. One of the things that we do and we encourage is that all of us who are sitting here as writers, authors, and publishers, may we kindly preserve them. Allow the National Library to preserve that for you. We are mandated as the National Library to deposit, to ensure that every publication, every book that is published in South Africa, it should be deposited at the National Library. There are advantages there. The book will be preserved, your publication will be preserved, and mostly it will be accessed worldwide. The Legal Deposit Act enables us to collect, preserve, and make access of any material that is published in South Africa. So as the National Library, we are saying, may we continue to publish and in our languages and make great strides to promote and preserve Indigenous languages. I always say, if I had to do my schooling in Sepedi, I'm sure I'll be a professor by now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Refilwe, Chairperson of the Board. You know, now that Oma Katrina is here, I really have to pay tribute. I've already told them that you're just 1 year older than my mother, so it doesn't feel right saying Oma, but I know why you are Oma. You remind me of a lady called Harriet Tubman. If you have not watched the movie called Harriet, please go and watch it. It will inspire you. Because I don't know what it feels like, Oma, to be standing on this small island and you know it is disappearing. You know the world, the ground on which you are standing will get smaller and smaller and eventually will disappear. And what Harriet Tubman did was to free herself from slavery, and instead of enjoying her freedom, she went back to Maryland to free other slaves. So the work you have done with this book, making sure that the language will live forever, makes sure that Africans, humans in general, will never suffer from that syndrome of just disappearing and being forgotten. And a language is a very powerful tool. Frantz Fanon said, when the colonists want to defeat you and eliminate you, they don't just take your land. They take your land, and after that, they attack your history. So that when people ask you, how can you be great? Like whom? You will have no reference point. And that way you can be convinced that you are worth nothing. And that's why today, African history keeps on getting shifted and pushed away until it disappears. And once it has disappeared, it never existed. And if it never existed, what claim do you have to dignity? Like who? No one like you ever lived? So what dignity are you asking for? Did you get here using GPS today? Today. Do you know that the mother of GPS is an African American woman? It can't be South African. GPS is a weapon of the American army. Gladys West, look her up. She's still alive, by the way. So let's hope that these languages are not preserving just for fun. They are not just for entertainment. They are the preservation of our very being. Let's move on to the next item. And then we will have a cultural item. We've been hungry for the performance. To talk about the significance of protecting previously marginalized communities through culture and heritage, let's welcome the Chief Executive of the Heritage Council, Dr. Listen to this first name, man, Diboniswani Lukhwareni. Lukhwareni. Okay, that applause, this man is royalty. From the hardest working part of South Africa, I tell you. Let's welcome him onto stage. Doctor.
Thank you very, very much, Program Director. Allow me to recognize our Minister, Honorable Minister Mthethwa. Let me also recognize our leadership in the department, DDG Dr. Kumalo. Of course, let us also recognize the living legend, Oma Katrina, who has made time to be with us. There's Bayaswarom Alienlek Dital de Prat. So we are very thankful that you are here. Let me acknowledge the chairpersons of entities who are here, my fellow colleagues, the CEOs and administration. Let me also acknowledge the academics and the UNESCO representative. The first program director alluded to the fact that we lose a language every fortnight internationally. A very sad statistic indeed. But even a worse one, it's a research not yet published which predicts that we are likely to lose between 4 and 6 languages in 3 decades here where you are in South Africa. And as I look at it, it might be a rare occasion to find someone who says Ndimacheloni Borkwari in 3 decades time. And some of you will be alive by then. So in South Africa, of course, as you are aware, the language issue is a very emotive one. And to quote a famous example that brings this to the fore is the war that commenced in June 16 about the indiscriminate use of Dital that culminated undoubtedly into our freedom. And over and above that as well internationally, and as a country that sympathizes with those who are culturally butchered or forced to assimilate, you will all know the sad history that comes with the residential school model in Canada, where talking your indigenous language was synonymous to a death sentence. You can also follow similar stories of such cultural genocide as far as Australia, but there will also be issues of such repression and brutal repression to ensure that the language dies. The language dying, it's way more serious than just not talking a language. Yele het gezien hoe oma Katrina die trane op haar wange as sy praat oor hoe sy het die skape met haar broer opgepas en die taal gepraat en nou sy kan nie, want sy is net alleenlik wat daai goeie taal kan praat. So it's very sad when your language dies, because it's not only the language that dies, it's your whole culture that dies with it. We are a nation, we are a generation that knows that our history is passed from one generation to the other through the oral history. And when you cut that umbilical cord, it kills your poetry. It kills how you used to relate to the fauna and the flora. And that's hoe kom oma Katrina het oor die skape gepraat. Because that is part of the environment where she grew up. You will never find an idiom in Venda that speaks of a camel, because there's no camel there. So they will speak of baboons and leopards and other things that they relate to. And that's the richness of the language and how you use this to pass it as your ancestors have spoken it to your future generation. And that's why, as the program director was saying, it's how when you are oppressed, they cut that umbilical cord. Let me say to you that it's not everything that's translatable to English, Afrikaans, or French. And for us who grew up closer to royalties, you will know that there's some combination of words that you would reserve for royalty. There's some combination of words that you will reserve for those who are older than you. There's some combination of words that you will reserve when you are very sad. And all this, when you try to bring to English, it just makes a mockery of who you are. We have seen this in practice when Her Majesty Bayete Nkosi Zwelithini passed on. And people were saying, you can't use he died, you can't use he passed on. Okhatamelo muntu loyo. And this is the richness of the language that you lose when your language is no longer relevant. And it strips you of who you are, and you start to relate in things in words that have no meaning, or they loses the significance of what you want to say. Rituals that we used to do. There were even codes of top secret languages. We would even, in other languages, talk of you when you are sitting here, and you will not even pick up what we are talking about, because we'll be saying huna makore. Meanwhile, we are not talking about the sky. We are just saying, hey, slow down. There are people that shouldn't hear what we are saying. So, Minister, this vetting and top secret can just be done by language, and you will hear people there say, oh yeah, he's talking about rain. But you are talking deep, and people who have to get this message are getting it. But those who are not to get it are not getting it. And life goes on. But we can mourn and mourn, and this example wat oma Katrina ons gegee het, om die boek van iemand wat nooit in die klasroom gegaan het, om 5 boeke te skryf. Om 5 boeke te skryf. Some of us have gone as far as NQF 10, but I have not even written an article of 8 pages. Because whenever I start on page 8, I will be energyless. And you see, oma Katrina, not that say, hey, ek moet nie moet die noem nie, maar daai groepe van fauna en grasse en planten wat jy gemeng met honey en al die dinge wat jy weet. En hulle gee jou daai krag om 5 boeke te skryf. En vir dat ons wil sê, Oma Katrina, jy moet 'n talande wees. Yeah. So, okay, I think my time is over. So, we need to preserve these things. People have spoken about, digitalizing this thing, Googling these things, AI technology, modernizing these things. It's no longer a joke. In 3 decades, 4 to 6 languages in South Africa, if this research is proven to be sadly right, will be gone. And we will be crying. There is nothing as sad as not knowing who to talk your language to. And Oma Katrina demonstrated that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lukwara, and also for continuing to pay tribute to our Mata here. She's really a fighter. She's a warrior. She's going to bring back to life a nation that was dying. Just think about that. We have a cultural group now that's going to give us a performance. I'm Googling them because that's how they begin. They're called the Muses. We've been speaking. Let's have some cultural performance. Do you make a grand entrance or do you stand here first and start performing? Your performance starts there? Okay. Let's hear them. Let's give a round of applause for the Muses. Round of applause for the muses. You know, the songs they were, anyway, let me know. You can't talk about a song after it's been performed, so we'll move on. We'll move on. Otherwise, what are you saying about the performance? We'll have more of that. Thank you. We're going to shuffle the program a bit, Minister, with your permission, and ask that we take the Executive Secretary of the African Academy of Languages to come and deliver his address as the guest speaker, Dr. Lala Fafa Damfa. Now listen to how musical that name is. Hey, but this applause, I don't know which indigenous language that is. I've not seen Africans who applaud in a very soft, like, Where have you seen an African beating a drum like that? You gotta blast the thing. A round of applause. Let me just. Just put my. Looking for the file. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Program Director. Coming. Thank you very much, Program Director, Honorable Minister of Sport, Arts and Culture. I would greet the Legend of Sea also. She's been protecting her language from dying. The senior leaders of the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is an immense pleasure for me today to participate in this international meeting to launch the International Decade of Indigenous Languages as a mechanism to promote and preserve indigenous languages on the African continent. The objective is to pave the way to ensure that indigenous African languages are developed, promoted, preserved, and used in various domains, and to bring stakeholders and other participants to seek and devise strategies and share best practices on the promotion of African indigenous languages. On behalf of Her Excellency, Minata Samate Sisuma, Commissioner for Health, Humanitarian Affairs, and Social Development of the African Union Commission, I congratulate and thank the Ministry of Sport, Arts and Culture and its Department of Sport, Arts and Culture of the Republic of South Africa for this immense contribution in the implementation of the United Nations resolution that declared 2022-2032 as the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, following the very successful 2019 International Year of Indigenous Languages. The United Nations General Assembly resolution 18 December 2019 proclaimed 2022-2032 as the International Decade of Indigenous Languages as an outcome of the 2019 International Year of Indigenous Languages, just said it.
the Assembly designated UNESCO to serve as the lead agency for the International Decade in collaboration with other relevant agencies within existing resources. The resolution also invited member states to consider establishing national mechanisms with adequate funding for the successful implementation of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, in partnership with the indigenous people as custodians of their own languages, to initiate and develop appropriate measures for the implementation of the International Decade. The aims of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, amongst others, are to draw attention, the Honorable Minister said it here, to the critical loss of indigenous languages and the urgent need to preserve, revitalize, and promote them, and take urgent steps at the national and international levels. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, indigenous languages, as we know, are languages native to a country and spoken as the first language by some or all of its citizens, carrying a people's knowledge, culture, and identity. The Honorable Minister said it here again. Therefore, indigenous languages do not only identify origin or membership of a community, they equally carry the values of the ancestors of the people concerned and their indigenous knowledge system as well. Indigenous languages are not merely meant for communication, but also extensive and complex system of knowledge that have developed over time. Indigenous languages are central to the identities of indigenous people, the safeguarding of their cultures, views, and visions of the world, and hence an expression of their autonomy and self-reliance. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the African Academy of Languages, ACALAN, as the African Union Specialized Language Institution, entrusted with the task of empowering African languages by developing and promoting them as a factor of African integration and development, therefore collaborated with UNESCO to implement the United Nations General Assembly Resolution of 19 December proclaiming 2019 as the International Year of Indigenous Languages initially. ACALAN and UNESCO jointly organized the African Regional Meeting on the 2019 International Year of Indigenous Languages on 30 and 31st July 2019 at the headquarters of the African Union in Addis Ababa. The meeting was attended by members of the steering committee for the organization of the International Year of Indigenous Languages, representatives of UNESCO's Knowledge Division, representatives of the African Academy of Languages organs and working structures, indigenous leaders and elders, and indigenous peoples organizations, members of the civil society, members of non-governmental organizations, academics, and researchers, and representatives of youth organizations. At the end of the meeting, participants produced the Addis Ababa Proclamation on the International Year of Indigenous Languages. The Addis Ababa Proclamation states, quote, "We, the participants, representing the African Union and the African peoples, both at home and in the diaspora, at the African Regional Meeting on the 2019 International Year of Indigenous Languages, organized by the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, and the African Academy of Languages of the African Union, ACALAN AU, at the headquarters of the African Union in Addis Ababa, express our gratitude to the United Nations for proclaiming 2019 as the International Year of Indigenous Languages, and hereby adopt the following declaration on this day, 31st July 2019. While congratulating the United Nations Organization for the proclamation of 2019 as the International Year of Indigenous Languages, we acknowledge that the use of the word indigenous languages as defined is a misnomer in the African linguistic reality, and hereby state that for the African Union, all African languages are indigenous languages to the continent and serving as the mother tongue or first language of most Africans. We further state that, in accordance with the African Union's Language Plan of Action for Africa, all languages of Africa are expected to be developed and used for Africa's development in partnership with the languages inherited from the colonial past: English, French, Portuguese, Spanish. In light of the foregoing declaration that all African languages are indigenous languages in Africa, we considered the United Nations proclamation of 2019 as the International Year of Indigenous Languages as another opportunity to join UNESCO as the lead UN agency to coordinate the activities of the year in the celebration and advocacy for the development of African languages as indigenous languages to Africa, in the same vein as our previous actions in favor of UNESCO's advocacy for the use of mother tongue in education and the need to enhance the maintenance and sustenance of linguistic and cultural diversity for the preservation of knowledge and culture. We further acknowledge the diversity of African languages and that all African languages are important to the sustainable development and peace on the continent. Therefore, while recognizing the right of the indigenous peoples and indigenous languages, and therefore the African peoples and African languages, we acknowledge the need to decolonize or reveal the meaning of indigenous languages in the on the African continent marked by colonization. Akalan is now collaborating with UNESCO in implementing the United Nations resolutions of 2019, declaring 2022-2032 as the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. On May 25 and 26, UNESCO and Akalan organized a consultative meeting to consult on the Global Action Plan for the International Decade of Indigenous Languages as an immediate response to the implementation of the resolution. The Global Action Plan was to lay the foundation for a joint action, provide guidance and implementation, monitoring and evaluation, and the governing structures, and suggest measures to be taken together by UN systems, entities, governments, indigenous peoples organizations, broader civil society, academia, the private sector, and other interested actors in order to achieve the major objectives. Participants of the African Consultative Meeting came from government institutions, indigenous peoples organizations, from Africa, African Union specialized institutions and organs, public organizations, academia, and members of the Global Task Force for the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. The broad objective of the African Consultative Meeting was to reflect on the relevance of the principles articulated in the draft Global Action Plan, the possible outcomes to those principles in light of the scientific and technological development and the evolution of established practices. the consultation thus sought to better understand the potential role of indigenous languages as a development tool for the preparation of the Global Action Plan of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, identify outputs and outcomes, and share knowledge about best practices, particularly with respect to the implementation and evaluation of the decade's activities, improve monitoring at national, regional, and global levels and of the initiatives, and identify matters concerning the African region that requires further evidence and analysis. The meeting is a milestone. This meeting is a milestone in the march towards the implementation of the decade's activities, and therefore the promotion of African languages at large as effective factors of African integration and development. Honorable Minister, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the Language Plan of Action for Africa that was developed right back in 1984 by the OAU Inter-African Bureau of Languages was reviewed by the first session of the AU Conference of Ministers of Culture in December 2005 in Nairobi, Kenya, which adopted it as an important instrument for guiding the formulation and implementation of language policies and programs in Africa. The revised version of the plan was adopted by the Assembly of Heads of State and Government of the Member States of the African Union in 2006 in Khartoum, Sudan, at the same time with the Statute of the African Academy of Languages, the revised Charter for the African Cultural Renaissance, and other relevant documents called the Khartoum Declaration. In terms of its objectives and principles, the Language Plan of Action for Africa encouraged each member state of the African Union to develop a clearly defined language policy, ensure that all languages within the boundaries of member states are recognized and accepted as a source of mutual enrichment, liberate the African peoples from undue reliance on the utilization of non-African languages as the dominant official languages of the state in favor of collaborating with the former colonial languages. I just wanted to reiterate here that the African Academy of Languages, ACALAN, the African Union, is not against any language. We are not against former colonial languages. We even consider them as partner languages. But in the spirit of linguistic justice and democracy, we can't rely on using other people's languages and cultures to the detriment of our own languages. That is the basis of this clause. Ensure that African languages, by appropriate legal provision and practical promotion, assume their rightful role as the means of official communication in the public affairs of each member state in partnership with the former colonial languages, which have hitherto played this role. Encourage the increased use of African languages as vehicles of instruction at all levels of our education system. Ensure that all the sectors of the political, socioeconomic systems of each member state of the African Union is mobilized in such a way, in such a manner, that they play their due part in ensuring that African languages prescribed as official languages assume their intended role in the short time possible. Foster and promote national, regional, and continental linguistic unity in Africa in the context of the multilingualism prevailing in most African countries. The primary mandate of the African Academy of Languages as the African Union's language agency is to provide technical support to member states of the African Union for the development and implementation of vigorous and articulated language policies and strategies of language development and use as a factor of Africa's development and integration. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the heads of state and government of the member states of the African Union, during the 31st ordinary session in February 2022, adopted the Dar es Salaam Framework for Action that ACALAN had developed as a collective commitment to action to ensure that Article 25 of the Constitutive Act of the African Union, previously Article 29 of the Charter of the OAU, is implemented by promoting an African language as a language of wider communication in Africa and a working language of the African Union. And this language has been chosen as Kiswahili. Kiswahili as a language of wider communication in Africa. The consultative meeting for the East African region in Kigali, Republic of Rwanda, on 10 and 11 May 2022, recommended that ACALAN engage in the language policy advocacy to ensure that member states develop language policies, each member state, that gives status and valorizing function to African languages and recognized Kiswahili as a language of wider communication in Africa. The African Academy of Languages launched the African Languages Week in Ouagadougou in collaboration with the government of Burkina Faso in July 2021. The launch of the African Languages Week was in line with its adoption by the Third Specialized Technical Committee on Youth, Culture and Sport of the African Union in October 2018 in Algiers, Algeria, based on the proposal of the Executive Secretariat of the African Academy of Languages. The African Languages Week is a perpetual rendezvous and a major annual event to be held from January 24 to 30 that should be observed by all member states of the African Union to commemorate the relevance of African languages and cultures in Africa and the African diaspora. As a special moment of the African identity, it is a pathway of realizing Agenda 2063 of the African Union, specifically Aspiration 5, that promotes an Africa with a strong cultural identity, common heritage, shared values and ethics. The African Languages Week aims also to increase awareness and appreciation of African languages by looking at more pragmatic ways of empowering them and rendering them relevant to the lives of African people. It is also to promote the dynamics of African worldviews and philosophies of life through the empowerment and use of African languages, and to demonstrate the indispensable role of African languages in Africa's integration, cooperation, fostering cohesion and sustainable peace and development on the continent. As part of the recommendations of the Ouagadougou meeting, the African Languages Week Coordinating Committee was established by the Executive Secretariat of ACALAN as a standing committee with a tenure of 2 years, renewable only once. In establishing the committee, ACALAN adhered as much as possible to the African Union gender parity policy from the 6th region of the African Union: Central, East, North, Southern, West, and the diaspora. The committee's role is to assist ACALAN in the annual celebration of the African Languages Week, to ensure its smooth running, and propose the theme of the African Languages Week for each year in consultation with the Executive Secretariat and in accordance with African Union's broad language development program. It will mobilize resources, human, technical, and financial, for planning and organizing the activities of the week throughout the continent and in the diaspora, in collaboration with the national language structures of member states, serving as ACALAN's national focal institution in the member states of the African Union. The committee also animate and promote the week's activity through communication, advocacy, and lobby. Its members will serve as representatives of the committees in the regions, communicate the views of Akalan based on prior consultation, and make decisions in the best interest of Akalan and the African Union in view of realizing the objectives of the week. The African Languages Week Coordinating Committee, the theme of the inaugural edition of the African Languages Week for the year 2022 was linked to the 2021 theme of the African Union. The Honorable Minister mentioned it here, which was arts, culture, heritage, levers for building the Africa we want. Therefore, the theme of the African Languages Week for 2022 was African languages, levers for building the Africa we want. Likewise, as part of the recommendations of the preparatory meeting, the theme of the 2023 African Languages Week, the coming one, January 2023, of the African Languages Week, was suggested to be African languages for sustainable food security, cultural and socio-economic development for the Africa we want, in line with the African Union's theme for 2022, which is strengthening resilience in nutrition and food security on the African on the African continent, strengthening agro-food system, health and social protection systems for the acceleration of human, social, and economic capital development, reflecting on the African Union's theme for 2022. In the same vein, the slogan for the year 2023 was set as "What we speak and what we eat makes Africa great." The African Languages Week Coordinating Committee also identified the following sub-themes for the 2023 edition of the African Languages Week: African languages and nutrition for better education, African languages and mass mobilization for food security, and African languages for cultural food economy. All the recommendations were succinctly reviewed during the virtual meetings of the committee. The main role of the committee, we said it, is to stimulate more dynamism for the development and promotion of African languages. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the most challenging part of our language development work we try to surmount has been to have attitude change vis-a-vis the statuses, the capacities, the capabilities of African languages and cultures, especially the attitude of we Africans ourselves. Language matters have not been the development discourse of most decision makers of most states. This reflects the lack of a sense of support for African languages at the policy making level, because most policymakers put culture and languages at the periphery of their development programs. Yet, the role of African languages in the socio-economic development of a nation cannot be overemphasized. Language is essential to the identity of a people. It is a factor of sustainable development and builds a harmonious relationship in local and global contexts. Language is the principal means of communication and interaction for humans in a manner that enables the sharing of common ideas. In fact, the acquisition of language skills is one of the primary means of advancement that enable humans to flourish and to distinguish themselves from other species. The primary purpose of languages or language is effective communication, we know, which in turn is an important prerequisite and ensures development if it relates the intended meaning as a vehicle to achieving the set goals and not an end in itself. It is therefore a means to education and promotes the identity of citizens of the nation and hence national unity and sustainable socioeconomic development in a larger perspective. Therefore, rather than seeing African languages and cultures as burden and a hindrance to the political process, the economy, social cohesion, and nation building, and rather than limiting African languages to mere communication at the local level, they should be an integral part of the factors of national development and Africa's integration, and this is what the Ministry of Arts, Ministry of Sport, Arts and Culture, and its department are realizing. Indigenous language empowerment is a very long process, but a necessity to include the people of the nation in their own development. And the process, we are embracing Agenda 2063 of the African Union. Before concluding, I would like to thank the Honorable Minister of Sport, Arts and Culture, and the department, and the entire government and people of South Africa, on behalf of Her Excellency, Minata Samati Sisuma, Commissioner for Health, Humanitarian Affairs, and Social Development of the African Union Commission. All Africa would emulate South Africa to launch, to develop the roadmap for the International Decade for Indigenous Languages. I don't know if I have time again to continue. Time is up. Because when we start talking about African languages, we don't stop. But I would have to come back here and present what Akalan is doing as projects and activities. And with that note, I would say, long live the Republic of South Africa, long live the African Union, African languages for a peaceful, prosperous, integrated, and healthy Africa. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana mzee. Can you smell the lunch? Thank you. Thank you very much. Language is not just for communication, for commercial value, for academic exercise, for science, investigation, research, everything. That's the only way they're going to get the status they deserve. But it's good to see that the African Union is putting in its organizational infrastructure and Pan-African unity to the agenda of protecting and promoting indigenous languages. We're going to take 2 more items and then break for lunch. Can you? You can, right? Okay. We'll vote, but we'll vote in 11 official languages. Plus sign language. Oh my goodness, we won't get there. Let's call upon from the advisory committee on the establishment of the South African Language Practitioners Council. This is part of the organizational infrastructure I'm talking about. Let's welcome Professor Thabo Ditsile. Oh, okay. I thought she's changing the program. She moved so fast. Ms. Matotsi Mashamba. She's needed at reception urgently. Matotsi Mashamba. No, we can't tell you what's happening at the reception. She's needed there urgently, though. If you're seated next to her, or you are her, or you used to be her, please find a way to the reception. Thank you very much. Let's welcome Professor Thabo Ditsile.
Thank you very much, Ntate Komoiswana, for welcoming us, and by us I mean the advisory committee that will ensure that the language profession gets the recognition it deserves. But perhaps before I begin with my presentation, couldn't help but make a few comments because besides being a language practitioner, I'm an academic. So a job of an academic, besides offering solutions to society, is to ask questions. And not just questions, but tough questions. Going where many people may be too scared to go, right? And as academics, besides writing journal articles, which more often than not are read by fellow academics, we have to write other articles, opinion pieces that will challenge ourselves. I've just written an opinion piece in the Daily Maverick where I challenged all of us to say, when we celebrate Heritage Month, is it just about food? Is it just about song and dance? What more is Heritage Month all about? I won't bore you with the details. You can go and read my article. Now, I have two comments that I have to make, which, as a sociolinguist, when you meet people, they pose these questions to you. I want to talk about multilingualism. How do we promote multilingualism in a climate where we fight for further development of home languages? What do I mean by this? I mean, people who are conservatives, they see a problem when we go the route of having, soap operas where all the languages are spoken. They have a problem with that. I mean, I spoke to someone this week who said, they are longing for the days where they could watch something like Bophelo ke Sempheho, and they would only listen, to one language as opposed to many of them. So are we conscious? Are we conscious of the fact that in this project of multilingualism, it's inevitable that how the preservation of our languages, how we see them, may not be guaranteed? How many of us are mindful of that? The second point that I want to talk about quickly is this decade that we're talking about. I've been in this business for a few decades, and every year we diagnose the problem. I think by now we know what the problem is. It's about time we move to the how, right? Here in Gauteng, we have schools that are multilingual. It's well and good to say we need to teach our children in our languages. But how do we do it? That's a question we have to ask. It's good to talk about they do it in China, but do you know that China practices monolingualism? It's good to say they do it in Germany, but do you know that in Germany they practice monolingualism? So it's easier if you're dealing with one language. Perhaps we should begin to look at countries that practice official multilingualism like us and say, okay, we know that a country like Switzerland practices multilingualism. We know that a country like Belgium practices multilingualism. How do they do it in Belgium? How do they make sure that Dutch, French, and Italian, they coexist? How do they do it? That is the question that we have to ask in this decade. Otherwise, at the end of this decade, someone will be standing here and say, our children should be taught in their home languages. We shall have missed a whole 10 years. So I'm challenging all of us to say, perhaps we need to change gears and begin to talk about the how, because we've already diagnosed the problem. That was me talking as an academic. Now let me talk as a committee member. Okay, I have to do two things, speak and, my talk is really based on these 4 bullet points.
These 4 bullet points. And Dr. Khumalo this morning spoke about this being long overdue. She is right. She is right. The South African Language Practitioners Council has been in the works for close to 2 decades. Now, to demonstrate how long it has been in the works, when it was first tabled as a bill in Parliament, I was a language practitioner then. I'm no longer I'm still a language practitioner, but I've changed gears. That's like 18 years ago. So it's long overdue, right? We should now be talking about it, all of us seeing it in reality, as opposed to it being in our books. Now, what is the South African Language Practitioners Council? The South African Language Practitioners Council, or perhaps let me begin by saying, in South Africa, we have councils that regulate certain professions, like teachers, educators. There is the South African Council for Educators. If you are not registered with SACE, and a principal hires you, or the SGB hires you, they are performing an illegal act. You have to be registered with SACE for you to professionally work as an educator. So that's what we want. That's what we want for this profession. So today, anybody can be employed. Anybody who has the courage to say, oh, I understand 2, 3 languages, whether they studied them academically, it's irrelevant. You know, how many of us have been in places where, when February International Mother Language Day, someone just moves around with a paper and say, oh, what language do you speak? Oh, I speak, translate. What language do you speak? Translate. That happens all the time, isn't it? So a council like this will ensure that something like that does not happen. We're trying to give, or this act will give the status that the language profession deserves. Where does it come from? It comes from Act number 8 of 2014, otherwise called South African Language Practitioners Act. It was passed to regulate the language profession in South Africa. Now, the South African Language Practitioners Council, a juristic person, will be responsible for implementing the act. I'm not going to go into the act. I've given you the name of the act. You can always go there and read it for yourself. And when we talk about language practitioners, we don't just talk about anybody who has the courage to do language work. We talk about people who studied this, people who have been trained to be language practitioners, people who are doing language work. We're referring to, among others, the list is endless. We're talking about translators, interpreters, language planners, terminologists, lexicographers, and text editors. Now, for you to legally work in South Africa, you would have to register with this council. So this council will hold you accountable, just like if you are an advocate and you're registered with a bar and you present shoddy workmanship, you can be disbarred, right? If you are not doing what you're supposed to be doing as a teacher, your status as teacher can be withdrawn and you may not legally work as a teacher. I've already made the point that what SACE is to educators and South African National Council is to nurses, this council will be to language practitioners. The next slide. So as members of the Department of Arts, or Sports, Arts and Culture, so it befitting in order for it to have this established, it needed to have people from outside the department, right? Industry experts. So we were appointed in 2021, which is last year, and the minister decided to extend our term of office by another year. So we'll be in office until the early part of next year. So we've been mandated to advise and work with the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture in the establishment of this council. So the committee comprises, like I said, language practitioners from state-owned enterprises, from academia, as well as industry. So we are a group of people who come from different areas of work, albeit all of us being language practitioners. We do hold meetings on a regular basis, and then we meet with the department to give it feedback on what we've done, and also take stock of our progress. 2 more slides to go. Now, what is our work? What is our work? What have we done so far? So far, we have managed to secure, right? We have managed to secure office space where the council will be based. I do not have a mandate to disclose where that specific space is. Otherwise, I'll get into trouble if I attempted to even disclose that to you. So it's safe to say we have secured office space. So the council or the office bearers of the council will have, laptops. They will have, a workstation. So we have done preparatory work for the appointment of a board. If you read the act, it talks about a board being responsible for the strategic direction of the council. So the board's responsibility would be to hire office bearers. So they won't be full-time members of the council. They will be responsible for employing a CEO who will be the accounting officer. He or she will then report to the board. They'll be responsible for hiring other staff members. I think this is regular. We know how boards work. We know how CEOs report to the board and stuff like that. So all things being equal, the council will start its work in 2023. I would not say which month, but you can hold us accountable if it's not up and running in 2023. So at the appropriate time, the Minister of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture will announce through a government gazette when the council will be in office. I said I had 2 small slides. I was actually left with 1 slide. I wanted to gauge the mood in the room. Now that I've come to the end of my presentation, thank you very much. At the question and answer session, if there are questions about the council, I will be glad to take further questions on that. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank goodness for that. You know, whenever I watch soapies in South Africa or telenovela or what, I have beef with the translation, eh? So maybe that will create a standard eventually, and everybody, before they say they can translate. Because, I'm North Sotho. North Sotho is a group of languages, right? You find a character, it is. You find a character who's supposed to be from Bushbuckridge, speaking like somebody from Jane First. It doesn't work. Those people sound so different. And then the sentence starts with the Bulnechi language, and then Rampatele comes in, and then Namahale comes in. We don't speak North Sotho like that. But anyway, I hope, Prof. Litzele, that will help, because we can't blame people if they don't have the support structure or the formation to make them professional. So big up to that. The last presentation before we take lunch, I promise you, just hang in there. The last presentation before we take lunch. You see, I'm hungry. I can't even find the item on the program. They gave it to me. The significance of adhering to the legislative framework in promoting multilingualism. Let's hear from the Chief Executive Officer of PenSalb, Mr. Lance Schultz. A round of applause.
A very good afternoon. Molweni. Njani. Hayi ulambila yayazi mna. Yayazi yakwazi isithethe isiXhosa. I do appreciate that I have the unenviable task of being between yourselves and luncheon, so I'm going to try and be kind to you. I will go through the formalities, which I believe is quite important. So our Honourable Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, who is now in absentia, Minister Nathi Mthethwa, I'd like to acknowledge him. I'd like to acknowledge our living legend, Oma Katrina Issa, who has now, I believe, departed from the venue. I was hoping she would be here because I was going to share a very light-hearted moment that I actually had with her, but we'll leave that for another chance. The Deputy Director General, Arts and Culture, Dr. Kumalo, the Chief Executive Officer, our host here at the Dutsong Museum of South Africa, Ms. A. Lebete, the CEO of the Heritage Council, Dr. Lukwareni, the Director of the Publishers Association of South Africa, Mpuka Redinku, the Secretary General, South African National Commission, or UNESCO, Mr. Umkwevo, the DG from the Department of Basic Education, Mr. Mweli, the Chairperson of the National Library of South Africa, Ms. Mabasa, my Chairperson of the Pan-South African Language Board, Professor Makubu Bodnorst, and the Executive Secretary of the African Academy of Languages, Dr. Dampa. And I would also like to recognize our translators. The translator standing next to me, it's not the first that she's provided translation services, so we're becoming accustomed, and I always have an appreciation also, and particularly to the work that's being done in the booth. It is an auspicious occasion for us, and I would also like to recognize the media, and the very limited media I might add. And I've said I'm going to make it my life's work that we are challenged in that the mainstream media is somewhat proliferated when they go for events. But it does seem as if when it comes to inviting them to language-related events, it becomes a challenge. Yeah, the old adage that bad news sells, and it seems that language itself is something that we are challenged to a large extent. The way we would get our message, and the quotient about language development is always going to be to what extent do we actually have media coverage. And I will certainly be making it my mission to point that out as we do try and invite them extensively to participate in events of this nature. And I must say I would like us to give another round to the publishing of the Nuu Dictionary. It's significant, and I believe we should give a round of applause to all the good work that went into that. I believe my presentation is flighted. And again, I believe that being between yourselves and luncheon, and a fairly technical topic, but I'm going to try and just explain the core concepts that's associated with this and the importance of it. My chairperson has also briefed yourself as the audience quite extensively in terms of our mandate. But of course, it's quite important that we utilize the ambit of the framework of our constitution, the various pieces of enabling legislation, and that we understand what it is that is our reference point and how does PANSELB actually work in support of that. The first slide that I've brought up there looks at all of the various pieces of legislation that we actually have to work towards, and to make sure that when we act in terms of the focus of multilingualism being promoted, protected and preserved in the country, when we talk about the work that we are doing with the protection and also the recognition for indigenous languages, what is our reference point that we have at this point in time? First and the most important is the Constitution. And of course, we know that the bedrock of our Constitution is the Bill of Rights and what is enshrined in there. And how does that enjoin us as society in terms of our work? I'd noted it was very good, a lot of our government events, we have the passports that you have there. Something that we're definitely going to be working towards is ensuring that we make that available in all of our official languages, including sign language. You'll see the flags as well. But we wonder why the Americans and the English, if I can use that as examples, are so patriotic It's because they believe and they live and breathe their constitution. They have it entrenched in their schooling systems. You will say it every morning. You become accustomed to it. To what extent do we actually embrace that? And I'm not only talking about the patriotism, I'm talking about to what extent language actually has an influence on that. So our constitution, promulgated as one of the most democratic, forward-thinking and robust constitutions in 1996, is where a lot of our finding prescripts are found. The second is our Pan-South African Language Board Act. That was also quite important. We are undertaking a review. You can see that the Act is all of 22 years in existence, and we have found, and I'm going to share with you some of our thinking that we are wanting to do in that regard. Probably the latest that you will see in the slide is the Use of Languages Act, and that was intent to now extend the work of just broader societal issues related to language, but also to have a look at how the use of languages is impacted in our public sector as a domain and also in our education systems. The third is the Promotion of Access to Information Act, and all of these three were promulgated in 2000. The second last is the Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination, and the last that has been indicated is the Municipal Systems Act, and I'm going to try and unpack that a little bit further. The Constitution, as we know, enshrines South Africa as a sovereign and democratic state, and essentially it provides for democratic values and its rights that we enjoy today. It provides for social justice and fundamental human rights that exist today. That law does reign supreme, and any act or ordinance or bylaw is subordinated by our Constitution, and these obligations must be fulfilled in society. A broad background, so the Constitution does make provision for the promotion and also protecting multilingualism in society and in our country. It does recognize the historically diminished use as well as the status of indigenous languages. What we would like to see elevated in terms of changes to the Acts is exactly to what extent those indigenous languages need to enjoy parity of esteem within society. The linguistic rights are also enshrined in our Constitution and incorporated in a number of legislative frameworks. A lot of these legislative frameworks, although it had been promulgated some time ago, is only lending effect now in terms of policies that is being enforced within our public sector. The presentation, however, will focus on what will be applicable in terms of organs of state, juristic persons, as well as natural persons. So now if we look at it in a little bit more detail, and sorry the slides look slightly busy and I hope it is visual to you. The official languages, I just want to check before lunch. Anyone pick up the mistake there? I was just doing this to test. There'll be a gift if anyone picks up the mistake in point number 1. Going once, twice. There we go. What did you pick up? Okay, all right, so you are still awake. All right, so those are our languages, and of course we have to recognize South African Sign Language, and we're hard at work at ensuring that that also gets the official recognition that it deserves. You'll see that this presentation and the way the legislation had been structured is ensuring that we get practicability of where we can have the use of language provided in multilingualism or in multilingual settings. We have to ensure that that is done, and you're going to see this come through a couple of this, and we'll explain that. The national and provincial governments and also our local governments have legislation which must be regulated and to monitor the use of the official languages in these particular domains. And then the national government and each provincial government must use at least 2 languages that are regionally focused, and this is something also that we are pushing quite strongly, because there still seems to be an unequal use of the English language, in particular in some of our provinces as well as at a national level, and this is something we have to work in improving. Sorry, I need to synchronize myself, and it's quite a trick this, by the way. So you focused on this, you focused on the presentation, and you're looking at that. So it's a trick. All right, so the Pan-South African Language Board, and my chairperson had spoken about this briefly, but in essence, to the promotion and creation of conditions for the development of all of our official languages, and the Khoi, Nama, and San languages, and the work that's being done through the Khoi, San, and Nama Language Board is quite important, and it's something that we are giving quite a lot of resources. We spoke about a lot of the lexicographical work and orthography rules that has been established with this, and we're encouraged by the progress, and we'd like to see an exponential increase in the work that we are doing within that as well. Sign language we have spoken, and the introduction of the charter and the introduction of this as an official language, we believe is going to go a long way to ensure that they get equal access also to socioeconomic resources in our country. I'm going to proceed, and this presentation will be made available to members that would seek it as well. So going into detail, for the heart of this presentation is what the Bill of Rights makes provision for in terms of linguistic rights. The first and the most important is it is a cornerstone, and I started by saying that in relation to our Constitution, and it's strongly worded in there that the state must respect, protect, promote, and fulfill the rights as is provided in the Bill of Rights. It binds and it enjoins the judiciary, the executive, as well as all organs of state in its working. It also says about everybody being equal before the law in terms of the protection, and then also having that equal benefit of the law. And lastly, the state cannot unfairly discriminate directly or indirectly against anyone in terms of any of the grounds that is mentioned in Section 9 relating to languages. I continue with it. Section 8 in the Bill of Rights provides that everyone has an inherent dignity and the right to have their dignity respected and protected. And we're finding this to become much more stronger in terms of societies. Government is talking about developing strong societal compacts or social compacts. We as PANSALB also believe that that is the way to go to ensure that we start with this upliftment, particularly with indigenous languages. Section 16, provides that everyone has the right to the freedom of expression, which includes the use of the languages of their choice. Section 30 provides that everyone has the use of their languages and to express that in the cultural life of their choice. But no one exercising these rights may do so in a manner inconsistent with any provision of the Bill of Rights. Those of you that are watching the media would see that this is a particular issue that our society is faced with at the moment. There seems to be a lot of societal discourse, and I believe the reflection and the inflection point that we should have as a society should be Section 30. I find that particularly media, when there are issues that's happening in our South African society, and there's certainly been an increase over recent time, this has always been our point of reflection. Section 35 provides that every accused has the right to a fair trial and the right to be tried in a language that the accused person understands, and if that's not reasonably practicable, to have the proceedings interpreted in that language. This is something we as PANSALB are working with the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. We simply do not have adequate and the necessary skilled resources. I have spoken about this in the media of late also, and it's something that we are supporting the Department of Justice to ensure that people have a right to a free and fair trial if they are serving in a court of law. In terms of education with the use of language, Section 29, that everyone has the right to receive education in the official language or languages in their choice in public educational institution. And again, it is predicated here by the word where it is reasonably practicable. This has probably become a default position for us not being able to adopt and embrace multilingualism or offering mother tongue based education in our schooling system. We must say that working with the Department of Basic and Higher Education, huge strides has been made in terms of curricular development, and we now need to see that increase as well, not only in terms of the basic education, but also in terms of the higher education system. It goes with looking at ensuring that there's adequate corpus planning, that there's adequate status planning, that the necessary quality assurance is built into it, and that we ensure that the curriculum and the educators actually do adopt these practices as well with regard to language development. We've also seen significant improvement in the results of learners where they're actually taught in their mother tongue. So this is something that's not a nice to have, it's something that it's a need to have in our country. In order to ensure the effectiveness of access to rights to this, we need to ensure that these are taken account of, and I'd like to draw your attention to it, is equity, which I believe is that parity that I had referred to, practicability. I think we need to revisit to what extent reasonable grounds for practicability as opposed to the enforcement regime to say that you will provide this level of mother tongue based education, and the need to redress based on the results of past racial discriminatory laws and practices. The Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act, or PAPUDA for short, it was enacted to prevent and prohibit unfair discrimination and harassment, whether it be in places of work, places of residence, or within our institution. It was also enacted to promote equality and eliminate unfair discrimination. It prevents and prohibits hate speech, and with social media as it is, we're seeing a number of these cases coming to the fore of late. Language is stated ground that no one can be unfairly discriminated or language be used for hate speech purposes. PANSELP has the powers in terms of this act. Sorry, I think you're one slide behind and wondering where am I? So our powers with that PANSELP has is to protect or promote respect of the violation of linguistic rights. I was very happy when the colleague here spoke also in this regard. And secondly, the protection and promotion of respect that can be effected either through mediation, conciliation, negotiation, or referring the dispute to the Equality Court. I'm coming very close to the end of my presentation. In terms of the PANSELP Act, was established in terms of the Act to fulfill very specific constitutional mandates, and I would say that it is enshrined within the legislative prescripts, the work that is being done. Importantly, I'd like to draw your attention to some other portions of work that we are discharged with doing, is the monitoring the observance of the constitutional provisions regarding the use of language without fear or favor, promoting knowledge and respect of the provision and principles of the Constitution relating to language-related matters. We must foster the respect of languages spoken in the Republic other than the official languages and encourage the use in appropriate circumstances to a large extent. PANSELP must investigate on its own initiative or on receipt of a written complaint any alleged violation of the language rights, language policy, or language practices. The Use of Official Languages Act, which was what I brought up at the onset of this presentation, was enacted to provide for the regulation and monitoring of the use of our official languages by national government or organs of state. It is something that we are beginning to drive much more aggressively to ensure that we understand what policy directives is in place, what are they doing to ensure that their language policies are in fact being used, and ensuring that we actually monitor that also in a very, very strong fashion. It's to promote the parity of esteem and equitable treatment of official languages, and I'd spoken about that earlier on, and to provide a complaints mechanism to enable members of the public to lodge complaints regarding the use of official languages by a national department, national public entity, or national public enterprise. We would like to encourage members of the public to utilize the channels and engage PANSELP so that we can seek redress and investigate any matters that are brought to the fore. Sorry, I just want to proceed to the Municipal Systems Act. So the municipality is also quite important because this is an engine room of our economy, and this is where a lot of the issues where society has to engage the public sector actually takes place at the coalface at a municipal level. We have to ensure that the quality, the range, and the impact of municipal services is done in a manner that's conducive in terms of communication in particular. This is encouraged through the involvement of the local communities also. The municipality must develop the culture of municipal governance that complements formal representatives of government with a system of participative government or intergovernment relations between the three tiers of government, as we would also call it. Municipalities is required by law to communicate through the media, whether electronic, radio, or local newspapers, and again, where reasonably practicable, but certainly to ensure that they use languages that is endemic, or indigenous rather, within those regions. What is key to that is the communication must be in the official languages determined by the council and having regard to language preferences within those particular areas. In conclusion, the board, and as my chair had correctly said, we are not PAN's lab. It's like you're stabbing us in the heart when we hear that acronym. So please get that correct. But the board may initiate or investigate legislation, policy, and practices dealing either directly or indirectly with language and the provisions and the prescripts of our constitution. The board may summon any person to give evidence before it, in order to seek remedy with whatever matter is brought to the fore. If the board deems it necessary, it may advise the government to provide individuals or groupings who are adversely affected by gross violations of language rights with financial and other support. And I must indicate again that this is done without fear or favor. And I repeat, we exercise our function without fear or favor. And in conclusion, before I get thrown with something, it is clear from the presentation then that's given to you today that PANCEL is key to supporting our constitutional democracy. All state organs have an obligation to cooperate with PANCEL in discharging its obligations. We will continue to strive and drive towards strengthening the promotion, the protection, and the preservation of all of our languages and all of our indigenous languages also. All organs of state have an obligation to comply with PANCEL requests when exercising its monitoring mandate. It is therefore important for organs of state to comply with the legislative framework that is provided in terms of promoting and protecting linguistic human rights, and to avoid being subpoenaed where we deem it fit, and where we find that there is non-compliance. We will act within the ambit of the law, and we will subpoena where we feel that that needs to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, I thank you for your attention, and apologies for keeping you between yourselves and your lunch plates. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We still need to know about the structures and what they do and the laws and how everything comes together. So, unfortunately, lunch must be earned. Okay, lunchtime is here. Can we manage lunch in 30 minutes? We can. You're not going to be slow, eh? You're hungry, you want to mean business. And while you're at it, just the 11 official languages on that banner, I think there's the 12th one missing, especially in the context of where we are, you know. So when we come back, I'll quiz you, see if you know which 12th language is missing there from that board. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch. I think it's somewhere here. Oh, yeah. All right. Yes, outside this side, they say these curtains will miraculously open. That's what they told me. So, okay. Okay, now he's signing to me, man. And then, of course, Prof and Refilwe, you lead the others, the VIPs, to the other lunch area as well. Okay. So enjoy your lunch. Let's talk in 30 minutes or so. When you see a performance, we're going to be so artistic in bringing you back here. There'll be a performance to bring you back. That's how how seriously we take this lunch break. Thank you very much. Enjoy the lunch.
Fonela umngani wakho lapho, WhatsApp uthi makabuye. WhatsApp your friend, because the earlier we start, the earlier we get to the networking part, which is always the best part. So now, welcome back, everybody who's back. Please settle down. Let's settle down so we can enjoy this thrilling performance. I've lost my channels. Do you still remember the channels you were on if you're being translated to? I do hope. We are now going to welcome on stage a performance engithemba ukuthi izosivusa. I hope, you know, asikhathalanga crew, because it's also hot. I've also asked uDoctor ukuthi aswitchele on aircon kuphole kancane because it's a bit warm. So, welcome back once again. We're going to keep it moving, you know. It's right towards the tail end of the program. So, yonke manje, we're going to communicate with each other within 10 minutes. And if we can't communicate our points within 10 minutes, we then have a problem. Because we've got 10 minutes, elevator pitches, drop your ideas, and then also, very importantly, we want to have a Q&A session so that we can interact with some of our brilliant speakers here. So I'm going to welcome on stage. I've got their name, and I insist on saying it. Okay. Guys, are you ready? Are you guys ready? Are you sure you're ready? Okay, now welcoming on stage Inkaba Creative House. Bashayeleni izandla. That was amazing. That was amazing. And if you're like me and you were raised by a Zulu parent, don't worry, that was baby powder. I was very worried with way ngavelelwa. And anginayo impepho ekhaya. Bengizothi wenze njani? So the next session is what in my world we call the powwow session, right? You come in, you do your intro, very brief, and then you give us your conclusions and recommendations. This room is full of academics, so I'm going to put it in their language. We will skip the introduction and the contents pages. We will skip the literature review. We'll skip the research methodology. We're going straight to findings and conclusions. I hope that makes sense. You have 10 minutes, no lit review, no methodology, not even the findings. Just tell us what you want us to do. We believe you. You're a doctor. We know you've got this. So the next speaker is going to give us a presentation on the role that translation plays in revitalizing South African indigenous languages. It is my great pleasure to welcome on stage Dr. T. Rahoho from the Tshwane University of Technology.
Good afternoon, Dumelang Tobela. My name is Tebogo. Yeah, I'll try to encapsulate my presentation so that you can get at least the gist of my presentation. The title of my presentation says the role of translation in revitalizing previously marginalized South African indigenous languages. So for the purpose of this presentation, dialects and language varieties will actually be used interchangeably, so they will actually mean one and the same thing. But it is important for me to mention that I do not like the concept of dialect, but you will understand immediately after my presentation. So the introduction part, the primary aim of my paper is more concerned with the role of translation in revitalizing previously marginalized South African indigenous languages. But these languages, it is important to understand as to whether they should be considered as languages in their own right or whether they have correctly been classified as dialects. So now, if you read section 6.1 of the South African Constitution, it indicates that there are 11 official languages in the country. So this clause of the Constitution is what problematizes my paper, because there are two interpretations that can be gathered from this clause of the Constitution. When it says 11 official languages, at a general level, it can be understood that there are only 11 official languages in the country. But the literal interpretation of this clause of the Constitution may suggest that there are more than 11 official languages in the country, but the Constitution can only accommodate 11 of those official languages. So now, when you go to section 7.18 of the Constitution, it actually contradicts section 6.1 because it indicates that, it articulates that everyone has the right to freedom of association. So meaning that as Mumpondo or Umubata or Mulobedi or Mupulana speaker, you have got a constitutional right to associate yourself with your ethnic group. And then when you read section 6.1 of the National Language Policy Framework of 2002, it indicates that there are more than 11 official languages that are spoken in the country. So now what problematizes this presentation is that there's a contradiction between the Constitution and this section 6 of the National Language Policy Framework, because it says there are more than 25 languages that are spoken in the country. But when you read the constitution, it only talks about the 11 official languages. It does not talk about other languages that are spoken in the country. Section 6.5 of the constitution states that Pan-South African Language Board, as established by national legislation, must promote, sorry, yeah, it says that PenSouth should promote and ensure respect for all official languages commonly used by communities in the country. So now, when you read this section of the Constitution together with the section 6.1, you realize that there's a problem here, because section 6.1 talks about 11 official languages, but section 6.5 talks about all languages that are commonly used by communities in the country. So the Constitution went further to mention some of the European languages, but it failed to mention the other languages that are spoken in the country, like your Kilobedu, your Spulana, your Isbaka, but I'll come to that shortly. So according to my presentation, CRESA 2016 articulates that the finalization of the South African Constitution received some negative criticism from speakers of the stigmatized dialects or language varieties, particularly Balobedu. So now, in my presentation, I'm going to give you the historiographic analysis of how languages were standardized internationally, so that you can understand that in the South African context, we have got a problem. So the main objective of my presentation talks to the historiographic analysis of the partnership between the missionaries and the colonial government that gave birth to the stigmatization of the South African indigenous languages. The South African indigenous languages that I'm talking about in these presentations is your Isibata, your Islubi, your Chironga, your Chilafuri, your Spulana, your Kilobedu, etc. So now, according to Sinfri Makoni 2005, he laments that in African countries, indigenous languages forms are typically referred to as vernaculars or dialects, whereas European linguistic forms are called languages. So he further argues that this terminology was part of the colonial discourse that aimed to stigmatize African languages over European languages. So now I want you colleagues to understand this part. So according to Sinfri Makoni, the person who decided that your Islubi, your Isbaka, your Kilobedu, your Sipulana is a dialect, is not an African person. Is someone who traveled maybe from Germany, from England, and came here and say, this one is a language, this one is a dialect. So now, in this historia, let me go straight to the arrival of the missionaries in South Africa, so that you can understand the gist of my presentation. I'm going to start with, I'll only encapsulate, I think, 5 languages. Your Xhosa, Sepedi, Setswana, and Xitsonga, and also Tshivenda. So now, in the 19th century, the standardization of Bantu languages was handled by missionaries. So in the case of Xhosa, Theodorus van der Kemp from the Dutch missionary was the first to live within Xhosa tribe in 1799. So meaning that in 1799, the first dialect that this missionary learned to speak and write, meaning that this is the only dialect that was given attention, and at some stage it was elevated to the status of an official language. So meaning that the rest of the Xhosa dialects were stigmatized, were politically classified as the dialects of the Xhosa language. And it is important for people to understand that that decision did not accommodate the linguistic reasons. It only accommodated the administrative purposes of the previous regime. Bible translation, so meaning that in the case of Xhosa, that particular dialect, when they translated the Bible and other religious texts, they actually considered lexical items from that particular dialect. So now, in short, in the case of isiXhosa, this language is based on the Galeqa and Ncika dialect. So the rest of the isiXhosa dialects are not represented, were actually excluded in the standard version of the language. And the rest of the ethnic groups are expected to accept isiXhosa as a symbol of their identity. In the case of Sepedi, Alexander Merinsky in 1860 was actually the first missionary who learned to speak and write Sepedi as a dialect. And it is for this reason that the Bible and other religious texts were actually translated into Sepedi, and the rest of the 26 dialects of this language were actually classified as dialects of the Sepedi language. The same applies to Xitsonga, which is based on the Nkuna dialect, and the rest of the 10 dialects were linguistically classified as the dialects of Xitsonga. Setswana is based on Sekhatla and Sihurutsi, and then the rest of the 9 varieties were classified as the dialects of Setswana. In the case of Chivenda, Chipani dialect was considered as the basis of the standard language, and the rest of the dialects, the rest of the ethnic groups were actually classified as Chivenda dialects. And the qualitative variables or contributing factors that led to that stigmatization is because the missionaries considered that these were the first dialects that they learned to speak and write, and they were the first to be codified. Codification meaning that when we reduce the language into writing, so the codification started with the so-called superior dialects. So meaning that had the missionaries who were involved in the standardization of Sepedi, had they settled in Mapulaneng, meaning that Sipulana would have been considered as the basis of the standard language. And they settled in Muawen, where Chigubu is spoken, meaning that Chigubu would have been considered as the basis of the standard language. And they learned to speak Isibaka, meaning that the standard isiXhosa would have been based on Isibaka. And these dialects, according to them, somehow they were associated with historical value, and some of them are still associated with political power and influence. It is important to understand that we can't talk about the status of official languages without talking about politics, because language is part and parcel of politics. So now, when I said I want you guys to understand the partnership between the missionaries and the colonial government, so those who understand the principles of language standardization, you realize that there's a problem with how these languages were standardized, because the first 3 principles that govern language standardization were compromised. Your selection, your acceptance, your codification. How were they compromised? When we talk about the selection, meaning that the speakers of that particular community, the speakers of that particular language, has to select, has to choose that as speakers of isiXhosa or Chivenda or Sepedi, we are selecting this particular language in order to serve as the basis of the standard language. But in the case of African countries, people were not given that opportunity to decide. It was missionaries who decided. Second principle talks to acceptance, meaning that the speakers of the language have to accept that as Sepedi, we have selected Sepedi dialect to serve as the standard, as the basis of the standard language. But in our context, the process was not consultative. It was just an imposition to say the language is Sepedi and the rest are dialects. The language is isiXhosa and the rest are dialects. The language is Chivenda and the rest are dialects. So all 3 principles of language standardization have been compromised. Your transparency, consultation, and also linguistic justification. I've already indicated that this standardization process already, it undermined the principles of language standardization, because people were not consulted. It was just an imposition from the colonial government to people, to those who are actually at grassroots level. So now, internationally, I want to explain to you colleagues and understand how languages should be standardized. So in my presentation, the problem is not the standard languages, but is the process that was followed when these languages were standardized. In 1931, Clement Doak from Wits University was actually requested to go to Zimbabwe and unify the dialects of the Shona language. So when he went there, all the dialects that were grouped under Shona were actually combined, and they formed a new standard language. But in the case of South African indigenous languages, they did not combine lexical items from different ethnic groups or from different dialects. They only considered what they viewed as superior dialects, because these dialects were actually spoken by prominent people by that time. You go to the Philippines. In the Philippines, one of the dialects that is spoken there is Tagalog. So in the Philippines, Tagalog was recognized as the national language. But it was never accepted because the speakers of the other dialects felt like they are not represented in the standard language. Until in 1959, when they decided to incorporate lexical items from other dialects so that the standard version of the language can unify everyone who speaks that particular language. They even went further in 1959 to rename the language so that they can separate it from a particular ethnic group. And immediately after 1959, they renamed Tagalog into Filipino, and people accepted Filipino as a symbol of their identity, simply because when they viewed the standard language, they saw themselves, because the lexical items from different dialects were actually incorporated in that particular standard language. So now, Section 2 of the Traditional Leadership and Governance Framework Act 41 of 2003, it also compounds the problem, and somehow it contradicts Section 6.1 of the South African Constitution, because it talks about 8 kinships and queenships that are recognized in the country. And according to this framework, there is no queenship or language, there is no queenship or kinship without a culture and without a language. And when you check here, if you can check here, colleagues, majority of the kinships that are recognized in this framework have got the official language. But when you check the Abatembu kinship, when you check Amampondo kinship and the Balobedu kinship, they don't have the official language that is attached to the kinship. But the very same framework dictates that there is no kinship or queenship without a culture and without a language. So now it goes back to what I said when I started with my presentation, when I say Section 6.1 of the Constitution, when it talks about official languages, and Section 7 talks about all languages that are commonly used in South Africa. So you realize that there is a constitutional problem, because these other languages that are not official are not stipulated in the Constitution, except for South African Sign Language, Khoi, and Nama languages. But when you read the other framework that says there are more than 11 official languages, so where are those languages? Because we don't see them when we read the constitutional documentation. So now, because Kreta already indicated that people are not accepting what has been stipulated in the Constitution, I'll give you a practical example. And this is important, especially now when we talk about the intellectualization of South African indigenous languages. As we can go further to intellectualize these languages, but if people are not accepting these languages as a symbol of their identity, it defeats the whole purpose. Somewhere in Zanen, between Zanen and Devil's Kloof, SGB was actually invited to come and advise on the issue of language policy. So their learners were actually given an opportunity to do Sepedi and English, but they refused. They said those learners should actually do Afrikaans and English, because according to them, Sepedi is actually a foreign concept, a foreign concept. So meaning that these people are not accepting Sepedi as a symbol of their identity, and they opted for their learners to do English and Afrikaans. Now, somewhere in 2018, even the president, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, indicated that on the issue of Kilobedu, this Kilobedu at some stage would be made one of the South African indigenous languages. So now I want to paint a picture. I know that this one is quite emotive, but I want you to understand that when I say other people are not accepting what has been stipulated in the Constitution. If you check this slide, when you check this slide, at the moment, there are about 8 South African universities that are teaching Sepedi as a first language. So when you visit all these universities, you'll find out that it is only the University of Pretoria and the University of Mpumalanga that are using the name Sepedi in the official and policy documentation. The rest of the universities, like your UJ, your UNISA, your University of Limpopo, Univen, TUT, and also Northwest University, they actually opted to go with the name Northern Sotho. And remember, according to the Constitution, Sepedi is the official name. So that is a clear indication that these people are not accepting what has been stipulated in the section 6.1 of the Constitution. As much as they are violating the Constitution, but they are also sending a very strong message to say we have got problem with with those languages that has been stipulated in the section 6.1 of the Constitution. So now when I encapsulate my presentation, I say there's a need to decolonize 2 things. Firstly, we need to decolonize the mind. Secondly, we need to decolonize the system. In the education sector, this thing of penalizing someone who's using Isibata or Kilobedu or Spulana in the standard language when they respond to the questions, while the lecturers and educators can literally understand what the learner is saying, it becomes a social justice issue, because meaning that the system is violating the linguistic rights of speakers of those marginalized dialects. So now, there's a need to decolonize the mind, because at a general level, even people will tell you that the language that you speak is not the standard language. The Chivenda that you speak when is not Chivenda, when you are Moronga, or Mgubu, when Shangani you're not Tsonga, when Mulobedu you're not Mupedi. So it sounds like a double oppression, because these people were never given an opportunity. Their languages were never considered when these languages were standardized. At a later stage, when learners and students try to use lexical items from their languages, are penalized, and a language cannot be separated from culture and identity. One has to be Mupulana before becoming Mupedi. One has to be Umubata or Umpondo or Umklubi before becoming Umkosa. You have to be Muhuruzi before becoming Mutswana. So the issue of identity construction is also critically important, especially when we talk about indigenous languages. So there's a need to decolonize our minds, and people need to understand that people who came with the concept of dialect is not Africans. Alexander Merinsky traveled all the way from Germany, settled in Sukukuni, and says Sepedi is a dialect, the rest, and says Sepedi is a language, and the rest are dialects. And that is not fair. So it is important that when we talk about the intellectualization of these languages, we need to understand the injustice that was done to other South African indigenous languages. so that we can be able to do the right thing. How do we do the right thing? We are so fortunate because we have got pencil. It has got its own substructures, your NLBs, your NLUs. We also have terminology office at the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. So when they do terminology development, they should also make sure that they start incorporating lexical items from the stigmatized languages, so that the standard version of the language can be accepted as a symbol of identity. All these legislative frameworks that I've mentioned here, if you can check at the moment, there's no thorough implementation of these policies. And one of the problems is because we have got a problem with how these languages were standardized. So if we try to readdress the issue of standardization, people will be able to accept these languages as a symbol of their identity. So now, in my conclusion, colleagues, I indicate that we need to understand how languages were standardized. The concept of dialect is a colonial concept. So as part of intellectualizing these languages, it is important to understand that this concept of dialect is just a colonial terminology that aimed to stigmatize African languages over South African indigenous languages. Thank you.
Wow, what a stirring presentation, Doctor. Wow. Dr. Rakgogo, ladies and gentlemen, from the Tshwane University of Technology. It clicked when he spoke, you know. But angayisusa noma beyinini. Okay, so now we move on to the economics of language, which is a concept I only discovered this morning through my very brief conversation with one of the professors. A very interesting concept. I now call on stage two distinguished professors from the South African Cultural Observatory, Professor A. Gous and Professor R. Haynes, to speak to us for 10 minutes about the economics of language. Professors, the stage is yours.
I tell you, these are extraordinarily hard acts to follow. You know, I'm not going to sing or dance. And anyway, on behalf of my colleague, Professor Andre Gous, myself, and to distinguished guests and participants, and ladies and gentlemen, we to talk very quickly today about this particular report that we're working on, we're finalizing for the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. It's on the economics of language, and it's exploratory study. By undertaking it, one's realizing the significant contributions that economics can bring. There's a subfield called the economics of language, and that's been developed internationally, and over time it's been applied, you know, to a number of developing economies, including South Africa, but not extensively, not sufficiently. And we believe it's very important because language in South Africa, these kinds of debates show the importance of looking for value. Value is extraordinarily important, and also how do we quantify, how do we measure? Also important in the study is to see how economists and social economists and others, development economists, can contribute to language policy and planning. Language policy and planning is often, you know, primarily an area where social linguists and certain social scientists are. You don't find many economists. And through this exploratory work, we're finding significant possibilities of that kind of work. And my colleague's Andre is going to talk more directly about it. But the economics of language is a small little interdisciplinary area, disciplinary area within economics. It has some interdisciplinary aspects to it. Some scholars trace its roots back to the work of Jacob Marshak, who started his career working in the Soviet Union, funny enough, in the Kiev area in the early days of the Soviet Republic. He then moved to Germany, then to England, to Oxford, and then to America. Then in 1965, he wrote a little piece called The Economics of Language. And he looked at, and he took a very sort of almost an analogy. He said, how do you design the communication controls for a fighter plane, keeping it as simple as possible? How do you refine that, and how do you look at the language and the economy of language? And he looked at thus the connection between language and economics, and that in turn developed into game theory in subsequent decades, and was applied among other perspectives to the economics of language. But the real thrust for the growth of the economics of language could be found in Canadian economists, and the Canadian economists were looking at identity politics, the French versus English speakers, and also the differential returns to language possession. You know, if you were French speaking, English speaking, and they also looked at the question of how language structured socioeconomic status, very much the kinds of issues we're looking at today. Subsequently, those sorts of ideas spread to the US, and there was a significant interaction between North American economists, and people were looking at inter alia, economists were looking at inter alia, the question of immigrant earnings, the proficiency of English, the difference between white American, Hispanic, and Afro-American earnings, and so on and so forth. Adding value to these kinds of insights were a whole range of new kinds of approaches and theories, particularly the economics of education, and significantly within that, the work of Gary Becker, who'd been talking about human capital. Human capital gave the economics of education and the economics of discrimination a significant impetus. And those help structure the kinds of themes and areas of study that grew, and this kind of work spread to other parts of the world, and has continued in a modest way to diversify. And we think that there's significant opportunities for the application in South Africa. There has been some work by economists, but it's relatively modest and scattered. So there's opportunities for more substantive work. Also, if you're looking at some of the new directions in the economics of language internationally, one is actually the new work on the importance of narratives, the economics of narratives, and some economists have looked at the value of narratives, particularly stories going viral. So when you start looking at indigenous languages and the wonderful stories and the content, there's value there. So one needs to start to look at the question of value, but not only just value in terms of inherent, intrinsic, and the blurring of those differentials, but also other kinds of values. Because in South Africa, you're looking at a state with a whole range of new policy implications. How do you find the money? How do you undertake all these kinds of policy implementation initiatives? So that's a big challenge, and particularly with increasing fiscal constraints. And I'm sure there's a colleague or two from Treasury who's probably sitting here looking at those. So how do we come up with more cost-effective but creative but more expansive interventions? And part of it is finding what value exists, what kind of partnerships, what resources are we using. We're not, for example, using much in the way of volunteer capital. But if you look at Australia, for example, the West Australia, their use of voluntary capital amounts to over 2 billion per year. That's in Australian dollars in terms of using volunteer capital. So these are the kind of resources we need to utilize: public-private partnerships, voluntary capital, international networks. That's so important, and it really is important that this is the launch of the UN decade in terms of support of indigenous languages. And we saw this as one of the best case studies, funny enough, in our piece. And funny enough, in the context chapter, we looked at some of the changing discourses that were concentrated around what the UN was doing, and the shift from cultural, from language rights through to culture and diversity, to looking at linguistic diversity and sustainability, and also the growing discourse around the creative economy. How does that link in? And these are the kinds of questions that we've asked.
And on that note, I want to pass over to my colleague, Professor Gous. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks very much. I think it's been a fun day, a long day, and a lot of stuff has been said. So now we get down to the hard numbers, you know, the accountants, boring stuff. And so I hope I can keep you awake. Maybe you need to get your pens and paper out so I can tell you to jot down a couple of things every now and again. So we try to calculate what is the size of the language economy, as though it were a sector. So when you look at the automotive sector, you know that so many cars are produced and that so many people are employed. So we looked at three aspects when we looked at the language. The first was employment, the second was a contribution to the GDP, and the third was how language impacts on trade. So the first one, looking at employment, that was a nice accounting job. We got South Africa's labour market dynamic survey, which is based on some of the other surveys. And in that survey, we got the occupations. We used the occupation definitions from the South African Language Practitioners Council Act, but we felt they were a little bit narrow, so we expanded them. We didn't expand them too much, though, so we've always taken, so all the figures I'm going to give you are relatively conservative. So we didn't look too much at the language and law. The teachers we did include a little bit, but I think we were very conservative with those. And then tourism, and then a lot of government departments like DIRCO that have got a lot to do with languages. So in the paper you'll see the occupations that we specified, and now this is the number I want you to write down, 70,000 jobs. So there, in the 70,000 jobs rely on language. And again, as I've got to stress, this is a conservative approach. Right, so that was a nice, easy accounting exercise. It was just adding up from data that we got from Stats SA. The next two, we developed econometric models. So when we developed the contribution of language to GDP, we used the social accounting matrix, which looks at the backward and forward linkages and how much each sector goes into another sector. Using that model, we were able to again look at the size of employment, but this time we were able to divide it up into highly skilled, skilled, low skilled, and informal labor. We could also see how capital intensive the sector was and what taxes and subsidies on production and products were charged. So when we looked at when we calculated the, and I'm going to use a technical term, GVA, gross value added, but think of it as the GDP, it came to about 10 billion rand, which is almost 0.2% of South Africa's economy. Considering that the cultural and creative industries contribute almost 3% to the economy, it's not insignificant. And I should have prefaced my introduction with language is either everything, and nice Latin saying sine qua non, without which nothing, no economic activities would be taking place had it not been for languages. So we've got the size of the economy, as I said, about 0.2%. Languages are very they're not capital intensive at all. So when we look at the cultural sector and we look at sectors such as the cultural and natural heritage, it's almost 70% is capital. The rest of the value added comes from labor. Language is only 22% capital, so it's very labor intensive. Highly skilled, there's about 40,000 odd workers. Skilled laborers, about 13,000. Low skilled, 4,000. And then there's a big number of informal. So almost just over 12,000 informal. Now these are not informal people that are selling in spaza shops and so forth. These are people that are involved in gig work, working sometimes, reading a student's thesis or doing some writing or helping to write a song. So when we saw the figures, we thought, sure, how do we match up with the rest of the world? Unfortunately, we only found 2 studies. The first was China, and they estimated the economy at just under, the language contribution to the economy of 0.47. So ours was 0.17, so it's quite a bit less. But then we found a study done by the European Union, and they were 0.06%. So a lot less than what we anticipated South Africa's was going to be, but they were growing at 10% per annum. So starting from a low base, they wanted to grow the language sector by 10% per annum. So that's a challenge to you all, to the department and to the council, is how do we get the language sector to contribute more, 10% to the economy each year. Just some other information that you may be interested in. The sector pays 1.25 billion rand in taxes. That's taxes on production and products. But they only get 25 million rand subsidies and grants and support. So 1.25 billion that they pay in taxes, and then they get 25 million in subsidies. Then the last factor that we looked at was trade. And I'm not going to bore you with trade, but just to try and, how does knowing languages influence trade? Does knowing languages influence trade? So we used another model called the gravity model, where we took all the other things out so we could just isolate the impact of trade. There was a small impact if countries had the same official language. But where it was really interesting, when there's a common native language, or where the proximity of the languages are closer together, there was greater trade. So trade does play a role, and it's not the official language, it's the way that the languages are close together, and I think that's important for our trade with Africa. So the languages don't have to be the same, there must just be that proximity to each other. So I think, I don't know if you've got anything more to add on the policy side, but from my side, I think that's given you the size of the language contribution to the economy. It's work in progress. As I said, I don't know if the press are here, the numbers are conservative. We believe that they are probably higher, but it is work in progress. Thanks very much.
Thank you, professors. That was very insightful. Now, I'm told that the presentations, all of them, if not most of them, are going to be made available to all the delegates here today. I believe I would not be fibbing if I said so. So, personally, I would really love to dive into those numbers and really unpack what they entail. But my personal observation is that the Long Walk to Freedom, a book about Nelson Mandela that we all know, the children's edition was published in 1995, and it was published in all 11 South African languages. Interestingly enough, if you go to any bookshop today and you look for it, you will not find it in any of those languages. So if you're a isiZulu parent and you want to read The Long Walk to Freedom in isiZulu, isiXhosa, in Sepedi, Setswana, how no it all, but in Zeli English and ka Afrikaans. So what does that tell us? Because I went and asked Exclusive Books, why is it that you never have it in isiZulu? But they're not buying it, so they're not going to stock it. So this just tells us, from an economic point of view, that value or language value is what you say that it is, essentially. If we valued our languages, we'd go and buy these books for our children in those languages. It does not make any sense for them to stock it if we ourselves are not consuming the language that we say we value, but we can't put our back to it. We're going to move on now to the next speaker before we do a quick Q&A. And she is from the University of the Western Cape, Dr. Lorato. Is it Lorato? Lorato, yes, I'm glad. It's Dr. Lorato Mokoena from the University of the Western Cape, and she's going to talk to us about the status of the Khoi, Nama, and San languages. Welcome, Doctor.
Good afternoon, everybody. Phew. Right, my name is Dr. Lorato Mokoena. I'm from the University of the Western Cape. The reason why I'm barefoot is that when I walked in to the venue, my heel broke. And you know, I was raised with parents who sent you to school either way. They were like, yeah, I know there's a hole in your shoe, but go anyway, right? And so I'm going anyway, whether I'm barefoot or not, I'm going anyway, right? So don't mind my feet, it's none of your business. Who cares here, right? So of course I am an academic, I'm a linguist. Well, I qualified as a linguist. I'm a social linguist, but most importantly, the reason why I'm standing before you today is because I am the producer of a documentary film called The Broken String. I'm not advertising it. It helps you to understand the basis of my talk today, right? And so in keeping with the 10 minutes that I've been given, right, I'm going to talk to you about my experience and the research that I do with and I use the word Bushman and Bushman because this is how the people in the Northern Cape prefers to be called, or at least the Bushman people. So when I say Bushman, I'm not insulting anybody, right? And of course then the Khoi people, right? So let me officially begin to say, so on the program it states that I have a 10-minute responsibility to speak to you on the status of Khoi, Nama, San languages, but I would be stating the obvious if I spent the short, precious time addressing the need for enhanced resources to be dedicated to the languages of the Khoi and the Bushman, also known as the San. The mere declaration of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages presupposes the need to, right? Ours is to figure out how. And of course, additionally, earlier on, the chairperson of Pen Salp, not Pen Slap, mentioned that her office is doing work with regards to Nama. And of course, the very existence of the Nuu Dictionary, which was launched today, testifies to the fact that the work is being done on these languages, right? It has been my observation that over the years, when we speak about languages of the Bushman or when we speak about the Khoi and Bushman languages, we focus on exactly that, the languages, forgetting that languages are spoken by people. So my address hopes to reinsert the people back into the conversation before we get consumed by a product of their existence, which is language. Let us focus on the people. Subsequently, my address today stems from various conversations I've had with the Khoi and San communities across the Northern Cape. During this address, I will focus briefly on 4 societal aspects I believe we need to work on, especially in the Northern Cape, before we even address the linguistic matters. The first one is the outcry for recognition. Recognition comes in different forms, but I would like to speak about 2 forms. Being recognized as a citizen of this country, and secondly, being recognized for who you are, not who the government wants you to be, right? The first one is the struggle I was told about in Plaatfontein, where a number of residents do not have identity documents. Their documents were swept away during a storm when they still stayed in Smutsdrift. Ever since then, it has been a struggle to get identity documents with endless visits to Home Affairs. Without an identity document in South Africa, life proves to be rather challenging. We would all know this. I have witnessed and heard of how groups of Plaatfontein residents, including the elderly, walk from Plaatfontein to a dumping site in Kimberley to source whatever they can to make ends meet, which is heartbreaking, right? Another form of recognition involves enjoying the right to be who you are without your identity being rounded off to the nearest convenient racial tick box. The Bushmen and Khoi people are not colored, and they do not want to be considered as such. They much rather be called Busman because that is who they are. But due to South Africa's racial classification, they are forced to supposedly be colored. How do we proceed preserving and promoting languages when we fail to have a legal system in place that gives due recognition to these groups? The second aspect I will touch on is the association of Khoi languages with shame and embarrassment. On my initial trip to Upington in the Northern Cape, I was informed that there are Nama speakers in town. I was shocked because I spent days in the town and I never heard any other language than Afrikaans and English, and minimally here, Xhosa and Setswana. Before the conclusion of that trip, I learned that many elders in the town can speak Nama, but they are ashamed to do so. The embarrassment, backtrack, I'm sorry. Yes, they are ashamed to do so. It is emotionally triggering to speak Nama because during apartheid, they were punished for speaking it. The embarrassment and trauma associated with this is one of the reasons, was even admitted to me during a trip of mine to Carnarvon, where I asked the lady, but where are the Bushman people? Why can't I see them? And she said, they are ashamed. And she said to me something that I found very heartbreaking, but she said it very humorously. She said, you can see from this person's, from how they look, that they are pure Busman, and that's how she said it. But they are hiding because they're so embarrassed to be who they are, right? And of course, then the pain associated with speaking their mother tongues, no thanks to the white farmers on whose farms they were forced to work, is also a central theme in the documentary film I produced about the injustices that the Bushmen faced colonial times and continue to face in post-apartheid South Africa. Now, this aspect is particularly heartbreaking and challenging because there is a level of unlearning and healing that needs to occur. While it's productive to have resources, the question remains whether the mother tongue speakers of these languages will use these resources when they have not unlearned the embarrassment that has been inculcated into them by the white farmers. How do we get people to use their languages when their languages are merely home languages, instead of being languages that empower them to participate and benefit from the economy, languages of science and technology, right? And then, of course, the third aspect I wish to touch on is the estrangement from indigenous practices. I recently submitted a manuscript of a journal article in which I explore how the Northern Cape Conservation Act of 2009 is in direct conflict with not only the hunting practices of the Bushmen, but it underappreciates the delicate and responsible relationship that most Bushman people have with nature. Chapter 2 of the Northern Cape's Conservation Act is titled Sustainable Utilization of Wild Animals. And number 2 and number 3 under this chapter states that, and I quote, no person may, without a permit, hunt a specimen of a protected or specially protected animal. This law is an example that the act is in discord with the beliefs of the hunter-gatherer communities. Undoubtedly, such a restriction is admirable, right? As the intention to protect the Northern Cape's animals is good. However, for the Bushmen, the law is highly problematic in two ways. Firstly, when taken into consideration that the hunter-gatherer community's definition of hunting, and there's a very specific definition that the hunter and gatherers have of hunting, right? All the large game that these communities consider food are listed as protected species in this act. Secondly, members of these communities are not customized to ask for permission or approval to hunt from the government. It is their custom, please listen to this, it is their custom to seek approval from kachen. If you don't know what kachen is, it's a green mantis, it's the green animal. Just Google kachen, you will see it's little insect. That is who, in terms of indigenous knowledge, that is who the Bushmen get permission from to hunt, not from the government. Yet, we are here expecting them, first of all, to understand permits, to pay for permits, because you can't hunt without one. And I need to throw this one in. If you read most of that act, the only people that can really hunt are the people that own land, and let us not get into that conversation. Part of that act also states that you are not allowed to hunt with a bow and arrow. Right, before, I'm a passionate person, and I don't excuse myself. Right, so in fact, if we truly understand the sacred relationship between the Bushman and nature, we would trust them more with the conservation of our biodiversities than these laws that restrict hunting to a privileged few. And then, of course, my last one, and this one is very close to my heart, and I don't have a politically correct way of saying it, so I'm just going to call it what it is. It is really just the commodification of the Khoisan indigenous knowledge and culture. It's been marketized. I walked into Kimberley Airport. Every time I do it, I get very annoyed. There's a Northern Cape tourism, and I'm sorry if they, please don't know me. They have this banner up, and there's picture of two Bushman people. And the heading of that banner says extreme culture. What does that even mean? That is, when I talk about the commodification, and I'm sure when people have conversations about the Northern Cape, I know you, right? They say that is where you will see, the first people of South Africa. But what is extreme about their culture? It is just really their culture. Why must it be extreme, right? Let me get back to my script, right? So there's a worrying amount of tension and conflict in the Khoisan communities caused by what I term the commodification of the Bushman and the Khoi identity. This group has become so desperate for recognition, progress, and to make a living. Some of us forget that indigenous groups, people from indigenous groups still need to make a living, right? That some of them have transformed non-commodities, such as cultural identity and indigenous knowledge, into commodities. Some use their status as Khoi or Bushman leaders as financial gain or financial advantage to get the financial gains, but they don't share them with the communities, right? And of course, then it appears that being a Khoi, Bushman, or Griqua leader or chief, and that is also a huge fight about who qualifies and who does not qualify, I also won't go into that, has become fashionable because of the rumored monetary values attached to such a status, over and above their own internal conflict. There are industries that benefit from the Bushman's indigenous knowledge and make millions, yet the communities continue to suffer economically. Consider, for example, the issue of the Hoodia plant. The Hoodia plant was rumored to be a great weight loss strategy, and then somehow the Hoodia plant is really just an endangered species, even if it even exists in South Africa anymore, right? And of course, even academics are guilty. And a lot of more industries of commodifying the knowledge that they get from the Bushman people and from the Khoi and from all other indigenous groupings without making sure that the communities or the people they are doing research with benefit. It is wrong. Right, so in conclusion, language remains inseparable from people. Yet, as important as language is, these people are equally important, right? So, it is my sincere hope that we don't just revitalize as we launch the International Decade. It is really my sincere hope that we don't just revitalize and preserve the languages spoken by the Bushmen and the Khoi groups of South Africa, but we also have strategies in place to revitalize their spirit and to restore their dignity. Thank you.
Dr. Mokoena. Thank you, Dr. Mokoena. I could listen to you the whole day. And between you and I too wish I was barefoot at this point. You know, as the doctor was speaking, I thought to myself, we do still have that block on every government form that says home language, right? We do have it. I recently filled in a form, and it says that. I don't know what it means or what the doctor just said and how it applies to that. Don't think I have the range for it, but I think it is something worth considering. Like, so if this is your home language, does it confine you to speaking it only at home and it is not welcome in other spaces outside of your home? I've never thought of it in that context until the doctor spoke. But I think we are all here to learn and to exchange ideas and to unpack some of the most complicated and complex contexts or concepts. We are now going to do a 10-minute round of a Q&A, which is what the mics that were placed in front of you are for. All of the speakers have been prepped to expect one form of a question or another towards them. And may I ask that the next speakers also ready themselves and also try and sum up their papers or their slides to the prescribed time while we do the Q&A. I think in front of you, you are able to just press the mic, and you can raise your hand because I don't think I can see from here if you would like to ask a question. And please direct your question to a particular speaker whom I hope is also seated with a mic in front of them, and they'll be able to speak to your input or to your question. I have noted one hand. I note you, sir, and the second hand, the gentleman at the back with a light blue shirt. And I also note you, sir. So we'll do 3 questions so that we can all process the questions and the answers and we do not forget. Yes, sir. Yes, Mhlekazi.
Okay. Testing. 1, 2. Okay. Okay, thank you, Program Director. So my questions, I hope to get a response from Dr. Rakhoho and Dr. Mokoena. Fascinated by their presentation. So I am glad that the first thing that both of their presentations dealt with was to emphasize that you can't separate language from power and in particular from politics, because often that's that artificial discussion. Now I want to understand from the two of them, right? Is it just enough to want to decolonize epistemically or even academically or even cognitively or even just the universities? Or should we look at decolonization more broadly? Because my own view is that even if you do it epistemically or with universities, it suggests there is a colonial problem in the country as things stand. That these universities or these academic, theories exist in a colonial context, which is a country, right? And I argue that South Africa continues to be a colonial construct as a country. So I wish to hear what they think about that. The second one relates to the issue of language and economics, right? And I take the point that the professor said it is artificial, it is conservative. The stats are work in progress. But I want to understand to what extent, if they did work that goes to that, the work that they have done accounts for the groups of languages that Professor Rakhoho spoke about, right, in the language economy. Because should we take their work as a true reflection or should we interact with it carefully? Thank
Yebo,
you.
Mhlekazi. I take it the second part of your question is directed at the professors, Professor Gous and Professor Haynes. Okay, they are still here. Professors, I hope you understood the question. Yes, we will get back to you while you formulate your answers. Mhlekazi is there at the back. I see you, sir. Yes.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Martin Mahangi. I come from the Free State.
Thank you.
My question is around my question is around the South African Language Practitioners Council. I've got a particular interest in South African Language Practitioners Council because I think I've had some input when the whole thing was started. But I'm just worried that if an act was passed in 2014 and it is now 2022, we are going to 2024, which is 10 years. Can we really still talk about some ground has been covered? I think at this point in time, I would request Dr. Raditsila to at least map out clearly what has happened in the process and what are the milestones that they are what are the steps that they say to themselves that, look, in the next month we are going to do this, in this month we are going to do this, because to be honest, I'm going back to say that really after having taken such a long time, if we want to be honest to the South Africans, we should not go the route of the South African Language Act. We know that the president had to go to court before the Language Act was promulgated. So in this case again, we don't need a situation where we shall be pushed. We need a situation where we are going to be clearly told that this is going to happen and this is going to happen, and on this particular date we hope, or at least put it until where we say now it will be in Parliament and then it will be out of our hands.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you. Prof, I hope you captured the essence of that. The gentleman from the Free State wants to know, in the context of having taken so long for the act to be passed, what are the timelines practically of what your organization is aiming to do? We're going to take the last question while you formulate your answer, and then we will circle back to Dr. Mukwena and I believe Dr. our comrade from the University of Tshwane, Dr. Makgokgo. Yes, there was a gentleman in Mbonangap. Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. My
Okay.
name is Mthethwa. My interest is in relation to the process that is unfolding, the process that is underway in terms of recognizing sign language as an official language in South Africa. My question is, there is a narrative that people who use sign language are disabled. Now, if we are saying sign language is a language, why do we say people who speak sign language are disabled? Because my submission is, maybe in the process of recognizing sign language, we need to make sure that we demystify that misconception. Because if we say people who speak South African Sign Language are disabled, that means I speak isiXhosa, I am also disabled to those people. So let's remove the disability factor and say South African Sign Language is a language which is developed up until it has got all the terminology and everything. So that is my submission. Thank you, Chairperson.
Ndiyakuva Mhlekazi. I take it is not a question, it is rather a submission. Okay, siyabulela. Thank you. We will now circle back to Dr. Mukwena and Dr. Rahuhu. After that, we will go to the professors, and after that, we'll go to Professor Ditsele. Siyabonga. Dr. Mukwena, are you able to? I think
so.
Yeah, okay.
There we
thank you.
go. Okay. So let me be very clear that the word decolonize and decolonization is confusing to me. I think all of us use it quite a lot in academia and other spaces, but I don't think that we've yet gotten to a point where we understand what we're doing with it, or whether we have a concise and structured way of going forward in thinking through it. I don't prefer to use the word decolonize. I'd rather like to think through, if you think about what colonialism was supposed to do, which is erase people that the white people found here, which is to render them non-valid, which is to really just, if you read the history of the commandos that were issued against the Khoi and the Bushman people, just, I mean, at some point there were petitions, there were, give me the English word, you could get a permit to hunt a Bushman during those times. So the point was to erase us, but they did not manage. So for me, when we talk about decolonization, for me, it's a reinsertion of a narrative. It's about making sure that everybody is represented. And you can do that in your own space. You don't need to wait for the government or the university to tell you. If you walk around and you see that there is a voice that's not represented, insert that voice. Stand up for that voice, because if you're going to wait for the government, then wait for the universities. Some of these systems serve the people in power. So you need to do whatever you need to do where you are to undo the injustice. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Doctor, are you ready?
Yeah, okay. I will attempt to answer that question. My view is that on the issue of decolonization, especially in the higher education sector, there's a need to get the accurate analysis of the history before we attempt to decolonize the system, so that the policy can be informed by the accurate analysis of the history. A practical example, in the basic education, we have the so-called home language, right? That thing does not exist, because according to the policy in education, what they mean when they refer to home language is not a true reflection, because they will say, Sepedi is your home language. Sepedi is not my home language. My home language is Sepulana, or Batsahananwa, or Kilobedu. My home language is Isimpondo, is Klubi, is Baka, not is Xhosa. So that to ensure that there is proper integration between the policy and practice, there's a need for policy developers to get the accurate analysis of the previous injustice that was done to South African indigenous languages. I hope I answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rahoho. Siyabonga. Professor,
Yeah,
sir.
that was a very interesting question. We did try to identify, as far as possible, all the languages. But I think the reality, as many of the speakers have said, English, Afrikaans, English by far the biggest, and Afrikaans, followed by Zulu and Xhosa are the next languages. So we didn't capture everything, but I think if we see this work as almost a benchmark of where we are now, and then set targets to where we want to be, and targets how we're going to get there. And I made a note here that I didn't mention because of the time limits. But we're not measuring, language is everything, as said, but we didn't look at the potential, the lost potential of the untold stories, the songs which are not getting to market, the songs which are not getting commercialized, the stories which are not getting published. So we didn't, there's huge potential there. And I think if we see the study that we've done now as a benchmark, and if we set ourselves as targets of growing by the 10% as the European Union have done, and that we can start capturing the value, maybe not the full monetary value, but certainly the cultural value and then some of the monetary value, we will make a big impact. So the answer, I've waffled a bit, but the answer to your question is no, we didn't include all of them.
Thank you, Prof. Our last answer is Professor Ditsele from the establishment of the South African Language Practitioners Council.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, Director of Proceedings. Let me answer the question in this fashion. At the beginning of my presentation, I also indicated that when the bill was first tabled in Parliament, I was a language practitioner there. And then time passed. Dr. Khumalo acknowledged at the beginning of, right at the beginning of the program, that it's long overdue. Now, to your question as to the specific timelines, I will answer it in this fashion. Our mandate as an advisory committee is to advise the department, not to be their spokesperson or speak on their behalf. So that question is technical. It has to be answered by the person or the people who should take responsibility for why it's taking so long. It's the department. I know you put it to us, but as the advisory committee, our mandate really is not to replace the department, but to say to the department, we think the council can be established if we do 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, when it comes to the timelines, I said in my talk that we do have timelines, but it's not our place to share that with the public. It is for the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture to take South Africa into its confidence, to say, hey, we have this specific month, this building, everything else. You would have heard that my speech was quite measured. I had to work within certain parameters that even with that question, I would not want to cross. So I hope I've answered you. Otherwise, if anybody from the department would like to add to what I have said, they're welcome to do so. Thank you.
Indeed, Prof. I think that in the interest of being thorough and of engagement, Dr. Khumalo from the Department of Arts and Culture will take that question and bring some light to the room.
Okay, thank you, Program Director. I think indeed, as the member of the advisory team is explaining, and I did acknowledge, as indicated, that they were, this is long overdue. Obviously, there were technical challenges that the department experienced, which I would not go into detail about. Suffice to say, in 2021, the department then proceeded with the process of implementing the Act by engaging with the sector, where there were then these committee members that were identified who have been working on this and looking at different options. where we are now is that this financial year, which would mean before the end of March 2023, after we have had that feedback and approval that I was speaking about, if you remember, I spoke about the fact that the recommendations from the committee went to the executive management team of the department, and they were adopted. So we are looking at, before the end of this financial year, having gone on a public nomination process where the public can be able to nominate the board, because that's the process of nomination that would have to be followed, which would then go to the minister in terms of final appointments. Our role and responsibility would go as far as that. I think the advisory committee rep did mention that a space has been secured already, thanks to PENSALP, that was communicated in the presentation, from which the council would be working from. And once the council has been appointed, and our plan, as I'm saying, is for that to be appointed before end of March, they would then take over. And they would appoint, because it's not our responsibility to then appoint the staff that goes to council. That will be the board that will do that. What we have done, just in closing, is that in our engagements, we have secured funding for a start-up process that would see the council being constituted in line with the key steps that I just outlined. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Doctor. I think that clarifies it. I certainly have a picture in my head in terms of the next 12 months or so, what is being planned and how it's going to be rolled out. If there are no more burning questions in relation to the previous speakers, I shall then now hand over to my colleague, Ndate Khomoswana, to take over, and we shall then have the following speaker. We've moved things around, but I do believe that we are to have on stage Mr. P. Jemane, who is going to speak to us on the prioritizing development of sign language towards the officialization of SASL, prioritizing development of sign language towards officialization of SASL. Umnumzane P. Jemane. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. This is how we greet in sign language. Firstly, I would like to greet the Honorable Minister, Nathi Mthethwa. This is how we greet in sign language. So please, in the future, when you're meeting a deaf person, this is how you greet them. We are here to talk about the development of the sign language. But firstly, let's go back into African development advocacy first. Because I've realized that most deaf people in all over the country, or either other African countries, we all have the same challenges and the same sufferings that we are facing. Anyway, my name is Mr. Pumlile Jamane. I hope we're still blessed, we're still good. I'm a chairperson from the National Language Board. I'm from PENSALP. I'm so happy and glad that PENSALP is fully giving attention to our sign language, because it is very important here to grow the language. So PENSALP, from when still taking small steps as a baby, trying to pull back South African Sign Language to become one of the recognized languages, same as any other spoken languages. Because now we are speaking about 11 official languages, but what about our language? Because that's where we depend on. We cannot understand any other language except sign language. So that is very important for us. And also, I could have thanked this man, Mr. Nathi Mthethwa, but unfortunately, he's not here. But anyway, thank you so much, everyone, to take their time to be here, and those who are in support of the officialization of a South African Sign Language. And we also looking at the South African Sign Language terminology development and lexical development. So we are all involved in that. So I think that the deaf community should also be involved in all the department. And also, it is very important for that South African Sign Language should also become one of the official languages. We've been there, and hopefully it will soon be officialized. And also, the Department of Arts and Culture from Eastern Cape has been very helpful in making sure that we also get recognized. So yeah, we still are lobbying for that. It has been a lot of work, I don't want to lie. So we've been trying and lobbying for people to be, at least to be aware of our language. Because most people don't know sign language. They don't even recognize us. But you are in South Africa, we're living with you guys, we are here, so we need to be also recognized. So why isn't that so hard for you guys to recognize and acknowledge us? So now we are here. We also need your support to lobby with us. But where's sign language? We always left behind. So this officialization of sign language, it could have been done a long time ago, but we're still here. In 2016, it has been announced that South African Sign Language has to be an official language. They've already been saying, we've been planning until now. We could have been a long time ago officialized. And then now we also have the Khoisan, we also have the Namas. So we could have all been official as sign language, and everyone can now be recognizing us. But we're still struggling because we don't get enough support. It's because maybe most people don't know sign language. What is sign language? Where does the language come from? Come on, guys, we really need your support. We also have the aspects from the universities, the academics. They should come make a research on that. But some, they feel like it's a new thing. Like they are so shocked in finding that we also have a language that we need to develop as well. Because now you guys have a language, yes, but then it takes time for the language to get developed and to be recognized. And then you guys are forgetting about other people. How about taking all of us when we're developing languages? Let everyone get involved in that. And then now, again, the issue of interpretation, access for the interpretation, it's also a challenge for us. Because now, as a deaf person, when I have to get a service, I need to get a sign language interpreter, and they need to charge me. So where am I going to get that kind of money? And again, I cannot just get anyone to come interpret for me because I cannot understand that person. So it would be very useful for me to just get a person who doesn't know or that doesn't even understand my language and my background to come and interpret for me. So, but then now, we now have a right to say, if I don't know an interpreter or an interpreter is not doing a proper job, I have a right to say that interpreter has to be removed from the podium instead. Because now, they're trying to sacrifice with us to say that they want to find the cheaper services because now they cannot afford the professional sign language interpreter. So that is still a struggle on us as well. For example, now, as I'm going towards home, then it happens, maybe I get marked somewhere, for example. What about my accessibility when I go to court? who will be there to help me? So that is very important for you guys to be aware. Yes, I'm a pastor anyway, by profession I have a church. Yeah, that's why I'm now speaking like I'm preaching. But anyway, I just want us to be aware and have the knowledge of us. Please, when you meet us, you don't have to shame us. We are as the same as you guys. The only thing that we need is your participation, for you to guys to understand our language, so you can be able to get access in everywhere you go. And now we're also suffering from different departments. When you go to different offices for services, there's no interpretation, there's no access for us. But yet you have a whole lot of community that are existing in the country, but they're still leaving us behind. But instead of coming together and supporting each other and supporting those indigenous languages that are not yet recognized. We have Zulus, Xhosas, Pedis, and all the languages are developing. But what about us? So can you all please hold hands and support us to develop this language? Because we also want to be as equally as your languages. And now we're going to the Department of Education. You go to schools, there's no sign language. And when I have a deaf child, I need to take my child to a faraway school because there's no deaf school around where I'm staying. For example, now we're having teachers, we also have parents. A parent get a deaf child, and then she doesn't know where to take this child because now the child is deaf. What am I going to do with the child? And then now they're taking back the child to the hospital to say, can you please examine my child? My child has a problem. To be honest with you, the child doesn't have a problem. You just have to learn the sign language, and that's it. That's the only accessibility that the child can get. But then whose responsibility is that to know sign language? It's a parent. A person who gave birth to a deaf child has a responsibility to learn that language. So then now you want to learn after getting birth to a deaf child. That's when you're going to start learning sign language. It'll be very too late for you. Then now how will that child grow up without a language? So can you please, everyone, let's try to develop, let's try to learn sign language, and let's try to help us get accessibility. Because now the sign language is very important to us because it's our language. I cannot say in one day, I'm no longer deaf, I can speak. I can't do that. Sign language is my language. It's only up to you guys to accommodate me as a deaf person. Because it's my language. This is how I speak. This is my only tool of communication. Because most of the people, we are really suffering, I don't want to lie. Because now most people, they can't even find jobs. Because all the time when I have to go to an office or to get accessibility or when I go to an interview, I need to wait for them to find me an interpreter. And how long will that waiting take? So can you please try to change our attitudes towards our language? Because I don't know Setswana. If I knew Setswana, I would speak Setswana. If I knew Sizulu, I would speak Sizulu. If I knew Afrikaans, I would speak Afrikaans. But I can't because I'm deaf. So only if our language can become an official language, and we highly require and we humbly pleading with you guys to come and support us. Because now, most people, to be honest, I'm sure some of them are really feeling irritated because I'm here standing in front of you using sign language. So please let us support a sign language because it's the only language I understand. It's the only language I can hear. So please come, let's work together into getting this. So only if you guys would know sign language, then that way it will be easier for the language to be recognized. We all need your support. So the Department of Arts and Culture in PenSAP has worked very hard to get where we are today. So I would really like to thank Dr. Mayepa, Provincial Manager from PenSAP. She really worked very hard for us to get where we are because most people are mocking sign language. And to be honest with you, my language is not a joke. So how would you feel if I can mock your language? How would that make you feel? So can we get the support that we need? And also, can we also get the respect that we deserve as we're respecting all your languages? May God bless you. And also, I would like to, I have one more question to the universities. I think most universities need to get penalized, really, to be honest. It's only 2 universities, which is VET and University of Free State, that recognize sign language. What about other universities? Where do we go for higher education? I am deaf. When I go to UG, I don't have an interpreter, I don't have accessibility. And all the lecturers are hearing. I haven't even found a deaf lecture. For example, when I get into the room, when I get to the lecture room, like, where is my language? I can't even access that. It's only hearing people who are taking over, and that is very wrong. And some of the people, the hearing people, are teaching sign language. The sign language is not for hearing people. The sign language is for deaf people. If I am deaf, you want to learn sign language, you should come to me instead, not to a hearing person. A hearing person doesn't know my language, doesn't understand my fluent language. So we are here, we are really here to lobby for a sign language and to become an official sign language. So we pleaded with pencil, and we want all universities, if you can get all universities to have a sign language in all their departments, because now you only have VETs and University of Free State, because all they do is about them getting a recognition for that. But then now, since we have a charter, the charter says we should open all accessibility, all the opportunities. So we should work towards accessibility for the deaf community. Because now when I register to a different university and I indicate that I'm deaf, they'll start taking me back and forth because they need to find an interpreter, which they need to pay. And now that'll become a problem. Please, my brothers and sisters, we need your support. I love you. Thank you.
Wow, man. You know that feeling you get that you've been sleeping for a very long time? And you wonder, are you really educated even? Or are you a civilized person? Do you have humanity in you? Because you find out certain things that you should have known for a very long time, and they've been in front of you. And you have had common sense, but you've never been able to figure out. I think we owe the entire sign language community a huge apology. But not an apology. Apology won't solve much. Action that is very expedient, that's urgent, and that delivers. Yeah, you may applaud. I mean, what's wrong with my sister? Because to be invisible is about the most painful thing. To be there and invisible. If you know you grew up in South Africa and you were told, do you speak an official language? And only 2 official languages existed. I went to a school like that. So, okay, now we have gained our independence, freedom, but we are happy to just keep other languages unofficial. On paper, maybe they are official, but what does it mean if the speakers or the people who sign don't feel like they are official? So I'm really hoping, CEO, that the action point with the ministry, with organizations like PANSALB, with the universities, schools, we will learn a language like we are learning to post on Facebook. Facebook did not exist 20 years ago. Everybody now has a Facebook account, even people who are 80. What about people with PhDs and double PhDs and professors who can even say good morning to a deaf person. So there you have it. I don't think I should labor it. Thank you very much, sir, for coming out here, campaigning, fighting, because they say real power is something you take. Nobody gives it to you. So may you have power and strength to demand and earn your place in the sun, which you so richly deserve. A round of applause for Phumelele Jamani. That's his name, Phumelele. His name suggests victory and success, so I'm sure he's not here to fail. He doesn't plan to fail, neither is the organization and the community he represents. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. The next presentation on the importance of coordinating terminology development. There you have it. You might agree the language should be official, it should be recognized, but how about the development of the terminology? How do we coordinate that? How important is it? What does it take? Do we know how to do it? So from the Northwest University, let's welcome Dr. Eileen Bowe.
Yeah, Tate Jamani, you have touched me so. But what I want to say, Dr. Kumalo, is that now I'm from Rustenburg. And in Rustenburg, long before 1994, we had a school called Kutlwano. I used to communicate with the deaf. It was so well advanced, but now I cannot do it anymore because the school was closed. We never continued to communicate with our people. So, Ntate Jamani, sello sa gago ga se simolle fa. Ra go utlwa. And to add to what you were saying is that the universities are there. For instance, I'm from Northwest University. We've got a full department, sign language. TUT, but Dr. Rakogole, Professor Ditsele, they have introduced sign language. Ibile, re tlhoka di lecturers in that department. So let's focus, Ariangopeli, we are one, and we can all talk together, whether we've got words or whatever. We've got words, we can sign, we've got hands to talk about. So, Dr. Kumalo, Arimingamauto. Platform is too small for me, but I will try. Sorry. Okay. Ka Setswana go tle go the moja morago ke kgosi. But in the position that I am, that is not the case. But looking at the importance of coordinating terminology and excited about the decade starting this year to 2032, I would say departments of sports, arts and culture in the language service has long been on with this journey. If I remember very well, I've been part of that since 2005, together with Mema Kapani, together with Mepelo Tole, developing terminologies that are there at the click of a button. It's just for us now to come with this roadmap, to say language planning in the departments of arts and sports, arts and culture. I'm used to that, the old name, where there was not that sports. Work together, language planning together with language service. If we can do that, a lot has already been done. In all languages, we just have to accommodate sign language. A lot has been done. So really, it's exciting to be part of a day such as this. to launch the roadmap. So as we have been told, right, we talk too much. I will skip all those that you said we should skip and try to run to the roadmap. That is the most important thing. But as I say, in all learning areas in the schools, the teachers can bear with me. We've got multilingual dictionaries, maths. The chairperson of PENSELP mentioned, I also had a slide on the different terminologies that have already been developed. 2020, Maloba Felafa, we woke up one day and the following day there was COVID. And we were supposed to talk about COVID because COVID didn't care what language you speak, what nationality you are. We could point a finger at China, but we had it. And we had to know what to do. What are we talking about when we talk about COVID? And we developed that terminology. It is there. I have it there. It's just that I don't want to waste time. But go into the website, yeah, Sports, Arts and Culture. Follow the links until you go to the different vocabulary terminologies. You will find them there. We're not supposed to be having problems as interpreters, as translators, and whatever to say. Ours is just now to come with this roadmap where we say, how do we coordinate it? Because I remember in my language, Kimutswana, whereby when we talk about terminology, when I'm going to come to an end to say, how do we coordinate? We would say contraceptives. Ki di thibela pelegi. And they're not. You take contraceptives, but when you want when you fall pregnant, you're going to give birth to a child. So ki di thibela kibo. When you take them, it's just that you don't want to fall pregnant. So that's where coordination comes. We are going to coordinate during this decade, coordinating terminology role. Because as I stand here, I'm a member again of the Setswana National Language Board. In Setswana only, we came up with the term South Africa. It is one word with a capital A, Afrika Borwa, one word. We know it used to be Afrika Borwa in Afrika Borwa. We are the only language who said it is one word Afrika Borwa because South Africa tells us of the position where this place is. So we don't want it to be described, we want to name it. But there's a problem. That is where we should come with the roadmap. Let us talk amongst ourselves. Because Setswana falls within the Sotho group. Ya Sepedi, ya Sepedi, Setswana, le Sesotho. Whereby we are one language. But if Setswana nakere, Afrika Borwa is one word, and Northern Sotho Sepedi bare Afrika Borwa, Sesotho bare Afrika Borwa, refokai. Let us coordinate and let us come together, guys. It is just for us. The problem, we enjoy being different from one another. We enjoy being against one another. We enjoy always to feel when we can get that, because Prof. Why is this thing, Prof. Dr. Rakhoya, decolonizing the mind, Dr. Mukwena? Decolonizing the mind, decolonizing our mind. That hour. So as we launch this roadmap, the language service must focus, I'm coming to the end, must focus on the different projects, on the documentation of existing terminology. Because it's there already, it's existing. They must focus on the existing terminology of the development of terminology in African languages. And amongst others, this means looking at new concepts. Whereby I stand in front of people and then I speak English and I said, I don't know what that means in Setswana. Let us decolonize our minds. Amongst others, this means looking at new concepts that appear in the teaching materials in schools, universities, workspaces, all government departments, as well as in all spheres of life. I was touched when Professor Host talked about the percentage it is a contributor fela gore batho ba ba ithutileng puo ba ka bona ditiro ka kae. E utlwisa botlhoko. Because in all what you do on a daily basis, we need a language that has all been developed for us to interact with one another. You can have money, you can have power, you can have whatever. You can be a high political person, but if you cannot express yourself and articulate your ideas, every day we develop. I'm tired about this word, develop. And I told the Batswanas, Kabarakare, most Swaneos never ever use the equivalent of the word develop. Why is it was it that development ya puo, because the language is there already. Sarona is just to because people, when they talk about that development, because now generation they've been speaking Sichuan. So let us not go. And we should remember that words have power. As Dr. Mukwena has said about that extreme whatever, you know, every word that you use, when you will think you are saying this, to me it will mean something else. Words have power, and we should be careful about how we use words. And that is where we are going to look into our terminology and coordinate it, so that at the end of 2032, Dr. Khumalo, Chairperson Agua Pencil, we've got something that we can show, so that we don't answer the question anymore where we are asked when it has been long documented, when is it going to be applied, and all those things. The importance of coordinating terminology development cannot be overemphasized, because with this development, we'll be in a position to achieve our goals as South Africans in the coming decade, as declared by UNESCO. You know, we should be so excited that this gathering should mean something to us. As they have been saying that from 2019, for instance, it was declared the International Year of Indigenous Language. And I was lucky that during that year, it's when I wrote my thesis, my PhD thesis, mainly in Setswana. I graduated in 2019. And you can ask yourself, a 276-page book written in Setswana, where does the terminology come from? The terminology is there. It's for us to use it. People used to ask me, when you write your PhD in Setswana, who's going to read it? Hey, take a deep breath. I am going to read it. The Batswanas are going to read it. I did my master's in 1993. You can imagine from 1993 to 2019. Because I couldn't do my PhD in Setswana then. Then I said, I'd rather quit academia with my master's. I'm not going to do a PhD if I have to do it in English. Because things have changed that I had to do it in English. And I said, thank you very much. Until the opportunity came that I wrote my thesis in Setswana entirely. And in there was a lot of noise to say, first thesis written at it's just a pity that it was the first for the Northwest University at Mafikeng campus, where the University of Bophuthatswana started. You can imagine during the University of Bophuthatswana, why didn't it be? But at least Modimo Arabil, it was there. So we have to coordinate, we have to come together. For instance, when I go to the end, I say, when we talk about coordination and coming up with that roadmap, to say we keep on talking about the Sotho group, which is the three, Setswana, Sepedi, Sesotho, the Nguni, we know there are different languages. If we come together as Sotho group, we work together. The Ngunis sit together, they work together. I don't want to use the word bavenda beetso ke phela le bona. Ha ke batle ho dirisang lefoko marginalized. I don't want to. But we can group ourselves together during this decade to see how we work together so that we don't come le kabo Tibela Pelegi lebo Africa Bale, which causes controversy amongst us. For as long as Namutswana Kirile, I don't care what the other one say, and I don't care what the other say. So the Language Service Department of Sports and Agriculture should therefore take a lead, please. They have been doing it, but this decade, they should take a lead in facilitating this coordination by bringing together people from different fields with different skills and competence in a harmonious and efficient working relationship. Because it is easy for us within this decade. UNESCO, we thank you. We thank you. On platforms such as this and develop and talk and talk and talk. So this brings me to the stance here. My stance mainly refers to how we develop this terminology, and this is going to strengthen multilingualism. We talk about multilingualism, but we are not aware of what we are talking about. Because when an isiZulu speaking person talks to me, please, please, let us not do that. So the Constitution has articulated and has accorded these languages their status. I don't have to go there, but for us is, let me go there where I say, like I say, I'm running towards the end, I can see terminology coordination section should compile the glossaries, because there are still words that a Mopedi person have and have their equivalents, their meanings and everything that I don't have. So if we share, it is going to be easy. All stakeholders should be invited. Language doesn't depend or doesn't belong to a national language body or to a PLC or to a what. Language belongs to all of us. So if we talk about Setswana, Batswana Bagai, I will to come and say, this is this. We used to have consultative workshops through now before those in those terminologies that 2005, where we would have all people whom I used to call them our archives, knowledgeable, resourceful people, to say, what did you call this? English, what did you call this during? And they will tell you, and you start saying, oh, okay, if I saw, then we can call it this. That is why our lexicography unit is even called Sefala. Meaning mone re story wa mabele mo teng ka nako ya kotulo go tlala fo ka nako e go sa kotulwang go na le tlala ba botle ro ntsha mabele a le go sefaleng ra ja ra khora ba botle ba gaetso. The ball is in our court. 2032 is around the corner. Let us come together and forget about mina ngimzolo nna ke Mtswana wena umopedi nna serile say wena ga wa sirase. Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, Language Services, Mama Kapan, le meupelo, tiang, liberekile, but work together with the language planning. Letla bona metlholo. Ke le leboga botle go tswa go bopelong ba boteng ba pelo yana. I thank you all from the bottom of my heart.
Apologies for interrupting such powerful presentations. And I must say, well done to the department, well done to PenSalb, anybody who put together this event. I really hope that it will be launching action, not a decade of talking. It will be a decade of action, so that come 2032, we shall say we came together in 2022 and we launched this. And look how far we have come. We'll be able to be proud of ourselves. The second thing, people in this room are mainly what we call the converted. Most of you already know what needs to be done. You're already doing it. It looks like, to PenSalb in the department, I should say, This message has to go to people who need to be changed and converted and helped to understand. Of course, we can change others by changing ourselves, but let's make sure that we take this message to everybody so that it doesn't stay a conversation amongst people who already know or who are already doing what needs to be done. Thank you very much, Dr. Boy, for that. I really look forward to people like you professionalizing these indigenous languages and how they are being used in culture, in commerce, in academia, in every aspect of our lives, because we need that. To be taken seriously, we must take ourselves seriously. Let's move on to archiving of South African languages through technology. We already heard about the app being there for the Nuu language, and that is very helpful. But let's see how we can archive more efficiently the South African languages through technology. And for that, we're going to go to Mbula Research and Development, and we have Mr. Wanda Ndlovu who's going to speak to us. Gaje. Okay, I know you're hungry, I know you're tired, I know you're looking for the cocktails, but at this rate, you're not getting any cocktail. A round of applause for Mr. Enzo. The remote.
Hello. Hi, is everyone okay? I'm here to present about human language technologies. A name mine what? It's Wanda, and my surname is Ndlovu. We can continue. So by the way, I can do the presentation in sign language, but I will use the service of the sign language interpreter. Because of my dialect, it's not that perfect. I'm still polishing it. So I'm here to talk about human languages technologies in terms of how we can document it, archive it, and also make sure that it's accessible. Because it's one thing to document something, but if it's not accessible to the masses, then it's a problem. As you have heard some of the speakers, they talk about research. A lot of research, it's delivered, but sometimes it's not taken forth. So I'm here to talk about how can we then use technology to ensure that we archive, but moreover is to make sure that it is accessible to the masses. Now, why it's important to archive and make language accessible. As you know, as you know, language, it's one of the key components that help to pass values systems from one generation to the next generation. But there is a challenge. The challenge is previously or historically, African indigenous or minority languages have not received the same attention that is received by the mainstream languages. And that's a problem. And then that leads into having languages that is not documented, and in future it won't be accessible. Now, what is human language technologies? Human language technologies is the use of computing, artificial intelligence, to ensure that we provide supporting tools in developing and supporting language development and ensuring that we document it and it's available to the masses, not only into the future. The future is today. We have to document it and make it available to the masses. For an example, I got exposed to sign language 4 years ago, and I struggled to access the content online. What you'll find online, it will be a video whereby they sign probably hello, but it will be written in English. And I'm Zulu, and I would like to learn a language in a comfortable state where I'm able to interpret a sign and I can able to read it in Zulu. So there was no content that is available. Now, with the use of technology, we can then make language accessible by using artificial intelligence, or we can use robots, for an example. Now, as I've mentioned, that language can be developed using technology, or it can be archived using technology. So this is a phenomenon that is happening globally. So if we take it from the global level, in Spain, they have invested in the language development of Spanish language and creating digital content. In Greece, they are using artificial intelligence to document, archive, and make language accessible. But here in South Africa, we are grateful that the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, it is investing in language development. For an example, speech-to-text, machine learning, and natural language processing. There are a number of projects that the department has embarked on in the past 10 years. And over and above that, our business is currently funded by the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture to develop, document, and also ensure that we produce systems, digital systems that will offer automatic recognition sign language. So we are not saying we are removing interpreters. We are providing automatic recognition system where interpreters are not available, like in rural areas. And we had one of the speakers spoke about affordability. So where a company can afford to deploy an automatic recognition system that will bridge the communication barrier between hearing and non-hearing, we then encourage that they should then consider the use of technology to document, archive, and also provide services that will help South Africans to able to communicate with the deaf community. Now, if we zoom into a specific language, like sign language, so now let's frame the problem. When we frame the problem when it comes to sign language, there is 45% of content that is available that can be accessed by a sign language user or a deaf person. Only 45%. What happens to the rest of the percentage? That means those people are unable to access sign language content because they don't have access to digital platform. So there is a need then to develop technologies that will advance the use of sign language through digital platform or technological platform. And then secondly, the World Health Organization estimate that there are 1.5 billion of people that are suffering from hearing loss. So what does it mean? It means maybe 1 in 7, for argument's sake, might be deaf. The question is, will you able to communicate with that person if you come across maybe a deaf person by the bus stop, or maybe you are riding the same Uber with the deaf person? Imagine if it's a 3-hour drive, that means you weren't able to communicate with a deaf person for 3 hours. So those are the two major problems that I want to use to frame the problem. Now, as I've mentioned, if you come across a deaf person, it might be difficult for you to communicate with a deaf person. You might try to use your gestures, but it will mean nothing to a deaf person. So there's a need to use digital platforms to learn sign language so that we can bridge the communication barrier. How can we do that? As a company, in 2019, we launched our digital platform where anyone in South Africa can access our digital platform and learn sign language. Secondly, you can also use our platform to find a sign language interpreter. Generally, you will be able to know where to find interpreters if you are exposed in that world. But if you're not exposed in that world, you will struggle to find interpreters. So with this digital platform, which is another way of documenting and making sure that sign language is accessible, you can find interpreters and book an interpreter and have a remote interpretation services on our platform. And the second case is social media platforms. If I can give you some numbers, for argument's sake again, let's say the industry worth $10 billion. In that $10 billion, it is hearing people, or 95%, it is hearing people that are tapping into that market, and they are generating revenues, and they are starting businesses. Now the question that we should ask ourselves, what are we doing to cultivate that the deaf community, the sign language users, participate in the social media platform so that they can become influencers, they can start businesses as marketers, digital content generators, game development. So as a business, we started a masterclass series early this year where we teach young deaf people across the country how to use social media, how to create accounts, and how to use those platforms to create businesses. As you'll know, that if unemployment is high among South Africans, and then you size that market again into hearing people, it will be high. Then it's worse if it's deaf people because of many other reasons. So social media can be another digital platform that we can use to document and make it accessible to the sign language users. And the sign language users, then they will be able to generate revenue. And the third aspect that we believe that we can use technology to document and make sign language accessible, it is educational content. Last year, we partnered with a school in Kenya, MCK Kamatungu, whereby we wanted to solve a problem of a learner who did not understand board mass in class, and after class has no material or tools to access. Now, let's compare with the hearing person. If I don't understand strategic framework and I'm attending an MBA class, I can go to YouTube channel, and then I can create a competitive advantage when I come back the following day and then engage with the lecturer. Now take a deaf person who's attending an MBA class or is attending a grade 2 and they were discussing or teaching them board mass. After class, a deaf learner do not have any platform where they can access the content. Now, as a company, we've partnered with the School for the Deaf in Kenya, where we have deployed a platform and we have provided the teachers to record themselves on a daily basis, upload the content. So basically what we've done, we've created a TikTok of sign language in educational content. As you can see on my presentation, the School for the Deaf in Kenya, we are engaging with the Schools for the Deaf in South Africa as well, but we are an we are Afrocentric business, so starting in Kenya, there's nothing wrong with that. We'll come back in South Africa as well. On the other aspect as well is our platform, the way we've developed them is it's segmented into grades, where the teachers will generate content for maths, specific chapter, and a specific concept. Then the learners, after school or after class, they can then access the content. What we need to do now is then to engage stakeholders in terms of how do we then zero rate the platform so that they can access it anywhere. And then the other aspect in terms of how we can use technology to drive the archiving, documenting, and making it accessible, that's what is more important. Games. We use games to learn in most cases. I grew up playing Kung Fu Master, which was developed somewhere, whether it's in Asia. And Kung Fu Master taught me problem solving because I was solving problem. Now, we should ask ourselves, do we have games that are in sign language? The answer is no. So meaning, the development of the problem solving skill is not happening within the community. As a company, we are embarking on developing games that are sign language focused, and we will be launching them in Q1 of 2023. And then lastly, we believe that a combination of human-machine technology will solve human problem. We need interpreters, but we heard some of the speakers, they talk about the cost. Where cost is not affordable, then we need to look at how can we use artificial intelligence to develop automatic recognition system. As you can see, this is one of the systems that we are currently developing. Here is a deaf person who's signing hello, and then the system automatically recognizes. So these are different forms of how we can then ensure that we use technology to advance the development of a particular language. I won't play this video because of time. Okay, it's playing. I didn't want to play it. So this is just one of the, So this is just one of the examples of technologies that we are working on or developing as a business just to ensure that we advance the development of language. So now, what is next? What is next for us is to take advantage of artificial intelligence system and apply them in language, how we should archive, document, and make it accessible. We need to make sure that we develop products that are locally produced. Because I hear a lot of people, they talk about why do you need a system that will relay the video, whereas you've got Zoom or you've got WhatsApp video call. Those are systems that are developed by companies outside of the country. So that means we're using an IP outside of the country. So I'll encourage anyone who wants to partake in using technology to advance any language to develop solutions that are local so that we can own that IP. And owning an IP will then ensure that we create jobs. My presentation ends right here, and I'll let my colleague to sum it up for me.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Ndlovu. Just to summarize everything that he has said, I see that the program director is here already, so I'll be very brief. My name is Tsepo, and I'm partnering with RIA. So we have two different languages that we've developed through this technology. So as much as my brother has given his presentation, I was there to support, and also we worked together for RIA, and I would also like to announce that it is it's very visual, so sign language is a very visual language for deaf people, so we have lots of different signs that we use to explain the same thing. So those signs will be used as our language or form of communication. So those signs can be translated into a technological device that we can use to communicate and to have different apps that are linked within our app to be able to provide the services for the deaf person. For example, if the sign language interpreter is not able or available to be physically there, we can just contact them and send them the link for them to be able to provide the sign language interpreting services to a deaf person virtually. So I know there's been a lot of deaf people who are struggling accessing the services, but you find that some people are in the rural areas, some people are very far, and the interpreter can't get there on time. So we have this app that uses this sign language services to interpret for the person, especially now that sign language will be official. This will be very possible for us. Thank you, everyone.
Man, I feel so bad standing here saying time's up. But as I said, I will repeat it again. Let's take this show on the road. Let's take it to all parts of South Africa so that people who need to hear these messages can hear. And give the presenters more time so they can elaborate on what they're doing and people are able to ask questions. But it's a very good start to launch this. It shows you how much area, how much ground we can cover on a subject of indigenous knowledge. Or indigenous languages, rather. And with 10 years, I'm sure we can make progress. I know I'm repeating that, but we have to emphasize what's possible, not what's wrong. The last speaker, before we ask Professor Siepe to come and sum up the day, is going to talk to us about the advancement or advancing the indigenous language or languages through language research networks. And coming from the University of the Western Cape, let's welcome Professor Russell Kashula.
Thank you. My computer's too big. Diabulisa kuni nonke bantu basekhaya. Molweni, goeiemiddag, good afternoon. Greetings to everybody. It's a great opportunity to share about networking and research. And actually, if I could just have all of what we've said today coordinated in a coordinated manner, in a networked manner until 2032, I think we would succeed. And that could be the end of my presentation. Because what we need really is an office somewhere with a dedicated human body who's passionate and innovative and who can work between all of what we've heard today to reach the public, because language is about reaching the public. It's not about us necessarily who are in universities. It's a public good. So that would to me be very important, and that would be my message actually from today. But I will run through these slides anyway. So I'm in the Department of African Language Studies at UWC, and I chair also a research chair in forensic linguistics and multilingualism. And what we're really trying to do is obviously to preserve our languages and to develop them. But from what we've heard today, and I think Dr. Rajojo also brought this up, is the Constitution will have to be changed from what I'm hearing here, because we have to infuse a sense of inclusivity into the Constitution that doesn't exist, whether it be South African Sign Language or whether it be dialects or so-called dialects. We somehow have to find peace with bringing inclusivity into our Constitution. So I've already said, I think, a dedicated office somewhere, and I'm very appreciative, and I think we all are, of the work that DESAC is doing. But we need some person to operate, to coordinate all our efforts, and this would lead to greater development. And I think, and I might be talking under correction, but from a university point of view, we work in silos. We're all doing terminology development. We're all developing glossaries. You know, we're all working in developing dictionaries for science and mathematics, but we're not coordinating all of this. And we have an obligation actually to work through PANSALB in order to coordinate these kinds of efforts. But again, it needs someone to drive it. It should start with the coordination of government departments as well as coordination of networking across universities in the SADC region, where there are cross-border languages, including with UNESCO, Akalan. I'm sure Dr. Dampa this morning would have outlined the work of Akalan and other organizations as well. It actually needs to be a continental networking initiative that presently doesn't seem to be there, that we should nurture and foster. And I've just heard this incredible talk from Mr. Ndlovu, you know, on the Mbula Innovation Hub, which links with SADLAR and the incredible work that they're doing on digitization and promoting digital data and innovative methodological approaches within the humanities and social sciences, but from a human language technology point of view. This is the future. It is the future, artificial intelligence, human language technology, and in order to develop our languages, both extant languages and living languages, we need this technology, and we need it again to be networked and coordinated across the country and across the continent. So it's really very exciting to see these initiatives coming to the fore. So SADLAR offers an online African languages grammar portal, which provides an overview of the syntax, morphology, and phonology of each language based on prior and contemporary scientific study. And it really transfers these languages into the digital age. It preserves them. Even the Khoikhoi and the San languages can be preserved in perpetuity through this kind of technology. It would mean, again, closer cooperation and networking with the Department of Science and Innovation and other universities where some of this work is being done, like Stellenbosch, Northwest, Pretoria, UNISA, Free State, as well as the CSIR, which support SADLAR as well, and also DESAC and PANSALB. So another thing that's happened in the last years is we've developed these research chairs, and there's one on the intellectualization of African languages, multilingualism, and education, which has done pretty good work, and there's this one on forensic linguistics and multilingualism, and I think there's one on early childhood development as well in African languages. But these chairs have produced hundreds of students over the last years who've graduated with incredible research from sign language. There's Dr. Ganiso sitting there that I can see, to the first PhD written in isiXhosa at Rhodes, which became the most downloaded PhD. And this speaks to Dr. Poy's point as well, is that if you write in an indigenous language, it doesn't mean it's not going to be read. It was even downloaded in Haiti, in France, everywhere. So I don't know who's in Haiti who speaks isiXhosa, or maybe it's just the excitement of seeing another language. But these chairs are doing very good work, and they need to be brought into the network as well, because a discipline like forensics, for example, in African languages, is a completely new discipline. There is no unit in South Africa that is working in forensic linguistics or center. So that should be part of networking as well. Also, innovative publishers like David Phillip, who are doing an incredible series of books in all 11 official languages. They've won international awards now for these books, and there are many publishers. I'm just mentioning this one example. So it needs to be a networking also with publishers who are doing interesting work, with NGOs like Nalibali, the Center for Advanced Study of African Societies, which is now housed at UWC as well, which has a book series. So we need a combination of what's happening on the ground as well as the research outputs, and to network and coordinate all of that as well. So more generally, KSS is a Pan-African center that leverages the best African expertise to support a network of Africans addressing questions of interest to Africa, including language. And again, I think a dedicated person who can coordinate all of this would be a good idea. Sorry, I'm supposed to be clicking my... So the University of South Africa, through its Community of Practice for the Teaching and Learning of African Languages, it's COPAL, on the continent is working with universities and in South Africa towards the implementation of the DHET's new language policy framework for public higher education institutions, and they too should form part of this networking. PansHelp, the DHET, Science and Innovation, as well as Bakonde, which is a project that's funded from overseas in Spain, but it's based in South Africa and covers a number of different universities, should be networked and coordinated with DESAC, because we're all doing the same thing. We're all developing our African languages and trying to make them more visible and promote them in intellectual spaces. But one thing that did disturb me with the UNESCO documents when I looked at them, concerning the decade of action, the only African countries represented on the steering committee are the Gambia, Zimbabwe, and Madagascar, and the only languages used in the documentation that's presented is English, French, Spanish, and I think it's Russian. And I thought we could at least have seen Kiswahili there maybe, or isiZulu, or some other African language as well. So without an implementation plan, any policy is not really going to get us anywhere. And again, if we have an office that coordinates all of our development initiatives together with an implementation plan, where there are people responsible for implementing certain things, I think that could work well. Because this is what we're finding now at universities. We have our language policies, but there's no implementation plan. So the next step, for example, at our university now is to develop that implementation plan now this year as we speak, so that from next year we have designated bodies who are responsible for developing African languages at our university. And the AU would again be an important partner. Akalan would be an important partner. ANET, the African Collaborative Network for Language Documentation. NALC Network, which is the National African Languages Resource Center at Indiana. And the National Council of Less Commonly Taught Languages. You'll notice that all of these are based mainly in America and not on the continent. Yet they're talking back to us in terms of our own languages. So I think we need to do our own kind of networking from this side. The African Languages Resources on the internet at Columbia. So we need to develop online networking for resources and content development, as well as link with translators and those developing digital resources like Mbula and Sadala. And the African Languages Association of Southern Africa just held an incredible conference at UWC in the last 2 weeks or so, and that was a lovely networking experience. So we need to bring in the academic organizations, the organizations on the ground that are doing this incredible work, as well as the other institutions at the governmental level that are working in African languages. And it needs to be driven nationally, I think, through DESAC and partners. And networking will help to develop and coordinate even language development initiatives as well as the terminology development. With that, I thank you. Enkosi Kaisekai Gangan, which is Koi Koi, and Danki, thank you, and I'll leave you with the words of Utatu Matiba, which we know so well. Enkosi kakhulu bantu basekhaya, ndiyabulela. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. And that brings us to the end of our presentations. The only one left now will be for me to take a few questions very quickly, if we could breeze through. By the way, when I say questions, you can also make a comment. It's not as if you are restricted to, but when you do, just make it as crisp as possible. Do I see people who would like to? Is that Bule Welsh? Oh, man. Gee. Okay. I thought you looked like Bule. All right. So I recognize you. I recognize. Thank you. Thank you, Prof. How many people who won't be able to sleep tonight if they don't ask a question? You know, you don't want people having nightmares. I've seen only 3 hands so far. You don't have to add to them for the sake of it. Okay. Let me start there. Okay, the hand has gone down now. So please remember, push your microphone and say your piece. Crisp and direct it as much as you can. All right.
Hello, everyone. My name is Yolanda Sibanyoni. I'm from the University of Pretoria.
All right, you're very soft-spoken, even with the help of a mic.
Okay, let me shout. I'm studying Bachelor of Education. I'd like to say that it would be an honor and pleasure that someone, maybe from the Department of Education or higher institution, they implement the idea that we should learn all the languages, especially the African languages. For instance, in my university, there's no Swati, of which I am Swati, by the way, so I was forced to do isiZulu, of which I find that very, very sad. It was sad because now I had to adapt to something else that I'm not used to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No arguing that point, definitely. Oh, is your hand up? Okay. All right. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Veliswa Gwenza. I'm from the Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality. I just want to ask Dr. Bowe whether the coordination of technology would include the impact that foreign languages have had in converting the spoken word to the written word in our own languages, because you've got the French influence in Sesotho in terms of the written verses. So when you are coordinating those languages, is that going to be taken into account? Thank you.
You take me back to Mauritius when you say that. The French and Spanish missionaries there. Huh? All right, Dr. Boy, you got the question, right? I'll come to you, but I wanted to make sure you got the question. All right. Thank you very much. I'll come and take that. All right, let me take the 2 last hands that were there. Go ahead, please, sir.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to, I don't have a question. I wanted to congratulate all the speakers, the presenters, for this remarkable information that we've gotten today. And I think we are on track, for the empowerment of our African indigenous languages. I've just taken a few notes. Now, I wanted to start with sign languages. Akalan as a continental structure, it has to come into all these things. So we are intending to organize a consultative meeting to see how we're going to go about establishing a committee or a commission for sign languages, whether it's going to be country-wise or, we'll determine during this consultative meeting and try to harmonize our efforts. Harmonizing African Sign Languages doesn't mean killing any part of it. We just recognize what exists in each country and go along. Now, when it comes to terminology, it is indispensable. The Language Plan of Action for Africa says we have to use our languages in our education system, in the media, everywhere possible. For that, we need terms and lexicography to do it. And I think tomorrow, I'm not sure if I would have the chance to briefly present what Akalan is doing technically about all these things, even for 10 minutes. Now, we go to human language technology. That one is also relevant. Everything is important. Now, we are also working, we call it a comprehensive and interactive platform for African languages, where we're going to put all aspects of African languages on it. That's going to be a property of the African Union, of the African people. And we have a committee for that. We're going to launch that by the end of the month, this month, and then it will be online. Now, networking is very important. You know, the structure of Akalan is such that continentally, just like an umbrella, we need to liaise with universities and institutions of learning. Now, I will come to that tomorrow, maybe if I have chance to speak, the structure and functioning of Akalan and all that. But I want to end saying that everything depends on language policy and implementation.
Yep.
That is all.
Yep.
We need to have language policy. There may be language policy, but the implementation, if it is problematic, then we're not going anywhere. And sometimes when we call people, I say, do you have language policy? They say, no, we don't have language policy. I say, you have it. Because the absence of the language policy itself is a policy.
Thank you very much.
So we need to look into that. I'm really grateful for all these things happening on our continent, and thank you very much for these contributions.
Thanks for attending. Thank you for attending. Pule Welsh.
This one. Oh, excuse. Yeah, well, Pule Welch. It's towards the last two presentations. And starts with the concept of a technology and a language technology. If we think of technology,
Pule, are you from Meadowlands, man?
Yeah, but
Yeah, you cool ngathi umuntu was a Hyde Park.
ufuna ngiyiringe ke.
Yeah, oh.
Okay, should vele uyayibona lento ukuthi yeah. Masithi nje i-technology, ubuciko or ubucisa, yabo. So that can be arts and technology, that kind of thing, yabo. Ubucisa or ubuciko, right? And when we talk about the technologies, sithi vele sithi ulwazi olusetshenziswayo for a particular purpose, to achieve a particular purpose. So when we're saying that siyakhohlwa ukuthi futhi ukubhala i-technology just ukubhala nje, yabo. So when we are looking at the systems of writing that we are using, we are very monoliteral. Kushuthi sibhala ngendlela eyodwa. Kodwa thina lapha eMzantsi Afrika or eNingizimu Afrika or Afrika Tsonga or Afrika whatever we want to say, you know, Azania, Ngaremap. Thina la sinohlelo lokubhala lwethu lwesintu. Sithi isibheqo sohlamvu or ditima tsa dinuku. And this is a system of writing that is indigenous. Now the colleague from Mali will attest that they have their own system of writing called Nko. Nko is the system of writing used in the whole of West Africa, and it's indigenous. Whereas the system of writing we are using here is the missionary system that was inserted through the missionary system, as Dr. Akoko was talking about. So the question is this: why are we also not speaking about the writing systems that originate from this land? And why is it not also part of the discussion? Especially also with South African Sign Language, because the literature of South African Sign Language must still be developed. Because, you know, as a person who's signing, they are writing in a different language all the time. They're not writing in their language. And then the last point is that Southern African systems of writing, uhlelo lokubhala, mukwalo wasetso, ditema tsa dinoko, we're talking about that for example. It can write all language in this country equally under the same orthography. There's no problems of different orthographic traditions where you're going to have, like, for example, TSHA, Zulu, it's Ja, Tswana, it's going to be Ta, Ngachivenda, it's going to be Cha. Do you understand? It's going to have all different pronunciations, but it's the same letters. Ditema tsa dinoko, it's one system, one pronunciation, all the same. You understand? So there's something that we also should maybe introduce, and I would like the comments from those who are talking about technology, and the last speaker, Prof. Kashula and Nathi.
Wow, man, you confuse me. You know, it's like meeting Jonathan Clegg. I'm listening to a musician, and I meet a scholar. Now, people who make a living with comedy, you forget that actually they are thinkers. You floored me with the stuff you said there. I feel like inviting you to the university to teach.
Well, I can tell you that 3 universities have started using the writing system. The first one is UNISA in the undergraduate program in linguistics. The second one is UJ in the design department in jewelry design. They've used it. The third one is University of Mpumalanga in the tourism and heritage. These are the 3 universities that have engaged indigenous writing. There's no other university that has done that. The only other institution who's done that is the Windy Brow Theatre in Hillbrow. So there's an opportunity for other universities to come on board and for government to come on board.
Okay. I'm driving a taxi to Limpopo. You're coming with me. All right. People who talked about technology, Wanda, and who else? 2 people talked about technology. Just answering, you know, that when we say technology, we complicate it by thinking we mean gadgets, iPhone 14. No. Technology, the way he defined it, it's just high level. That's high grade stuff, man. Wanda, do you want to comment?
So I agree with him. So, I mean, a simple definition of technology is to learn how to do things so that we can accomplish human objectives.
Right.
And if human objectives can be achieved by writing or digitizing or artificial intelligence, let's do so. The example that I've cited today were based on AI, but again, writing, it is a technology, because people, they often associate technology with electronic gadgets, aerospace, but we do have a clothing technology. We do have timber. So writing, it is a technology, and it's one of the maybe discussion that I can take it forward with the gentleman and see how we can work together. So I'm keen to work with him.
So that we can acknowledge the indigenous technologies, including how we used to write.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, I'm trying to wrap up, so just briefly, please.
Yeah, I think I have some a say here as heading the African Union structure, dealing with African languages, and when we talk about scripts, it's important. Now we have Amharic in Ethiopia.
Yes.
We have Nko. I'm from the Gambia. Nko expresses my language, Mandingo. Now we have a 17-man assembly of academicians. These are linguists. We call them big heads. And they are the one who regulate all these aspects for the African Union, for the African Academy of Languages. Now, the reasoning behind using a Latin script for African languages, with each country using its speciality, if you want, is that, for example, ask the Ethiopians to abandon Amharic and use Ngo. You'll be in trouble. Vice versa. So the idea is that each language, each country would use the Latin script that almost everybody is using in this world, and we use our own specialty, like the Nye and all those things that we have. So we have these things in African languages. This is the reason behind the African unions not using these the scripts for African languages.
Wow. And they're in Ethiopia, where the year is still 2015, I think. That's very uncanny. Eh? They're in a country that doesn't even recognize that is the year 2022. They are still using their 13-month calendar. All right, there you go. Maybe they should start there and change the African Union headquarters and present it in another way. Okay, Dr. Poe, There was a question directed to you before I called Professor Siepe to sum the day for us. Please answer the question about the UE in Sesotho and how the Kasais and the Kolia they've taught us to write Sesotho in a French way, not.
I didn't get the question clearly, but I think what is going to help us in this situation is languages have their own orthographies.
Mm.
And with the orthography, we will speak one thing, we understand what that word mean or that term mean, but the way we are going to write it is the way that we'll say, this is Setswana, this is whatever. But both of us understanding the term or the word in the same way. So the writing of it, the orthography, meaning how we decode that word really, shouldn't bother us that much. The most important thing is to understand when we talk about this concept, all of us, like the 13, 11 official languages in South Africa, we understand it equally. Then we go in our corners and write it because Setswana will remain as Setswana, isiZulu will remain to be as isiZulu. We are not at this moment saying we want to have one language, but we say when we talk about a concept, let us understand it the same way, have the same meaning, explain it the same way, so that we act the same way up to that, so that the Motswana person doesn't do a different thing when it's referred to one word, then that one goes that way.
But hang on, Doctor. Does it mean then I learn the different orthographies? Because you know in Setswana there are people whose surname is P-O-O. You know what happens if you read it as an Englishman?
I know where they will come. For instance, in my surname, people will say "poo."
Exactly.
Say, "Hey."
So I'm just.
But I think what we have just been discussing with Prof. Ditsile is this dinoko, the temes are dinoko.
All right.
It needs us to study that.
Okay.
It needs us all to understand that. Because the way I understand it is that when you recognize that concept, for all of us then, we'll be able to say it in the same way.
All right. All right. Thank you very much, everybody. Give yourselves a round of applause. You've come through a very hard day, long program. Let's ask now to help us sum everything up for the first day, because we have day 2, it is a half a day. But from the University of Zululand, let's ask Professor Siepe to come and do his best in the shortest possible time. Prof, you have the toughest job. You have the longest day and the shortest time to sum it up in. There you go. We are all yours. A round of applause for Prof. Siepe.
Let me first acknowledge the excellent work that has been done by the program directors. And coming here, the DTG, Dr. Khumalo, was actually reminding me that summation is summary, so I'll try to do that. Actually, in law, there's a way of doing it, which is much more easier, Dr. Khumalo. You simply say, I concur, then you sit down. But I think the minister will not be too happy if I just said I concur and sat down. But let me first also join the program directors in saying you've been a very good audience, and I would like to acknowledge also that the minister was here, and most importantly, that the minister found time to stay with us. I also want to acknowledge in absentia the special guest who came today, Oma Katrina, and also we should also congratulate the department and the minister for bringing here and also for recognizing the work that she has done. In a sense, she has set the high bar for us. I also want to recognize the international guests that are with us here, and also the CEOs and heads of entities, leaders of organizations, the academic leadership represented by professors and deans here, and most importantly, the distinguished guests, and of course, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased, DDG, that this is fast becoming an annual pilgrimage for practitioners of African languages, a sort of an annual rendezvous. And this is necessary for the task ahead, because it provides us with an opportunity to share experiences, best practices, and also to rekindle ourselves. Listening to speakers today, I can say that the department
is becoming a custodian of the soul of the nation. Today, there are three things that I wanted to take, that today, these events provided us with a moment of reflection. A reflection of how far we have come since 1994, but also since last year when we met here. It is also a moment of celebration. I was quite pleased to know and to hear people like Dr. Powe talk about the work you've done of writing your PhD in Setswana. There was a time when Africans were expected to write their thesis about African languages in a language, and the professor who would be promoting them would not be able to understand the language. And that is changing. And I'm also pleased to indicate that the Deputy Chief Justice of this country wrote one of the most comprehensive judgment in Xhosa. So we are actually moving. So hence I say this is also a moment of celebration. At the same time, it is also a moment in which we recommit ourselves as we embark on new challenges. Ours is a challenge of ensuring that this constitutional obligation, this imperative of preserving, revitalizing, and promoting indigenous languages happens in our lifetime. I'm also pleased to learn that the Minister of Higher Education has expressed a view that learning an African language should be a prerequisite to becoming a graduate. And there are very good reasons why that should be. If you talk to many doctors who come from universities where that has been made a requirement, the doctors who initially were reluctant are saying this is actually good for their practice. Because when you see a patient who is likely to be part of the majority, it helps when you can understand what's a patient's problem. And then you can then assist the patient. Because one of the things that the doctors will ask you will want to find the history. If you can't even begin to articulate your history in terms of when did you start feeling this and how does it feel, a doctor is unable to help you. And of course, we should also say it is still scandalous today that even accessing justice in South Africa, you have to access it in a language that is not your own. And yet, as it was indicated by people from Pensalp, that that is actually a violation of the rights of African people. But we are so used to our rights being violated that we take this normal. And you even have some judges who will say, no, it has to be in English, as if justice is contained in the concept, in the language of English. And as we know that anyway, our people know what justice is and they know what injustice is. They don't need people with degrees to tell them whether something is unjust or is expression of justice. I also was impressed with the DDG and the minister, because what they did when I said it's a moment of reflection was also to give us what I call a report back in terms of what the department has done. One, the establishment of the South African Language Practitioners Council, and then Professor Ditsele, you spoke about that, and even though that was a bit delayed, but you gave us the rundown and the expectation that was very good. The second one is the use of technology, which we saw a glimpse of it today in terms of the development of our languages. Also, the department has also embarked on the officialization of the sign language through technology as well. And also the partnership that the department has with the Department of Basic Education in terms of assisting teachers to be capable to deliver bilingual and probably multilingual instruction. And I was also pleased to hear from our representative from UNESCO by reminding us that in using language that's not our own is tantamount to cutting millions of our people from public life, from doing the most basic thing. I mean, I live in Soweto, and there were times when I had to go and use the ATM. And when I see there are about 5 people in a queue, I drive those straight to Joburg. Because what will be, you'll find that our African brothers and sisters will have difficulty. They don't know whether it's savings, they don't know it's checking, they don't know. So they will be trying that. But if it was done in the African language, they would simply do it. It's so basic. And yet, this is what you mean by cutting people from what is considered to be normal life. And also the minister to also remind us, most importantly, that the fact that we get solutions that were conceptualized elsewhere in a language that we don't understand may be at the heart of Africa's underdevelopment. We do need to develop our languages to become languages of science, commerce, and technology. To borrow from the program director, Mr. Victor Khomeshwana, he said, we should make our languages commercially viable. We should make our languages to be academically viable. And this should not be difficult. And for me, as somebody who was trained in the sciences, I can actually tell you that nature, and you should know, does not write its laws in English. When I fall, I don't fall in English. Maybe some of you do. I don't fall in French. I simply fall. The laws of physics are applicable. And if you travel as much as some of us have done, you'll also discover the most important thing, that people learn through the medium of a language which is their mental home. I was in Indonesia not so long ago, about 2 months ago. And you find the first thing that when they got their independence from Netherlands was to make sure that they reclaim their language. You go to many countries, so it is not an accident. But at the same time, you also threw a curveball to say, in as much as we value multilingualism, in as much as we use these examples, we need to also to learn what type of examples we use, because sometimes the examples that we put, you find that in those countries it's a monolingual instruction as opposed to multilingual. So we need to know that we have to do more work in terms of making sure that that constitutional imperative becomes a reality. Finally, I want to say languages develop faster when they are spoken by powerful people. I repeat, languages develop faster when spoken by powerful people. And it's a simple thing, because people gravitate to power and they want to access the language of power. So if our leaders were speaking in their own language, you'll be surprised how quickly people will learn those languages. If when Mandela was the president and started speaking Xhosa, you'll discover how quickly they would want to learn Xhosa. Same applies with those of us who spend time in places like the former Mthethwa, because they then Honsho there spoke in Setswana. You found Afrikaners speaking even Setswana that I don't understand, where I will have to ask him to interpret that for me. But it is because that language was spoken by powerful people. But here, that day, Victor, we've been betrayed by the elites. The black elites are the ones who are taking their kids away and make sure that they don't learn their language. And it's because they are so highly colonized that they think being progress is when you can imitate being a poor version of somebody else. So language and this annual gathering is about, as our friend from UNESCO said, it's about reclaiming our dignity, reclaiming our self-worth, and to say we are not children of a lesser God.
Thank you very much, Prof. Sepe. Very, very powerful summation there. Announcements, please, including the forthcoming conference, and I hope about where those cocktails are. From the Pan South African Language Board, or Pan SALB, let's welcome Julius Dantile. I can say Dantile if I want to sound anglicized, but it's not going to work, will it?
Thank you, sir.
Ndiyabulisa inkosi. Bhotani. Bakhona abaguquli lapha ndizosokolisa ngesingisi. Ndizochaza nje apha into encinci emalunga nekomva esawuba nayo singuphensal kalwimi iningi. Nalapho ndinibulisile nasena nemangele. Kwenzekani okanye you are tired? Okay, no andizosiguqula isiXhosa ndizathetha isiXhosa apha nazi into zotolika pha zikhona. Bekutshiwo ngaphambi kwabemkile abantu batolikayo ke nawo ndixelela. Bemkile? Ngelishwa ke. Ayibona ke. Zezinto ke Professor Siyephe sisithetha ngazo. Ngoba bonke abantu abafike bathetha isingisi kodwa into zokhumisa zikhona pha abatoliki. Uninzi lwabo bemane nje laa nto yaseParliament kuba bona belungu eParliament abayenzi into ubana bafake izinto ezindlebeni because bathi yonke into ebalulekileyo uzayithetha ngesingisi. Into ubhanqo ithetha ngobulwimi lwakho. Kodwa ke apha into endiyithunyelweyo into yobana mandithethe le nto senilambile ngoku. Ngomhla on the 16th of November and the 17th of November. First of all, the 16th of November is a UNESCO Day for Tolerance. And we chose it that day to start a multilingualism conference. Now, I want to clearly deal with this part where we say, okay, another talk show. I think if South African were a good example of talking, we negotiated our settlement out of talks. So we should be patient with each other when we talk. But the main aim there is to have academia with all their theories and their research findings and their recommendations. We have government. We have targeted certain specific departments. There are here some of them. Education, justice, will be arts and culture in translations and interpreting. Just to say, where are we? And what needs to be done to meet the immediate short-term goals of this roadmap. So that we can be able to monitor them. Our job is to monitor them doing their job. We are calling them to commit. They must come in and commit in government. That is going to be, we want to look at it from the most theoretical and practical side of things. Combine the two. We come up with the solutions in court interpreting. What do we mean by court interpreting, Professor Kashula? You work with Mr. Makobotwana, there he is. There is Professor Kashula, we saw him. Yeah, he was talking here. Now, at networking, you go and talk to him. That is what we want to do now. Practical things where we stop talking about future issues and what needs to be done. But we say you meet with that one, you do this. How are you going to do it? Tell us as Spencer so that within your resources, within your time, we will be monitoring you after you. That is how practical we want that conference to be. The theme is around a furtherance of multilingualism in South Africa for future equitability. We want to deal with these issues in the Constitution of these words: equitable, equity, equitability, and stuff like that. With practical terms, what do we do to achieve that? In simple, practical terms. The conference is going to be at Galaga Estate. So, yeah, not Galaga, man, Emperor's Palace. in Johannesburg, you are invited. If you are interested, please contact our office, Pensalb. We will be able to invite a number of people, but we may not be able to invite all of you. But we want people from civil society to come into the space. People from NPOs, NGOs to come into that space. We have lost less talk there by people who are going to stand here. The talking is only about 40%, 60% of the time. It will be discussions up to the recommendations, pointing directly who should be doing what, when, and how. And we as PenSouth, out of that, we're using our law, which is the Pan South African Language Act that was articulated here. We are going to provide advice or recommendation to each and every institution that you send us to do something with that institution. We are saying, let's start working and bringing up these things. And work has been done. A lot of it has been done. Let's consolidate that work and move forward. There are kind of topics very quickly that we will be dealing with. Mother tongue education, for instance. Compliance issues that Professor Siepe spoke about. The issue of transformation by dictionaries. Most of our dictionaries that we produced, they were the ones that we saw there, they are most of bilingual. There's a political and ideological problem with that. Because what do? They're pushing all the African people who cannot understand English. We are propelling them, understand English better. That's what we are doing. Therefore, we are not fundamentally doing what we are supposed to do in terms of our own languages. That is the pretense behind the ideology that is there. And I want you to be aware and state now that as PenSouth, we will be playing in that space because the constitutions provide us with that, starting with this conference going forward. My bosses were here. You heard them committing, both the chairperson and the CEO. We are here to assist where possible, and we are here to really say it's about time to do the work while we are talking. Please do not take these talks for granted. We have to talk to each other. I'm disappointed that these people have left because bendifuna uyithetha yonke le nto ndiyithethayo ngelwimi lam. Enkosi, thanks.
Let us not take the talks for granted. Please let us not. Let's participate, let's be sincere, and let's follow through our conversations. Thank you very much, and I look forward to that. Multilingualism is powerful. It doesn't only enable you to speak different languages, it enables you to relate to different people. And speak like them, you go to their hearts, as Madiba said. Because a language represents more than just words. We're going to close with the remarks. We are here, after all, courtesy of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. So we're going to close with the remarks by the Deputy Director General at the Arts and Culture Promotion and Development, Dr. Cynthia Khumalo. Let's give a round of applause, a fitting round of applause.
Why are you putting it down? Sending a message, Victor. The shorter person has come up. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me not to observe protocol now. I think the entire day we have been acknowledging and observing protocol. Just in concluding today's gathering, and noting that we are still coming back tomorrow, this continues, this discussion continues tomorrow. I do want to just acknowledge the fact that we have had very profound, very insightful, excellently and professionally structured presentations from all our speakers. And I do really want to acknowledge the fact that my colleagues really did justice to this exercise in identifying the speakers that we had today. And thank you very much to all of you who came up here to address this gathering. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Where I come from, we call this umkhabulo, and I think we just had that opportunity, yokhabula. The discussions today really further highlight the fact that we really need alignment, integration, and collaboration. There's so much the work that is being done, and I think we can achieve a whole lot more and address the economies of scale in the process as we work together. I cannot not say this, Dr. Rajojo, I hope I'm saying it correctly, Dr. Rajojo. Thank you for speaking on our behalf as the marginalized, and I'm one of those. Ngumamtoli Bhaca. So when you talk about the marginalized, it touched me. All the speakers, Dr. Mukwena, where is she? When she spoke about, when we talk about using the 10 years to revitalize, let us also revitalize the spirit. In the morning, I said this is where we want to hone our milestones and polish the roadmap so that we have tangible deliverables and timelines. And I'm hoping that with all these discussions from the academia and all the stakeholders that came up here, we are then going to be able as a department to lead, as Dr. challenged us, that we need to lead, but to work with you, but because I don't think we can lead without anyone following. Tomorrow the program continues, as I said. It starts at 8 in the morning, on the dot. Yes, Ola. It starts at 8 in the morning. We are having our government departments, the different spheres of government, presenting tomorrow, telling us what is it that they do. At the municipality level, provincial level, so you will have colleagues from your provinces that would be addressing you and the national departments. I do want us to also appreciate the program directors that directed today's occasion, Victor Khomeswana and Umakosazana. Zwane Sikuka. Can we give them a round of applause, please? We are having Upule Welsh tomorrow and Dr. Sukumane as our program directors tomorrow. And please, I do appeal to you to keep time so that it's a shorter day tomorrow so that we are able to cover all the presentations. It was quite critical that we have all these stakeholders coming to share with you what they do. Thank you very much. Siyabonga kakhulu. Safe travels and see you tomorrow. Thank you.